that's the gun that you buy.
If I said that, I mean it. Way too late, got DJ to wheel it. Fat cash stacked up to the ceiling. Ain't no time to waste, I'm deep in my bag. Way too fly, the manager lag. Popping bottles like the new tag. Way too fresh, no jack in my swag. If I said that, I mean it. DJ to wheel it, fat cash stacked right up to the ceiling. Ain't no time to waste, I'm deep in my bag. Way too fly, the man a jet lagged. Popping bottles like the new tags. Way too fresh, they're jacking my swag. We're too nice, the gang are too bad. If I said that, I mean it. Way too late, got DJ to wheel it. Fat cash stacked right up to the ceiling. Ain't no time to waste, I'm deep in my bag. Way too fly, the man a jet lagged. Popping bottles like the new tags. Way too fresh, they're jacking my swag. We're too nice, the gang are too bad. If I said that, I mean it. Swag. If I said that, I mean it.
was real, only to be ghosted. I thought you were my friend. To the end. Thought the time would heal, but only for a moment. I thought you'd stay on my side, but now you run and hide. Okay, fine, goodbye. Okay, fine, goodbye. Okay, fine, thought that we were strong. It never could be broken. Well, I guess that I was wrong. All along. Now every day I'm lost. Flooding in my ocean, sinking over time. No one to save my life. Okay, fine, goodbye. Okay, fine, goodbye. Okay, fine, goodbye.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. It is day 2 of VALORANT Champions here, where 5 former champs winners will be taking the stage today. Hello everyone and welcome back to Les Arènes in Paris. I am your host Yingsu and I'm joined here on the desk once again by Ender and Doug. Welcome back you guys, how are we doing?
Doing great. You know, I've already forgotten what happened yesterday. It's a new dawn, a new day. I'm ready for some Valorant.
Yeah, me personally, I'm bright-eyed, I'm bushy-tailed. There's nothing that happened. I don't even know what we'd be trying to
Day 1 is going to be awesome.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
This is your
North
day 1.
America's going to make their debut
Yes.
on the international stage.
Number 2 squad in NRG. Oh, it doesn't get better than that.
Oh, I feel exactly the same. XLG, have they played yet? I don't know. I haven't seen them. There's no man on that team, which I think is a great segue because as much as I want to forget that game, they did play. And the good news is Paper Rex had a nice start.
This did happen yesterday, didn't it?
Yeah.
This took place.
Yeah, we actually did have games. Okay, I'm remembering this now because it started off like, ooh, XLG are showing up pretty nicely, and then Forsaken, the number 4 Forsaken showed up. I think he had 3 4Ks in this game.
You can't work your tweets into the show. It doesn't hit the same way. You can't for the number 4 Forsaken.
I can do whatever I want.
I think you can, but I advise that none of you work my tweets into the show.
Yeah, that's a bridge too far.
That's not safe for work. Just like the way that GX managed to hand send a loss on the global stage.
Man.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I was on the way out from the arena and I happened to walk through the press conference afterwards after Sentinels had lost their match, and they looked devastated. And honestly, they probably should feel a bit that way. They are familiar with lower bracket runs, but that's not where they want to be this early in the tournament.
On the other side, though, what Cloud did in that, like with Giant X, brilliant.
It was brilliant indeed. But also looking at the groups, now that the teams that haven't taken the stage, you heard it from Westside. He thinks that this is the group of death. When he was looking at the schedule for today, he was like, oh, those are hard games. Would you agree with him?
I mean, I don't know if we have a group of death, I'll be honest.
I agree.
I feel like we have competitive groups, but I think we've like balanced out pretty nicely where that talent is going to be. But you can't deny that I think both these games today could be pretty exciting.
I think they're coin tosses. To be honest, I'm hard pressed.
Whoa. The Team Liquid game is a coin toss?
I'm hard pressed. Maybe less that one. That's fair. But I'm hard pressed to look at both of these and definitively have a comfortable response on who I think is going to win. I think particularly the first match, it's a tough sell, man.
Yeah, and the true winner are the fans. I think I want to shout out to the GX fans that pulled up yesterday. They were handing out T-shirts in the crowd. It was such a great time. And if you guys are home and wondering what might it be like to come and hang out with us, hang out with the fans here in the arena, I have great news for you because earlier, Lou did a vibe check at the Omen activation booth. Take a look at this.
Hello everyone, bonjour and welcome to Champions Paris Day 2 here in the arena, Les Arènes in Paris. And we have a lot of fans coming up today on a Saturday. We're going to see banger matches today also, starting with EDG, NRG and then Team Liquid DRX. And I've seen a lot of EDG jerseys here in the French crowd, so I think they're going to have a lot of supporters. And here we are in front of the Omen activations where people can test their reflexes, their skills. Here you have to get through the whole bar without touching the edges, and we can see that is pretty difficult. And there's already a leaderboard. We already have Radiance, Immortals, and maybe also a bit of Bronze and Iron over there. So that's it. There is a lot of activities to do for the fans. Also the Red Bull stand over there. And of course, there's already a huge line for the merch. So try to get your things as early as possible. So let's see what day 2 got for us.
Now, Lou famously speaks good French. I'm not sure if you guys have interacted with her, but great French speaker. How's your French?
It's okay.
Sacre bleu.
Oh, yeah, that sounds amazing.
Okay, I actually did study it for 3 years.
Do you know what?
Really? Because I said something and you did not.
Do you know what? I know how to say cheesecake in French.
Yeah, go on.
Cheesecake.
Mon
Now,
français, ce n'est pas de
I wanna test you a little bit more because I feel like you guys are holding back on me in a game I would like to call Lost in Translation, where I'm going to play you guys some voice lines of Chamber in French,
Right.
and I would like you guys and all the people at home and Tarek, Sliggy, Minnie, whoever else is watch partying to join us and see if you can correctly guess what the voice line is. Are you ready?
All right, let's do it.
Easy game. What could go wrong?
Jouons.
Okay, let's start. I'm gonna try and be quiet so we can hear this.
Tu as bon goût, l'ami.
Ooh.
Oh, I got this one. I know it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know it.
Lock it in early doors.
B.
B. You have
Yep.
good taste, my friend.
Yep.
Wait.
All right, we don't need to replay that.
No,
Send
we
it.
can
Let's
send it.
send it. Let's send it.
my friend.
Let's
Oh,
go, baby.
Wow.
I don't even play Chamber.
Honestly, why
This
is
game is so easy.
Chambers kinda, yeah.
Yeah, my weakness is
Hear me out.
I
He's my
don't
hear
know
me
his
out.
line.
I think he's my hear
What?
me out.
What?
Let's listen
Chat,
to the
what does that
next
mean?
one.
Regardez-moi. Vous êtes magnifique aujourd'hui. Moi, je suis magnifique tous les jours. On est prêt?
He sounds so
He
much
needs
better
to-
in French.
I need to hear that again. I didn't catch.
Yeah.
I need-
Okay,
Well,
one
one
more
more
time.
time, one
One
more
more time.
Regardez-moi. Vous êtes magnifique aujourd'hui. Moi, je suis magnifique tous les jours. On est prêt?
Oh, I think I know it.
I mean, I thought he said regardez-moi, which was like, look at me, but
Yeah, I kept hearing things that I'm not seeing anywhere.
Okay.
I'm going A.
All
I
right.
think it's A.
I feel like it was C, but I think I'm trolling. Let's go A. Let's go A. You'll know more. than me.
Okay, last looks.
Oh,
You all
good
look
job.
wonderful.
Let's
Me,
go.
I always
Super
look
good
good.
job.
We are
Look
ready.
at you.
I don't know if that's a direct translation. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't hear a lot of the things
I
in
mean,
there.
it's not called direct translation. It's called lost in translation.
And you know what? We're winning.
So-
We stay winning.
Yes.
You're
Okay. Let's
found.
do one more. Let's do one more. Let's
Je
go.
dois bien avouer que la déco est à mon goût.
He just sounds so much better in French.
Yeah, he does. But the
Yeah,
language is
so much
beautiful to
better.
listen to. Can we get
Yeah.
it? Can we get it one more time? Run that back.
Je dois bien avouer que la déco est à mon goût.
C.
See?
You heard the thing that sounded like decorate?
Oh, I like that. I like that.
No, I think it's C.
Sure, let's go see.
Do you think
Yeah.
it's C?
I heard the thing that sounded like decorate, so that's the best. That's
All right,
my
let's
best
go
guess.
C. Let's go C.
But I
Lock
don't
it in.
feel good about it.
I must say, I like what they have done with the place.
Yeah.
Wait, I heard D. I said D.
Also,
No, you didn't.
I said D.
also, I'm gonna say that D is the legit Chamber voice line, so we should have just gone with the voice line that
I
Chamber
don't know
actually.
what his Chamber's voice
Yeah, I
lines
think-
are.
Yeah, I know
Because I'm
that
a
one.
Chamber, like, 3
respectable
times.
player that plays Killjoy, Cypher,
You think I play Chamber?
Buys.
You're
You think
respect-
I?
Yeah. We're going to talk about some of the greatest to play the game during the Chamber era, and they're not respectable players. Is that what
No,
is that what you're
it's a
insinuating?
cheater agent. The agent just gives you free kills.
I can't believe you said that about Ye. I'm
The
gonna tell on
Optic era.
you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell on you.
Ooh, boy.
While I saw him out, you take a timeout. I wanna make you guys aware of Champions because it is a program of mini competitions celebrating Valorant's community and culture. And you guys know I love our community and culture. Many of you have submitted fan art, video edits, and cosplay looks. And now we need your help to decide which submissions will advance to the next round. All you have to do is head to the Champions of Champions page and have your Riot ID on hand to cast your vote. For your favorite 5 submissions, I want to give out a shout out to Jessie because I did check the submissions a little bit earlier. She goes hard on those fan video edits,
Yeah.
and I really like to see that she made it through. So Jessie, I'm voting for you.
Shout out.
Yeah.
We're also looking at some
Honestly-
like the cosplays, and they were fire.
Oh,
Dude,
I
the
was going to say Jesse
Brimstone
gets my vote
cosplay?
too, but yeah,
Yeah.
go on.
The Brimstone cosplay from
From
Americas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was at our final. Legend.
What about the Sideshow cosplay?
That was a cosplay. I thought that was just
made it.
Sideshow.
Yeah. By the way, yeah, we have Sideshow in the crowd.
Right.
Yeah, I
But
thought it was
it's
just
crazy.
Sideshow.
Right, we hit our Sideshow checkmark for the day, by the way. We can move on now.
Unfortunately, we don't have Sideshow, but we do have a man that could pass off as Sideshow with
Yeah.
Groupology. It's Tom Biz and Mitchman.
Oh.
Welcome once again to Groupology, where we're going to take you through the groups and the expected results of these matchups. Group C is our target for today. Tom, start us off here, Team Liquid and DRX.
I'm going to be honest. I feel like Team Liquid's the obvious choice. DRX has been a little bit underwhelming. Mitch, I don't know what to do here, so I'm going to give you a 50-50. Do you think China's taken it? NRG, good form?
NRG, it was a close grand final, but they weren't facing the Baby Bay G2. It's got to be EDG, of course.
Okay, well, we're on the clock, so EDG's going through. That's already going to put DRX in the bottom alongside NRG. I think that DRX are not going to come back for that, so I'm going to put NRG through. Who's losing this one? Probably. Okay, that's not where I would have gone, but I guess we'll just carry it on and Liquid make it through anyway. Sure, difference of opinion, but there you go, Group C.
I like that they were already wrong about yesterday. Like Groupology in the mud after yesterday.
We weren't wrong. We don't know what that's like. No. They were wrong.
Who's
and
we?
So that must be tough. We as in we.
Just the two of you?
I mean, we went Sentinels yesterday.
Okay, I want to know, I would like you to also vote in today's MasterCard fan poll because we want to, I want to know from you guys and I want to know from you guys at home who you think is making it out, who you think has the best chances to get out of Group C. Is it Liquid, EDG, NRG, or DRX? While you're at it, tell us who you're rooting for with the hashtags VALORANT Champions or VCT so we can feature you on the broadcast and see if your takes are indeed as based as Doug and Ender.
I don't know about the rest, but TL make it out.
Yeah, I was going to say, can we quickly agree on two? Very, very quickly?
Team Liquid NRG.
Team Liquid NRG?
Yeah.
EDG NRG. Esports Doug Gaming, I kind of have to.
EDG, DRX, I'll just, you know, I want to.
You just want to stir the pot?
I want to include. DRX have never not made it out of groups of champs. They are the ultimate groupers.
Yeah, but they look rough.
They do. We will talk about it a little bit later. But what I'm very excited about is that we have 8 players coming back to champs. And those 8 players have the chance to win 2 of these cool-ass trophies, heavy trophies. And
put more plushies in them?
Yeah, and that is a great storyline because I think we probably expected some of them, you know, your Jaws, maybe to an extent the EDG boys, but Demon 1 is here, Ethan
Shout out
here,
my goat.
Aspas is here as well, so are you guys as excited as I am to see these faces return?
Oh, for sure. I think it's interesting, too, that we have already in the first game 4 of EDG's guys facing off against
Don't say
Ethan on
4.
the other side.
You're trying to traumatize me. Yeah.
No, but it is interesting because, you know, EDG obviously stuck together with a lot of their guys.
Right.
That EG team has 3 different winners that sprinted away and are now representing different teams back here again.
Do you know why I asked Ethan in the press conference who he thought had the best chance of winning champs again out of the boys that split up? He said Demon 1. He's a Dragon Ranger believer.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy when Jaws on G2. Yeah. Wild stuff.
I do love that the game has gotten to a point where we can build on these 4-year storylines of like, are you going to have a chance to replete? You take a look at Aspas, it feels like forever ago.
Yeah, he wore like 4 different jerseys.
Right, yeah, he's been through a couple of wardrobe changes since he lifted that trophy, but I just love that the game is at a place where we can build those storylines and we can kind of watch these players' careers go through.
And even crazier, 3 of those players were previous champs MVPs, which is insane that they are all here. Yeah. And the most recent MVP, of course, is Kangkang. Earlier, Ender, I am so jealous, had the chance of catching up with Kangkang in an episode of Running It Back. Let's take a look.
Hi, I'm here with Kangkang and Valora to translate for Run It Back, where we're going to go through some good memories of yours. I'm going to give you this so you can just watch the clip here and react to it as you remember. Yeah.
The most valuable player award to 2024 VALORANT Champions MVP는
重新看这个视频，感觉好尴尬。
I feel a bit awkward when I see this clip.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Kangkang.
看着这个 FMVP 项链的时候很震惊吧，就感觉，因为这个世界上我是第一个拥有 FMVP 项链的人。
I was shocked when I saw this bracelet on the stage because it's the first ever time in this world that have an FMVP bracelet.
我的兄弟们说的，我就刚刚张昭在哭嘛，问我为什么不哭，我说我们肯定不止这一个，对，就像我跟我哥说的一样，我跟我哥说的是，郑明佳，我肯定不止这一个，我还有更多。
对，然后还有跟我哥的对话嘛，反正就虽然说那个时候情绪很到位，所以说这些话，但是可能还是现在回头过来看，其实有一点尴尬，因为现在的情绪不在那个点上。
And also at that time, I talked with my brothers on the stage, and at that time I was in that mood, and I have many things I want to say to him. But right now, when I see this clip, it's a bit awkward since it's not the same time.
Yeah, I get that. We have one more clip for you as well. This is when you break the kill record. So, do you remember this round?
Yeah. 其实这一分对于我来说，就是因为 THE 在追分嘛，所以说我们需要站出来做一些非常规的东西，所以说我扣了这个东西，然后就往下打。对。
At that time, I think maybe they were keep chasing us. They were getting the point. So we need to do some angry things. I need to stand out to do some angry things. So I do the calls and do all the things
然后
for our team.
其实破了这个记录对于我来说，好像我并不知道，因为这一分的击杀所破了记录。但我记得就是我好像在这个就是这个决赛破了3个还是4个记录。其实对于我来说，我希望我能破更多的，对，就是把我自己的记录再超越。对。
And at that time, maybe I even don't know I broke some record at that time. But I remember in this grand final, maybe I have broke like 3 or 4 record. But I think maybe in the future I could break more.
Yeah? Are you going to break some records at this tournament and get another bracelet?
Yeah, maybe gonna try, I think.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Well, best of luck to you. Thanks so much for joining us. That's going to be all for us here on Run It Back.
He's just aura. Just aura.
Yeah.
That's what Kangkang is.
Yeah, he's like an incredibly likable villain. Like
Oh.
it's hard to root against the guy, but he plays the villain role, and he plays like the aura farming. Like, nah, I'm not crying. It's not a big deal because this is only the first one.
Yeah.
Right. Like the wrong person says that, everybody hates him.
Do you know
he
who
says it? Everyone loves him.
I like that assessment. Do you know who was crying? Me and all of the other EDG fans, because although they are returning to champs with almost all 5 of the roster that won champs, we're coming back without Simon. And the whole story of Jenny being here is crazy. Like, they tried so many different versions. They were picking up other players, subbing in other players. It wasn't working. It got to a point it was like week in, week out. Who on earth is filling in Simon's role? I'm glad it's Jenny that managed to come with them, but it is, you know, it's a risk. It is a risk for them.
For sure, you know, a young guy stepping onto the champion stage now for the first time, but I think that EDG kind of needed this after, you know, the disappointments back in stage 1 where they actually topped in their group but only won a single series into playoffs. It's not that era, that same timeline where EDG are dominating domestically anymore. Now they've needed to reinvent themselves a little bit, get a new young kid into the roster to now come in and be a threat and try to go back to back.
And you know, you think about their run last year and how, if I remember correctly, they hadn't even qualified for the prior global. Then they make their way to champs and they walk away winning it. It obviously isn't to the same degree, and this is a bit more roster oriented, but there are some similarities in that they're not walking into this. I mean, they have the fact that they're the current reigning champs, but other than that, they're not waltzing into this as the favorites. They're not waltzing into this necessarily feeling comfortable.
Yeah, and I think for the first time ever, they, like you were mentioning, they're not the best team to go to a global event from CN.
Right.
And that is incredibly surprising. But Jenny is the man that could potentially be a difference maker. What I like is he's flexible. What I don't like is he is forcing Kangkang to play Yoru when Kangkang is definitively the best Neon on this team. But they don't have a choice when I assume Jenny does not have Yoru locked down just yet.
Sure, sure. And I think maybe there is a little bit more left to go there. But what I do like seeing them both in the server with each other is how often you'll see them on rifle rounds just playing right next to each other, setting out and taking fights. I think that duo is very often working on the same side of the map and very effective in the fights they're taking.
I mean, they call him Mini Kangkang for a reason. You know, they're very similar mannerism as well. But Mika Fabs actually had a chance to get to know a little bit about Jenny earlier. Let's see what she managed to find out.
I'm here right now with EDG's Jenny, and I have Valorant to help me with some translation. Now, Jenny, your team has been here before and won it all, and now it's your turn. I want to know what's going through your head this first champs match day for you.
吉尼在去年首尔冠军赛的时候，其实队伍也是拿下了冠军奖杯嘛。那这回你来到了这支队伍，他们一起来到这里，在你的第一个比赛日，现在脑海中在想些什么呢？
我很开心，现在也没想着什么，好好打好比赛就行了。
Actually, I'm very happy right now, but nothing in my mind. I just want to do my best on the stage.
Oh, you seem very, very excited, so let's get to it.
I love living vicariously through these players. I've never been to global events before, and they're just so happy to be here. But from what I've heard, his personality is just kind of like that. He's a bit of a ray of sunshine, very personable. The boys seems to get along with him on the team as well. But what I want to pick out is what Kangkang said in the press conference, which is our success kind of does rely on if Jenny can get comfortable fast enough.
Yeah.
But he was sort of saying, Doug, that they have a lot of grace for him. They are not expecting him to be incredible just from the outset. They want to give him some time. But if he does reach that peak form, then as a team, they're very confident.
Yeah, and I do think comfort plays a tremendous role in this situation. And how, like, imagine a scenario just like the one he's in, and you look at, like, Chrissy, like you were saying earlier, he's often playing alongside with Kangkang. Is that not the most comfortable position in the world to be in? Like, if you are going to be on that stage, if you are going to be shooting alongside EDG, knowing you've got Kangkang who's entering with you, who's playing alongside you, it does wonders for confidence, and to put a kid like that at ease in a position like this is tremendous.
And even if you're looking at the stage he's playing on as well, like obviously you're coming into Champions, there's a little bit extra pressure playing against teams from all these other regions. But if you see the venues he's been playing in China, like he is no stranger to having tons, thousands of eyes on him in the building. So I have no doubts that he's gonna be able to show up here today.
They've been doing these like sick ass walkouts as well. He's been in the middle. He's been part of that with his team. And of course, he is the only player that is different from the 5 that did win champs last year. And at this point, I don't even need to introduce Chichu as a player. Everyone already knows how good he is. But the difference is, I know he loves Nats, but maybe he's following his footsteps a little bit because he's also taken up the IGL role with nobody. They're sharing it right now.
And I think the amazing thing is that even while he is doing some of the calling now for EDG, he is still continuing to have a heavy impact in the server. So often, you'll see the way EDG operate, especially on the defensive side, is Chichu will be completely alone. If he's playing the Cypher, he is alone on one side of the map. EDG love to go for 3 or 4 stack fights away from him. And so teams look at that and they say, okay, the challenge is we have to go and hit the Cypher site. That should be the easy site to hit. And yet this guy makes it look impossible.
Yeah, you think he's got 2-3 players playing alongside him to anchor the sites. I think we often kind of gloss over and maybe don't put enough attention on just how difficult it is to play in a role and then transition to the IGL role and the impact that it does have on your individual performance. And yes, there's an era of fragging IGLs, and you know we've got many prolific players that can do that, but it's not an easy task. And for Chichu to still be able to put out his own in a respectable way while carrying half of the workload as IGL is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, from what I've heard, it's still nobody that does the main bulk of it, but he's definitely, Chichu's definitely taken on more responsibilities. But they will be taking on NRG today. This is me reading off a screen, okay? Before anyone gets mad at me. After swapping out FNS and Coach Mike's for Scuba and Bunker, NRG were a force in Stage 2, beating Alcen on their way to 2nd place in Americas. So don't get mad at me, Pujan. I'm just reading.
I was honest. I mean, I loved the NRG run to close out Stage 2 playoffs. I think it was a ton of fun to watch. I was surprised by it. I didn't think they had that in them, and they had a really good stage. I think they walk into playoffs 4-1, something like this. So they were certainly stronger, but you look at the group and go, okay, they're weaker. I don't know how good they really are, but I think they impressed a ton of people to make it to this point.
Yeah, and I think they had to do that level of proof, right? Because you know, like the results earlier in the year were disappointing. So this team needed to make a deep run in playoffs in order to qualify here for Champions, which they have done, even with so many young talents on this roster to be able to come into a Champions with Mada in the team, with Brock and Scuba. Like, this is a very different situation than in EDG, who have 4 champions on the stage now against some of the hottest rookies we have in Americas.
Also, I want to, as you know, representing EMEA, welcome back, Bonka. We've missed you.
Yeah.
We have missed you so much. This is, for those people that don't know Bonka, you know, you started in EMEA. He was a player in EMEA, and now he's a coach coming in with this NRG roster. How much pressure is that on him a little bit? Because you guys spoke about how his players are young and inexperienced, but Bonka certainly isn't young and inexperienced.
I mean, take this one.
Yeah, I think the work that he's done on NRG has been tremendous. I mean, you think about the night and day difference, really, from Stage 1 to Stage 2. You can tell the impact that he's had. You can tell the value he's been able to provide, and then also to be able to manage that with the 3 rookies that we were talking about. It's hard enough to do with 5 vets who have been on the big stage, who have dealt with a lot of adversity and have taken losses and had to navigate through that, but to do it with 3 rookies, obviously Ethan there to help, Sam there to help, I think obviously bolsters that a lot, but the work that Bankar has done on NRG has been nothing short of incredible.
Yeah, what he's been able to do in that stage 2 is amazing, but I still think results very much matter when you look at how disappointing kickoff was for him, then stepping, not being on NRG during stage 1. I do think making a run here would solidify what he's been able to accomplish with the team.
Would you say the results matter or the results matter? I'm so sorry.
I'm so glad you could get that out of the way.
I like how production flew it because they knew what I was talking about too. I love it.
This guy is insane. I don't quite know how to explain it because he was one of, when he came into the year, he was the rookie prospect to look at coming out from North America, and he absolutely delivered. In his first year alone, he has become the all-time America's ace leader. He got 10 aces in a year, and which is nothing short of incredible.
Like 2 or 3 of them were in one.
Yeah,
it was something.
He had
dumb.
3 in a day.
Yeah, in a day.
Like, what are we doing?
My brother, we have players who have never gotten one on prolific team. Like we're talking, like Trent. Trent. Hate to pick on you.
Okay.
Trent has never gotten one, and he's played for as long as he has on some of the best teams that Valorant has seen in North America.
Trent has less aces than Angel.
Yes.
That is insane. Honestly, shout out. I do wish that people outside of Americas could appreciate this, because even when I tune in and watch Mada, he is just that good. I don't think he's being overhyped. I actually think he's being a bit underhyped.
Yeah, and now we're coming in, we get to see him on the global stage. This is where you get to solidify that legacy. You show up here, look well, you're going to be great.
Yeah, and if you show up here and look well against Kangkang of all people, it's going to be a great start. So, of course, ahead of this matchup, we had to send Mika Fabs down there earlier to get some thoughts from Mada on this matchup.
Hey, I'm here right now with NRG's Mada, and Mada, you have a tough task today because I want to know what was going through your head when you found out that you're going to be up against the EDG and you would be up to the task of facing off against 2024's MVP, Champs MVP in Kangkang.
I don't think it really matters who we play, what team we play, who we play. We just come out, play our game, and I know we're confident in what we do, so it doesn't matter if we're playing Kangkang or the worst player in the world, it's always the same.
I like that energy from NRG, so let's see it.
Did you know that Mada backwards is Adam?
Is Adam, yeah.
Did you? Was that true?
Yeah, it is
Thank
true.
You. Thank
It
you.
is true.
Dude, I love, real quick, he's so unassuming. I mean, you look at him or you see him walking down the hallway and he's just kind of like chill, easygoing guy, kind of keeps to himself. And then you see him on the server and he's got that dog in him. And you go, who is this guy? Like, it doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense.
His name is Adam. That's who.
Adam when he's walking, but Mada when he's on the stage.
You kind of look like him a little bit. Have you ever thought about cosplay?
We're the same height.
Really?
Yeah, we're like 2 meters.
That's weird. Me too. Yeah. Same. That's funny. The 3 of us are the same height. I would have never
Sitting
thought.
down, I'm still taller than you.
Well, it's obviously
this
hang
bullying.
on. That's camera magic. Let's not because don't believe his lies.
Yeah, and
he's
so
good looking, but he's a liar.
I heard that you're also the same height as Dan Dryad, so you know we're
that's
all
objectively
4
false.
of you.
That's objectively false.
We've just derailed this already. I like that he's unassuming, but at the same time, when I met him in Toronto, he was. You're the same person.
Wait, yeah, turn
other
the
way, other way, other way. No, other way.
Oh, other way. Yeah,
Yes.
you want to do the mirror?
Oh my goodness, we can actually do a cosplay. But when I did see him in Toronto, he was itching to compete. You know, he was watch partying and he was like, God, I wish that was me up there. So I'm so excited to see him get his shot on this stage. But more importantly, it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you who will advance from Group C. The results are in...
Drum roll.
And... you guys said Team Liquid. 54% of you said Team Liquid. EDG with 20%, NRG with 14%, and DRX with 12%. Wait, yesterday it was like CN got 3% of the vote. I guess people just really believe in EDG.
There's a difference because it's EDG.
Right. I don't remember what we said earlier. What we agreed on is who are the 2 that would make it out. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, I did predict Liquid in this prediction, but I'm kind of honestly on the fence. A little part of me feel like the DRX Champs grouper narrative is just so strong.
See, you can't hedge your bets like that.
Yeah,
that's cheating.
That's cheating.
Yeah?
Calling you out.
What about the GPR? How do we feel about the GPR?
GPR, I mean, this is what I predicted as well, so shakes hands with the GPR, we agree.
But I do think, yeah, again,
global power
referencing
ranking.
the global power ranking powered by AWS, the numbers line up with how tight these two matches seem, right? Like, this is a really tough day to call. This is probably the opening day I'm most excited for.
You agree?
I'm agree. It's Mata versus Kangkang.
It's you versus Kangkang.
It's me versus Kangkang, and it's a complete difference. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm also extremely excited because from former world champions, 5 of them, by the way, to rookies making their debut, Group C has it all. It's time to kick off day 2 of VALORANT Champions Paris. City of Love. But only one will depart with the object of everyone's desire. The Champions Trophy.
저한테 챔피언스 우승은 제가 지금까지 발로란트를 해왔던 이유라고 생각을 하고 있기 때문에
DRX 파이팅!
오직 그 생각으로만 할 것 같습니다.
It's my 5th year in Valorant. It's an amazing feeling. I hope I'm gonna keep doing that as long as I can, perform on that level.
2021년 베를린 마스터즈 때 나츠 선수를 만났고 그때 나츠 선수의 플레이는 너무나 독특했고 그 때문에 좀 많이 무기력하게 졌고 현재는 그런 무기력하게 질 것도 없어 보이고.
DRX is known as a team who is always making out of groups. That's why it's gonna be interesting to see. They also had a bit more time to prepare because they made champs by points. So let's see what they cooked for champs.
팀 리퀴드도 아마 저희랑 비슷하게 만나보고 싶다라고 생각을 할 것 같은데 한번 뭐 같이 그냥 재밌는 경기 한번 만들어 보시죠.
Un petit bout d'avenir sous ma peau belle et tranquille.
2 years late to the party of ECT. People thought it might never arrive.
我觉得去年我们证明了所有人的观点是错误的。
EDG have arrived and they are here to stay.
我想创造历史，所以说我希望今年还能够做一遍像去年一样的事情。这一次我依然渴望，我会拼尽全力，不留遗憾。
It's rare that a team that wins champs continues to have success the next year or the years after that. EDG, obviously they won the last champs, but definitely not the same team that they used to be.
The villains have had their day.
2023年的美国冠军赛，然后跟伊森交手过嘛，我们23年的时候输给他，所以说我现在想复仇。我觉得23年到现在其实进步是非常明显的，然后因为以前是不是那么自信嘛，然后现在其实是比较自信的。
Both teams have something they're playing for. For me, is getting a second trophy.
EG are your VALORANT World Champions.
For them, defending their previous one.
Back to the climb, ever chasing. And this is a squad that knows what it is to chase.
在今年，我遇到了未曾想象的困难和挫折。我曾经在舞台上说过，让世界聚焦于 CNFPS。这一次，我将燃尽一切，让其又一次实现。
Jamais peligrosa, j'ai bien compris que pleurer ne m'apporterait rien. Écoute bien, si on dit me m'attendait pas, je le fais taire et puis je reviens. Tu finis
The defending champions are back. EDG are about to start their journey for the back-to-back at Champions. Not many players know what it feels like to make that run, but one guy does, and that is Ethan. He was talking about how he's looking for his second Champs trophy in that trailer, and honestly, the way the NRG have been playing lately, I wouldn't even say that this matchup is particularly favored for EDG. It's very even.
I mean, a lot of people are going to look at NRG as the stronger team coming into this. They've been on an incredible upward trajectory, just exponential growth for them. And for Ethan, going up against 4 champions on the other side, his journey has also been unique, stepping into the IGL role with the team in this stage 2. They have completely reinvented themselves.
Yeah, now they're going to have to figure out how they best the defending world champs on Abyss, and then Corrode and Haven if we get that far. And Abyss, I mean, when's the last time we saw this map?
I mean, I want
It was Bangkok.
Yeah, I want to set some context for this, because for people, they might be thinking EDG Abyss, iconic. You know, they want Champs playing Abyss against Team Heretics. But ever since Champs, EDG have not wanted to play Abyss a lot. They've been banning it. They were banning it in Toronto. Bangkok. They were banning it domestically as well. And now they're picking it. This is the first time they picked it this whole year.
Yeah, which is a surprise, but it has been, what, 6 months since it was last in the pool. So there's been time now stepping into this tournament. And I think EDG needed to fill out another map. It also allows them to ban away Lotus, which has been a signature pick of NRG's.
And a complete pain point for EDG.
Exactly. But Corrode is still available. And this is a map where NRG are a fear. They're a force to be reckoned with. Their double Odin gameplay is absolutely ridiculous. This will be something that EDG are going to have to figure out how to deal with, because it's been so successful for NRG at home.
Oh, and the truth is, Corrode has been very strong for EDG as well. So that I love that map, because that feels like good against good. Abyss, again, we haven't seen it in forever. Who knows what these two teams have prepped into? I think you were saying earlier, last time they were playing Abyss, they were running like Harbor and like
for NRG.
Yeah, for NRG. So who freaking knows?
Honestly, if they make Som play Harbor against another Asian team, like, that's just cruel. That's cruel. But also, of course, NRG infamously a great track record against CN teams. Am I right?
Well,
Am I right?
you know.
Sorry. But let's talk about this Abyss a little bit more. I think the comms are going to be interesting. We heard it from the press conference. Nats and Hyomin were saying that in Prague, in Europe, people have been cooking.
Yeah.
Really cooking on this map. So will we see any of that?
Well, because you remember back in Bangkok, that was the Taeho life. It's Chichu Sage.
Wait, it is
Chichu
Som
Sage
Harbor.
and Som Harbor again.
It is Som Harbor. Wow, we're rolling back the years.
So the Harbor thing, people may not necessarily love. I honestly, it's nerdy, it's unique, it's different, and a really good Harbor, I've said this a couple times, Som fits the mold of what I'm about to say. A good Harbor is smothering to play against, miserable to play.
For sure, and I think it'd be very effective, especially against off. But Sage is what I am looking at. This is wild. It's double duelist next to a Sage, so single smokes, but I think Sage, while on defense, for controlling A main in particular, can be very good, but it's also so good at helping retakes on the defense side as well, with walls, with teams wanting to play off-site in post plans. That wall can just give you a free defuse.
That wall can also get melted by a bunch of Odin.
Sure.
And Brock has, made it his brand.
Yeah, and also NRG, they've just stuck with it. It's a different roster, but it's the same comp, you know? They just have their new players moving on to these agents.
It's the Bonkar way.
Special.
Yeah, because back when he was coaching the team, that's when they were playing the Harbor, so it sticks. It's his method.
I can't wait to dive into this one. What are we waiting for? It's your casters. Of course, let's kick off day 2. Take it away, Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Insu. A matchup here that is steeped in the echoes of former glory. It's 2024 World Champions EDG versus Ethan, the sole remaining, at least on this roster, 2023 World Champion. And now we know there's a score to settle. These are two teams that come into the year with massive expectations, Wyatt, in their respective regions, and have yet to really meet them, I feel.
For sure, both suffering from some roster turmoil mid-year around that Toronto point, and then both bouncing back when necessary to qualify for Champions. And it only feels right that EDG are going to begin their journey here at Champs 2025 playing on Abyss. That was the final map in the best of 5 against Heretics, where they lifted that trophy at the end of last year. Let's see if they can get things started off on the right foot against an NRG with a devious composition.
The double duelist for EDG. I mean, in the previous map pool, I think 4 of the maps they'd like to come on the double duelist. A lot of Kangkang on this Yoru. Curious to see how it plays out here. And again, the Battle of Somhava. Curious to see how that plays out. Marta on that Yoru here as well.
EDG have been playing a lot of double duelists throughout the second stage. 4 of the maps in the pool, that has been their go-to, and it's been the Neon Yoru especially.
NRG starting on defense here. We're going to push off A early and find very little. And the sounds of that Al drone reach Scuba's ears. He'll have to play back behind his smoke.
And now this utility from Brock really just serves to delay so the rest of NRG can get towards B and play for this retake. You know, a situation where that Harbor is definitely going to excel.
Spike planted.
And around we wrap. Nobody will be first contact here. Up on the corner. Jenny as well, expecting a push here off connector, and he's going to get a Scuba and some ring out. Nobody doesn't have the stopping power to put NRG to bed. And it's on Smoggy. Smoke to upper. Playing by Coast here, but this is pretty telegraphed. NRG have a decent idea, so Smoggy gets on the move. Catches a glimpse of Som. Headshot to bring him down. But now Brock will be waiting on the other side, and Smoggy's got between a rock and a hard place. But it's a right click, and you'd sooner forget if you're an NRG player. Brutal! What a way to open the account, a Red Bull clutch off the rip.
That is absolutely stunning. I thought they nerfed that. That's what I heard.
Nope.
That second shot was crazy. Brock in such a tough position, being forced to jump from that cliffside.
Oh, how just a glimpse.
What a beautiful little tap there as well. Oh my God. And that's after EDG, they go for the heavy commitment, fight towards the link, punished for it. Oh my God, what a way to start.
And the NRG trade well into every other part of the map. There's a 3v1 that falls flat for them. And so EDG get off to the races in the best way possible.
NRG set themselves up for such an excellent retake with that early push out of A, Brock delaying on the site, all for naught.
They did everything right, Wyatt, but sometimes it's about the power of the individual. NRG have a few of those, though, to their name. Up towards tower side here, Chichi wants to take the fight. He knows he's advantaged in terms of weaponry. Jenny able to follow up. Plenty of plays on this crossfire, and Ethan can really only offer a token resistance. Tom down to the picture. Another 3K for Smoggy. Rack him up.
He's looking ice cold right now. Smoggy absolutely on point. You know, now one of the things coming into this match that I was really looking at, speaking about this EDG double duelist, is the fact that they're going up against NRG, who in their group in Stage 2 of Americas, 4 of the 5 teams they went up against were double duelist teams. They are so experienced against the play style that this composition demands that EDG in that regard definitely have to be worried.
But this is the first time we've seen Abyss make its way back into the pool since Bangkok, Wyatt.
Yeah, we had no idea what to expect in terms of the compositions here. Saw him under a lot of pressure early. Has to place the cove just to be safe. A shot.
Challenges through the cove. Cascade attempted, but Smoggy's going to find him through it. Perhaps shouldn't have stepped out of that. Now that mid control firmly in the hands of EDG. They spent for it, and now they could go anywhere.
That's already 7 on the board for Smoggy. Absolutely crazy. A barrier orb is up in mid. It cuts off the B to mid link right now. NRG trying to re-clear into A main, take some space. They've got Ethan pushed up in the corner, but at the moment he is all alone. Yeah, Brock has retreated towards heaven. This is dangerous.
Peeping across is too dangerous. It's a one and done. He can't even find the frag. And now Brock from security has to try and hope to put this push to an end. But EDG are going to run in numbers. 4 deep now as they tentatively make their way out onto A. Slowly into the backside. You can see Marta's trying to get in position, but Brock can only speculate from this spot.
Chichu just tapping that spike to draw out some of the util and does so effectively. Drone out for the re-clear. That's going to get the ping onto him, I believe. No, broken just in time. Swing out from Marta. Loses that isolated 1v1.
Paranoia here is going to put Brock out of commission for a couple of moments. Slowly here, through backside. Finally Scuba arriving at the scene, but it's a bit of a wasteland for him there, and Kangkang is ready to receive him. At this point, Brock might be better served holding onto his weapon.
No choice but to save. EDG converting on their bonus round now. Off of some serious aggression initially up towards mid. which is a benefit of having the neon for sure. That is a lot of ground to cover for people that are walking at normal speeds, but not the neon. I mean, that is one of the big issues that you have to confront when you're playing on Abyss. The map is massive. You have to just cover so much ground at all times. Brock going to be able to save that rifle at the very least.
Smoggy finally put to bed after a ridiculous opener in this game. 7-1 currently. Note that Simon's got that Reckoning online right early, feeding orbs into him. Also kills as Jenny turned up on him.
And look, at least in Americas, this NRG team has a pretty deep map pool. It's only really Sunset and Vine where they were struggling. Everything else they were looking very solid on, and that includes Icebox, which has been swapped out for Abyss. Now, Icebox, that was EDG's worst map. Now they get Abyss back, which at least in 2024 was a great map for them. So that's just a bad situation for NRG to be in, and we have to find out if Abyss is going to be a competent enough map to replace Icebox in their pool, which was so solid.
Definitely a bit of a hit to this NRG squad. Bonkar already in the boys' ears. It's a timeout called just prior to round number 4. And I think they're going to have to adapt to this pace we're seeing from EDG up mid. It's early drone onto B, maybe pull some players out, and then that library control there slamming. Jenny just sprinting down mid. Also, Kangkang with great mobility on that Yoru. EDG can cover a lot of this map, and the rotations are slow for defenders. Pulling them out of position with the misdirection that Yoru can provide can really soften up these sites in advance.
I do like this early timeout call from Bonker. I think this is the right time to do it, honestly. The team is going to be able to force up, especially around Psalm's Reckoning here. Another tool that is very effective for a retake situation that NRG could find themselves in. And I think that's really going to be the name of the game for them, playing for big retakes around this harbor utility. But they have to make sure they don't lose too much of that map control early, lose players getting picked off early in these isolated situations like we saw in the prior round.
Dart there. Not getting any catches. Kangkang's happy to walk up here, and looks like a ping out on Ethan. He has to give that ground away, deploy the one-way, and now Energy scrabbling back on the side to try and get things in spots. It's Brock out in the open. Ethan gets involved though, saves his teammate's life, and Kangkang is down early.
Ends up being the perfect double face and the ideal situation for NRG. They have Psalm just jiggle peeking towards top mid right now. After
Pretty
that
standard high-low.
Expired, and they can relax. They can slow the pace of the game, allow EDG to execute where they intend on doing so, play for retake with the Reckoning and that man advantage.
Nobody with the spike over at A. They're just playing for an info push-up, but Scuba and Marta with that high-low setup over at B.
Yeah, a little awkward with Judy swinging out while that orb was being taken. Smoggy catches a very low HP Brock on that rotate. It's just Ethan on the A side. Really, his only job at this point is to stay alive, right? Just teleport away back towards spawn.
The retake potential is there behind this Reckoning, so NRG might look to play a little safer off this side. It is just Ethan, who's pinged out. Paranoia already loaded up, and there'll be a res here on Kangkang, bringing the Yoru back into the fray. Here's the high tide. More stall now. Reckoning going to be deployed. Slow orb at Ethan's feet.
There's just such little time for EDG that Psalm is ready to commit that ult.
Nobody on the wrong side of the wall here is going to have
10 seconds left.
Probably get to the backside at some point, and there's already a timer. Tick-tock! Here comes Scuba from the backside. Kangkang and Chitu have to throw down on the side. They cannot get the spike stuck. Chitu, last standing, trying to get away to tower, but there's a wall in his way, one of his own design. He'll fight for his life and lose it. Scuba for 4.
Well, that beautiful timing on the flank is how he collects those 4. NRG offers so much delay. I love that decision from Psalm. Rotated so fast to assist Ethan, who realizes that the optimal play became staying in this site. You know, just that added time, even from the res. Of course, you want to get that extra player alive, but it did buy some time for the rotate from Psalm to come over, and that Reckoning ends up being perfect. That wall as well, high tide thrown down. You don't want to walk through that.
Got to be vindicating for Bonkar, who likely called for a slowdown of play from NRG, which is absolutely in their wheelhouse. Defensive team with great drilling and fundamentals. They're going to have to deal with a bit more pressure on the A side, and it's a gate crash now as Marta repositions up in tower.
Just gets right back towards that heaven side. Still have Scuba posted up. Watching towards the cliff. Oh, and mid, what a shot onto a jump spotting Ethan.
Now that is going to pull players in that mid direction. Kangkang very quickly getting a scope, weapon in hand.
NRG heavily indexing in the read that this is going to be a hit towards B, and as it stands, they are absolutely correct. Scuba has that shield garden.
It's volatile, Messi, and Chichu delivers. Mana and Som trespass in his domain, and then punish for it. Scuba with the great round previously, cannot hold his own on the site. Nobody digs him out, and Brock might be forced into yet another save.
Chichu is loving using that wall over on the right side to get over on top of that bookshelf and have to swing over top. We haven't really seen it play out, but it is a cool idea. NRG getting very aggressive there, trying to get the mid-round re-clear towards the orb, and they are fully punished for that.
And looking to take a timing there to push up for info. Doesn't pan out for them. Now, EDG, I mean, you hear from Kangkang in that press conference, says that he feels much of their run here at Champions kind of rises and falls on Jenny, but they're giving him grace, not putting too much pressure on the relative newcomer to this team. He's been put in a pretty pivotal role, right? Like the main entry, playing the non-Yoru duelist, really has to be able to channel and exude some confidence out here on the biggest stage of his career.
Yeah, a player who joined up with this all-time great squad midway through the year, was on their academy team, and has been playing some very quality duelist games to get them into this position. This is a great start for EDG. They've got NRG back on an eco, one hero rifle for Mata when we get back into this. Mata's yet to get much accomplished early in this game, but we have seen on several occasions throughout America's Stage 2, regular stage, and playoffs, Mata will have a slow start to a game and then suddenly go nuclear and bring them right back in.
You can never count him out. Not the kind of guy that seems to just suffer mentally from slow starts. And Mata has really looked to take some real estate here. Another surely. Jenny steps out, Mata realizing he's about to get pinched. So can pull out, over back towards the security.
Now just sending that gate crash back towards the B direction, playing A for the moment. Brock wants to use this timing to get some info towards B main, but it's in mid where EDG are just slowly contacting forward. With Mata teleporting away, they know that they can just garner that space for free.
Also double face for a moment there, but Som might have to give it up. Might be able to put it back together here with Brock.
Crazy high time just gets thrown down in the moment.
All right, classic there for Som. Best he could do was Jenny. Once again, Smoggy doubles down. Nobody's going to serve himself up here as Cooper eventually gets the job done, but up on high, it was Chichu. Now Ethan has to come back in with nothing but a classic. That high tide's still in play.
Chichu is about to have an opportunity for a res as well with the spike going down.
Okay, somewhat exposed, but he's able to bring nobody back into the game, and he comes back with a Hunter's Fury of all things. Mata might have been spotted there, getting up on box here. Smoggy challenges. God, he's good. He has hit the ground running on stage, and now Ethan with only 20 points of health. Not remotely enough. EDG with a 4-round lead, and it's widening.
Smoggy is just having an electric game right now. 11 for 2. Comes in for the trade. What a transfer to Som. That was sick. So sick. Bullets ring out from Mata. Damn, he is playing so well individually.
And that's after NRG get that first kill from mid, that push up for Mata.
Yeah, they just don't have the weaponry after the fact outside of Mata to accomplish much when the round gets scrappy.
So here, double face.
They've got a full buy, they've got an AWP on Mata, and they have 4 ultimates in their arsenal.
Kangkang with Dimensional Drift though, and you'll notice there's a lot to work with for EDG as well.
And we might get an AWP battle between Kangkang and Mata, or maybe it won't even happen at all. Som going down on that jiggle peak. Not expecting the operator to be in play. And this is really a matchup of one of the greatest operas of all time in Kangkang versus Mata, who I think is the best opera coming out of Americas right now.
Currently with the record at Americas for number of aces, and he's got it in one season. 10 aces from Mata.
Ethan alone on this site, going to feel the pressure of the dimensional drift, but this is simply to draw the attention of NRG towards A.
Can't be having that happen. Mata at least able to get out of trouble there.
Now NRG, they still do have 2 anchors on this B site. EDG trying to make their way here.
Kangkang had the gate crash away, so he's not involved in this stoush over at B for now. Mata's still able to be a factor in this round. 32 seconds left. EDG have got to go for it. For the timing.
That was a nice little trade. Still has that steel guard, and this might be the opportunity to use it.
Ethan managed to get up in heaven, though. Here's that Hunter's Fury looking towards Coast. It's probing. It's searching. Even a steel guard had committed to that effect. EDG able to get through those ultimates now. Have a plant down for themselves. Paranoia on the Coast. Ethan hoping to follow up on it, and nobody dashed aside.
That was an excellent play from Ethan. The Paranoia into the teleport across. Nobody had no idea what was coming. Kangkang going to have to go crazy right now. Holding the cross, what a shot!
What a correction, but now he's out of the fight and out of the rounds. A very important relief valve here for NRG. Big buy-up, big investment, and it delivers.
Crucial second shot comes through from Mata. Ethan recovering that operator. I love the way that NRG played that retake. You had the two EDG players facing the cross. There was so much utility pressure onto nobody backside. Once Ethan hits him with that Paranoia, he's able to teleport right in this moment. Gets that very crucial kill. NRG's IGL playing that situation very perfectly.
Just a dirty flick from Kangkang there from Crows, though. Could have gone either way.
Yeah, that was mental. All right, Genie here with that overdrive, going to pick up the Bucky.
Early flash off rip. Ping on Kangkang, pretty telling. EDG are adamant, though, about this A side. Ethan hoping to stall this out as much as possible. Obviously, Ethan and Brook have been manning this side of the map. Here's the fast lane. Jin's going to go for it now. Not much to see here, but overdrive got to be popped, and Ethan noted at the back of the side, but it's Brook there from Power. Gets himself two. That's big. Both duelists out of the game, and he wants more. But that'll be the end of the A anchors. Now it's NRG needing to rotate in.
Somehow again, by the way, Chichu was just one orb away from getting a res. That is crazy. Nobody, what a shot to find on a flanking Scuba.
A dirty angle for Smoggy as well.
And Scuba has gone for a play like that before. Nobody was reading that perfectly.
Smoggy's dropped down. Dimensional drift notes both EDG players up close here, and nobody's really found Mata. Here's Smoggy yet again. Never far from the kill free. The left side at least. 6-2. Favoring EDG.
And even if he didn't find that, Chichu was already over the top, ready to fight NRG immediately on that retake effort. Fair attempt from Brock, who is a very trustworthy site anchor for this NRG team, but ultimately they are still overwhelmed. This is a critical moment, though. Scuba on a couple of these retakes towards the A side has gone for that long flank through main. Nobody well prepared for that. Crosshair placement was perfect. And once he collects that kill, 3-on-2, where they can just focus forward, it's all too easy.
Here's the variation. The push up mid here for Mata potentially. Remains just at library for now. Kangkang has eyes for A main with the op.
It's high tide from Som gets thrown very deep towards the attacker's side of mid. So they absolutely know there could be some pressure coming from NRG. They could be walking down, trying to take forward angles, just as Mata is playing at library right now without Sheriff.
Kangkang just making sure there's no cheesy crossfire setups in A main. The one-way is refreshed. Mata cancels out back towards spawn side.
Of course, Kangkang does pick up that operator again, which is of note. The mid-round EDG begin to gather up towards this B side, seemingly.
Yeah, Kangkang obviously can rejoin them easily enough with the gate crash.
NRG, they are gambling on this B site, however, so things could get dangerous for EDG.
And Kangkang couldn't get enough information about the lack of defenders at A. EDG can't make a truly informed decision about hitting this site. They just have to commit.
If Som gets one kill here, will have the reckoning.
Jenny, set up here. Relay bolt going to be thrown out. Chichu follows it up beautifully. Jenny is now in and around the site. Making his way over towards Connector. Finds one. It's the classics ringing out. Ethan gets himself a consolation. A gun recovered here for Som now. Can he make use of it on the other side of this high tide? Gets himself Chichu, but it's going to take more than that. And Brock doesn't have it. Not this time.
These executes from EDG have just been overwhelming for NRG to handle. They had every single player on that B site. They didn't have the best weaponry, of course, but it still just looks all too easy.
Chichu, that is...
I mean, he's really been a menace as well. He's put up 12 kills. It's just that Smoggy has had, I think, the flashier kills and does have 14, but that duo are going absolutely crazy.
And NRG are really segmenting off the side as they hit it, right? It's Cascade, there's a high tide, there's Omen Smokes trying to, compartmentalize these little engagements, but as you mentioned, they didn't have the guns for it. Now we're all turning up in mid. Fast push to library for Jenny.
Brock gets that Hunter's Fury online with a collection of the A-main orb. EDG taking a lot of space towards mid, just cycling these dark covers.
They've driven a wedge straight up the middle of the map here. And now, looking to give that space up, maybe punish a re-clear.
You can see Energy, they of course have concerns about that. It's Ethan jump spotting towards that B link side. Mana focus on B with the operator, but shouldn't have any opportunities to take a shot in this round. It looks like EDG, they're ready to just go for this A side, execute, and Kangkang wants to cut off a rotator with the op face down mid.
This denial of information and nothing spotted by the Aldro means that Brock is pretty concerned about mid to B, or someone hitting him from their side of the map. But now it's going to be a straight main push here for EDG. Scuba has to be ready. Sheer wall, of course, active. Brock might have to drop down off security, otherwise, off tower rather. This could be a wall in his way. He's on the side. Look at how broken up it is, but Jenny's happy to take the 1 versus 1. Scooby here looking to step back. Reckoning in play. Jenny, unperturbed, unfazed, unbothered, and gets his second. Plant stuck. Some falling by the wayside. NRG are looking out at C.
Arms there, just getting completely outgunned. Mana a little bit too fast on the shot just then.
Just some nerves maybe showing up there.
None for Ginny, pushes for more. Removes the operator from the map. And now it's just Ethan with that save. This is NRG also being able to start on defense throughout Americas when NRG, for the most part, outside of maybe one map against Sen on Corrode, when they've had blowout wins, it's come from starting on defense and being an absolute just crushing wall. Yeah. But EDG are running them over. A lot of it due also to just individual skill right now. They are dipping them in the gun duels. Like, they are straight up just winning these fights against NRG anchors consistently.
That's how NRG are trying to set the playing field, though. With all of this controller util on these sites as they're being executed on, NRG are asking for these pockets of play where they can take 1v1s, but they are losing out to young guns like this guy. Jenny, just dominant. And again, was by their own admission, considered a wild card here for EDG, where they may rise or fall, and so far he's delivered.
I feel like NRG would really benefit from leaning a bit more into playing for some of these retakes. Trying to anchor these sites hard against this EDG comp is just not working out right now. Kangkang spotting Ethan for a moment, but no opportunity for the shot. Taking control of A main, though, with this operator.
He's disrespecting the smoke, brimming with confidence for good reason. Man, Brock and Ethan have their work cut out for them, often outnumbered. Oh, that's a nice little connection of the Hunter's Fury. Nobody will be accounted for very early in the round.
Love that synchronization of utility. In the meantime, NRG puts all the way out of this B side. No way. There's no way. Mana just forced to retreat.
And again, that same info push off a B for NRG is shut down.
And Shichu has just had reses constantly. So despite that awesome little bit of utility pieces in tandem from NRG, a great Hunter's Fury from Brock getting that first kill, it's made ultimately irrelevant.
Tell you what, your knees start to shake when you hear that sound. Jenny is on the site! And he touches down with a flourish. Ethan not so much, he's a sprawl. Brock here has to clear this wall early on. That's not where he wanted that recon to go, and he can't do a damn thing to interrupt this plant. He is out of the game for now. Back by security. EDG have this one covered. As Som steps up, Mana's on the other side. He will struggle. Finds Jenny and gets his second. Now he's given himself a foothold back into the site, but you'll notice that EDG fall back to this A main hold. Can cover the spike.
Does have one flash to get out.
Step
Brock to drop. What a shot.
Yeah, dangerous. He wants the fight. That one goes wild, but Brock can only get one. For the rank upon rank of teammates, EDG step up to fill the gap.
Kangkang has been on point with the operator on this attack side. Has collected a lot of very crucial kills. This B push was a disaster for NRG. They already had the opening kill in the round, and then they just give that one away. Genie threw down a great relay bolt as well, so Mata couldn't go for the trade, was just forced to get out.
Credit where it's due. Mata makes his way into the side off his own bat, finds those 2 kills, but by then it's too late.
EDG are just trampling over these sites with absolute ease. NRG trying to throw another aggressive play into the mix by taking very deep mid control, and beyond that, just pushing all the way through.
Yeah, Smoggy sniffed this out. There was a ping at that part of the map by EDG. They knew something was headed their way. Brock, he's on a rope! He's on a rope! Oh, man. Someone at least able to find one up mid, but this is challenging for him now. Relay Bolt doesn't quite connect. He's stuck in the corner, but Genie will dig him out.
Gets a lot of damage onto Genie, but that Guardian not going to be enough in that kind of engagement against a Neon. And now Mod is the one who's going to try to push for more. NRG are just walking it down in EDG, and look at how ready they are for this. They're double-faced expecting it.
But fortunate to be alive there, still opts to double back and challenge.
I mean, it feels like NRG are just getting desperate in some of these rounds. They're getting so aggressive, trying to hunt for kills, and EDG absolutely have their number.
Thorns activated.
Inside the smoke is Ethan. Opts to back out of it now, and they still want to anchor these sides. Last chance here for NRG to make an impact on the defense side, and they're down to 2. Scuba in a decent spot. Can't quite mow them down. And the last line of defense falls. That is a paltry 2 defense side rounds for NRG.
Absolute dominance from EDG start to finish. Smoggy went insane throughout that entire half. When Kangkang begins to pick up the op, was just getting a number of crucial kills. NRG had absolutely no hope to start this game off.
Yeah, they got a chance to pick themselves back up in this short break, folks. We'll be back with the conclusion of Abyss right after this.
I'm a real one, that's facts.
Welcome back for your second half of Abyss. Right now, it is a shellacking as EDG are making an example of NRG. And for your Coinbase Econ report, I think we all know who we're going to be highlighting. Chichu with incredible impact over the course of the game. And in these 12 rounds, have a look at this. A lot of damage dealt to the Yoru.
I'm surprised that Chichu somehow is a better report than Smoggy, who's at 16-4. But that's not to take anything away from the impact Chichu was having. Got a number of really sick kills, and on top of that was just getting a res constantly. That's crazy how many reses Chichu was able to get off.
Yeah, numerically hard to sort of quantify that impact, but when you bring your Sofa back, who has all of his utils still intact, and you're able to make the hit onto the A site with, drone, recon, everything you could ask for, this EDG team looks sick out of the gates on Abyss. And again, it's the first time we've seen it here on this stage, and frankly, NRG don't quite look ready for it at this level, but they've still got a whole attack side to show.
I do want to reflect on the beginning of this game for but a moment, where Smoggy won a crazy 1 versus 3 on the opening pistol round that just immediately put NRG in a horrific position. They would have to do the unthinkable to get back in this game. We always favor their defensive side as their best side. The numbers support that.
That high tide obviously gives the implication of a lot of mid-control for NRG off the rip. And just now, Kangkang is looking to re-clear that part of the map.
Yeah, that is one benefit of running the harbor for sure, is just being able to throw some of those cascades, high tides towards mid, makes the defenders forced to re-clear, forced to use util to re-clear, or just play in more passive positions.
Mata ultimately pinged out. That Sage Wall, even if broken, would force a wider swing on A main to risk the NRG at this point. Quite ready to take.
NRG have cut noise, broken part of that barrier orb in A main, but EDG have had no desire to leave this site. 3 players are ready to face this.
No body position as well, assuming some mid control to be taken, but there's going to be no pressure coming out of tower here. It's just too easy for Kangkang. Decent damage done from the middle of the site here. It's Scuba up mid, needs to do more. Smoggy catches him with the Paranoia in the way past him, and Brock quickly has to throw down as he gets out of the dark cover. Does Smoggy again, has to clutch it up. Not again, bro. Surely.
Only 18 health for Brock right now, going up the rope. What a try!
He got a drop on him, but missed. Smoggy at 70, and he cleans him up. Job done yet again. This guy's got plot armor.
He's now sat at 18 for 4, clutches both pistol rounds. Yeah, this one is just cooked. It's done and dusted. It's feeling like Corrode time.
Brock had to react so quickly out of that dark cover and had the drop on
What
Smoggy.
a shot!
Look at this, he's throwing a smoke, man. Oh, buddy.
Oh man, he only has 2 bullets. Has to reload. Oh man, if he had a few more, he probably gets that kill.
Just one way, it probably would have been left.
He had to drop. Oh, that's brutal. NRG obviously no choice right now but to force.
The deck is stacked against them. Coming into this round now, yeah, forcing for the rest of the map. Kangkang eats Ethan alive and then is able to get out scot-free.
This one is so done. It's time for NRG to lick their wounds, reset, and try to get back in the game on Corrode, their own map pick.
Still a good map for EDG, by the way. A very good one.
Yeah, by round win rate percentage, it was EDG's best map of stage 2. They were winning 61% of rounds on that map. And when we do get there, NRG trying to make a foray towards this B site, using that Harbor util to do so.
Yeah, ping out on Jenny even before he got back behind that high tide, so Som just sprays and gets one. Not the pinged out target, but that's just a footnote. Here's Brock looking to step up now. Had a window before the relay ball connected. Ends up being a trade. Kangkang here still trying to command from tower with the Bulldog.
And EDG do have superior long-range weapons for these distance engagements on this site.
The flash was good, but not enough. Kangkang still brought down. Som with the stinger, bring a bit of America's flavor into the round. Chichu has a challenge here through this cove, and he's ready. But Marta from long range, sitting back with this Sheriff. Chichu now with the Bulldog in that 1 versus 2. Marta checks, confirms, looks to have a swing. Chichu's gotten into half. The time is not on his side. And Scuba puts him out of his misery.
NRG have gotten the smallest of lifelines back into this game, winning the very necessary force buy that they took after getting the plant down on the pistol round. They recovered those Bulldogs, going to be able to buy up fully in this next round. That was dangerous for Brock. He just took a very aggressive line there into the connector, but does go 1 for 1 crucially.
I mean, it is the power of the stingers that we see. The fact that NRG can set that controller util up on B, cut the side up, and a free ping on Jenny cost him his life.
A couple marshals on the side of EDG, but they'll be going up against Mata's Outlaw.
That first shot accuracy for Mata left a little bit to be desired so far with scope weapons.
He's been a bit slow to start today. But like we said, that has never stopped him from surging right back into a series.
Yeah, bro has range. I think we figured that out. And NRG would like him to be on the upper side of it, though, out of the gates. Not today. Som's got the long line down mid right now. Vandal in hand, so well equipped. Jenny gets a free pick and a second.
Just to
make
sure, yeah, there were definitely 2 players there. Now I'll leave. Ethan tagged up a little bit in mid, but that's just a classic from nobody.
Double marshals in the round for EDG, by the way.
EDG really are taking their time right now, just trying to sniff out any aggression that could be coming from EDG. They don't want to rush things, and that Outlaw one-shots. Kangkang's site going to be free.
He was looking proud as a peacock, in fairness, up on top of container.
Some of that standard util you're going to be seeing coming into that B site with the high tide cutting off the connector, cuts off Heaven, and then that recon will get any info towards Bookshelf.
Retake here behind Paranoia is an option. Relay ball at the ready for Jenny should be required, but it's just the supremacy of these weapons for NRG.
Cover going out.
Gives them a distinct edge here. Smoggy and Nobody showing themselves. Let's see if they want to risk the commitment.
And NRG, by the way, have done a great job accelerating players towards ultimates early. for this first buy round, they've got a Reckoning and a Hunter's Fury active.
And the margin of error is quite thin given the round total for EDG. They'd be encouraged to make use of them early. Always seems to be Smoggy. A warning shot fired off, keeps his head down. Mata with the cleaner.
That's Mata going hunting, getting really close to the dimensional drift now as well, just one orb away. So NRG have a very big advantage in terms of the ult economy to try and win out this first buy round.
But can they risk trying to ration these out over what has to be, what, 7 consecutive rounds, one to even up the game? At some point, EDG are going to come around with a brace of their own ultimates just to expend.
Yeah, and you would think, you would hope if you're an NRG fan that they won't be needing to use 3 ultimates potentially to win this next buy round, but it's better to win around and stay in the game than allow EDG to get to match point. I think NRG will do whatever it takes, expend anything necessary. Again, there's just some of that nice util that you can get early mid-control with when you're playing with the Harbor. A deep cascade, recon past it.
All right, Reckoning here over towards the B side of the map. High Tide as well is going to cut nobody off, and Chichu already has been given the hot foot. Okay, even that's going to be committed, right? Hunter's Fury in the mix now. Chichu's got nowhere to go. Literally caught on coast inside the Razor Fighter. Nobody got the drop there on some. No one looking in that direction, but Mata eventually flicks to attention. Smoggy actually wins out there at tower, so Jenny has the room here to assault the side itself before the spike goes down. It's again Smoggy to deal with Scuba. But he's down to 10. It's a tough ask. An expensive round for NRG, but they're still in this game.
What an awesome usage of those ultimates, though. They go for that really early mid-pressure, draw the attention, and then just throw that tsunami of util onto Chichu, who's caught backside. I mean, he's flashed by the paranoia, stunned by the Reckoning, can't go forward because the wall, his own wall is placed in front of him. And he's getting hit by the Hunter's Fury.
Brook knew exactly where it was. No risks taken there on digging out that coast player.
Yeah, Chichu was no longer playing an FPS game. He was just passively existing. That was a sick execute from NRG. And they do still have this dimensional drift on retainer. They're getting close to that Steel Garden as well.
Big risk. Push off the site. Characteristic for EDG, but it's often Yoru that tries to make that happen.
And now speaking of, with those 2 kills, Scuba does have the Steel Garden. Obviously won't need it in this round, but for the next gun round, that'll be quite useful to have, so long as NRG can just close things out here in safe, competent fashion. It certainly looks like they'll be able to do so. Chichu on very low HP, healing himself back up, though.
Ethan, though, able to come out of that engagement without taking a hit, so it is, for all intents and purposes, a full-strength NRG looking at A.
And Kangkang has walked all the way out of B main, so the other 2 EDG players are ready to face on A.
Okay, Crash those, who's going to have to 2 legs and a heartbeat over towards his A side of the map. It's going to be nobody with the stopping power. Brock down as well. That's 2 with the Sheriff. And he's happy with that. Enough of an edge gained here to play that retake game now. With Kangkang having some time board to get in position.
Scuba on low enough HP that he's actually susceptible to just 1 Sheriff shot. Now Kangkang does have to activate that sheer wall that's behind NRG, and they're going to adjust multiple players to heaven. I like that decision a lot.
And Kangkang is going to be looking at multiple barrels trained in his direction. See Som, the first to look this way. Cove dissipates. My goodness, Kangkang. Som's going to opt out of that engagement for the time being. And Kangkang's going to see what he can get. Not a whole lot. Scuba meets him at the door.
Shuts down 3 on the round. That early aggression nullified. Scuba has been an essential part of NRG's success since joining the roster in Stage 2. Had been one of the strongest challengers players in Americas for years. I think this opportunity for him was long overdue to get on one of the top Americas teams, and he has made the most of it. He has been such a consistent rock for this team for the past couple months.
Now, because of the way EDG like to select their comps, they're often double duelists. On the defense side, we see them stretching a little bit to get some value out of it, right? We often see them pushing off sides early in a round, and sometimes you could, you know, suggest that they force the issue on occasion. I think that like XLG matchup on Lotus system really try and take those rubble fights and extend extra far, causes Genie to get caught on a couple of occasions. There's a round there, of course, where it's just Sheriffs and Genie's hoping for something as he comes forward, but it looks like NRG used to playing against this style. We talked about their experience against double duelists. They play a pretty stately early round. They receive the info push, punish it, and then move in to set up for a take.
When you're playing against that double duelist on defense, it's just so critical that you're able to deal with a lot of the fast floods that are going to happen. When it's a Neon and a Yoru, they are going to be rotating to the site instantly. And we have seen NRG be able to deal with it so far. You know, that other round on B, where they used all those ults to get the kill on Chichu. It was a really fast flood from EDG, and that was shut down, and NRG are going to be able to consistently need to do that to keep clawing back into this game. It's a good go at it so far. They're on a 4-round run, and they've got a Steel Garden plus Dimensional Drift to play with on a round where EDG are beginning to get the ultimates of their own finally online.
There's that Kangkang op is in the mix now. So EDG looking at their most dangerous.
And for NRG, it's really just a question of when is Kangkang going to have the op, and they know it could certainly be this round with the state of the economy. Now, Mata going to draw some attention towards this A side using the drift, but goes right into top mid to get all of this info for the B execute to come through.
Gatecrash also was thrown out there, so he turns up at Library, but he's very much in the belly of the beast positionally. Chichu loses that one out.
Yeah, again, he's just isolated on this back B side. Taken out by Ethan. Mata is offering such a distraction.
Yeah,
Look at
he's
the way
annoying.
these other anchors, they're like, what, is he going to push? And he's just not. He's being so patient.
This is really bothering EDG. They have to be so mindful of it, just a timing push out of mid. Here's the Steel Garden, just as EDG mostly set up into the trap into the waiting arms of Mata. Only one has to try and get up, and Jenny catches him. That opens things up a little bit more for EDG on this retake.
But they are just going to save. Genie is so weak. Kangkang, they want to keep that off for the next round, of course. At NRG, they've done it again. These B-side plays have been really high quality. Chichu is going to regret being in such a committed position again. But, you know, crucially, too, yeah, it is just Mata's play towards mid was so impactful as to how EDG were forced to just play around his existence.
And then they got funneled into it by the Steel Garden. That definitely forced the save there for EDG. So that's another nice round from NRG, but it's heavily assisted by that sheer weight of ultimates. And now that edge for NRG has gone.
Exactly, and EDG were required to use none of theirs. I mean, they just go for a 3-person save. They never really got in a position where they were actually willing to use theirs. But for them, they're going to feel okay about that. Okay, we trade off 1-round loss. We still have a 4-round lead, and now we have a 4 ultimate lead. That's not a bad offer, honestly. I think they'll be okay with taking that.
Yeah, again, the deck's still stacked against NRG. They've given us a good run, at least on this attack side thus far.
Sam is able to collect that orb in B main. 1 away from the Reckoning being active yet again.
Again, they're playing around those early info pushes off sites from the double duelist defense side. Nothing served up for them this time, though.
Nobody does spot one player on the cross. That was Ethan. Quickly breaks that drone. Kangkang has been very patient in this position, and of course Brock is out of absolute necessity going to use that drone to clear an AWPer with the potential of an AWPer out of A main.
Kangkang had to get off that line initially to reset his Gatecrash. Now he needs to pick it up again.
Just can play off this one way as it's still up in main when it drops.
Here we go, this is about to get messy. Around the corner, catches Ethan. And that's your controller off the map so early. Reckoning popped and now straight to the side they go. Brock is down, it's a second for Kangkang. Mowing these NRG attackers down. Here.
30 seconds left.
And even uses the Dimensional Drift to get right back in. Hunter's Fury off the back of that.
Some spotted, no connection just yet. There it is, there's a ping on Som's position, but he's still going to look for this plant behind the cove. Mata looking to find backside, but he's going to be pincered here, and Kangkang is an issue. It has to be respected at some point, but no one is looking at the Yoru.
Scuba's on the reflank through heaven right now. Do EDG expect this, or can he get the backstab off? Chichu is ready.
Now, extra sensory perception for Chichu, and with the Sheriff, he's taken the vice out of the game. It's Mata side to slow off one. Is Scuba the second, hard to come by. And EDG march one closer to a map win.
That is just a mental play from EDG Star. He goes right back in with the AWP after using his Gatecrash, and then dodges the Reckoning, gets this second kill.
Spike planted.
And then all of a sudden he's in A main again?
Yeah,
okay.
He just pops the Dimensional Drift to escape, gets into A main. That is a crazy play.
Jenny now has that overdrive.
And it was only a matter of time until EDG were able to sync up these ultimates to win a round. And it's a classic as well, the Dimensional Drift with a Hunter's Fury.
You know, it was sort of said that it took a little while for Kangkang to acclimate to the Yoru style of play, but safe to say he's feeling himself now.
No energy going back to the well. They found that most of their success on these B-side executes, and again, it's just that high tide for the recon for a shell. Oh my god, this man, dude, that's just a Vandal, and Sam is down.
Disrespecting Smoggy there, he goes for the spray onto the side. Now they'll try to find Coast instead.
No harder util to actually try to stall out this retake that's going to come in.
Just Ethan smokes, really.
Overdrive could even be popped from Genie to just be that forward man. Yeah, there it is.
That's going to deny the line here, but Marta's already up there in tower. Picks off nobody and now can snake his way around through connector. Instead, Gate crash out to his side of the map, but Kangkang notices this. Does he know Brock is there as well? Perhaps underestimating the positioning for NRG, and Scuba attempts to go in with the shorty. Marta has to step up, step in. 3 for the round for him and Chichu. Ultimate not in his favor in that one. NRG stay alive.
It has just been all about the B-side for this NRG team, and exactly what we were talking about with Mata is happening. It never matters what his start is, he always comes back into the game. It's crazy. He was totally down and out in that first half, and now he's sitting at 17 kills. Never lets the status of the game get to him, no matter where he's at. Doesn't matter how hard he's struggling. He just bounces back. It's crazy the resolve he has.
His demeanor, right? It's pretty hard to rattle the guy. He's just, you know, his baseline is pretty low energy. Doesn't seem to let tough performances get to him. All right, we are in vents already, folks, so that's going to be tower control on the A side for the attack side.
NRG have not thrown an execute like this at EDG yet. The pace of this A split. Chichu, the one anchor. Okay, that is some fortune for nobody.
Pushing it back through security very quickly. Nobody's trying to get on the site. He's made his way through the cascade. Oh, and the drop on Marta is good. He could interrupt the plant here. Kangkang dealt with though, and Jenny's trying to get this control of tower, but Ethan is locked it down for himself. Got fingers on Smoggy again. Sheriff to his name. That's all he's got to work with.
If there was anyone to pull this off, multiple clutches in this game already, and on the most crucial rounds. Can he do it to close it out with just a Sheriff?
Devious rotate here into tower for Smoggy. And he's got himself a weapon.
NRG still needs to recover this spike.
Very dangerous location to get it as well.
He's about to have one dark cover to play with, see if there's an opportunity to maybe use that.
It's to main.
Ethan, yeah, is even smoking off. Ethan is smoking off main right now on A. Just concerned. They don't know where Smoggy could be at. He could be anywhere right now.
Okay. Got contingency as well. Arcaros thrown up in tower. That allows for a spike to be recovered.
And now they can plant back sight. Scuba is in a position to keep Ethan safe. Made sound on the rope, didn't get the silent drop.
Ethan hears this now and is starting to inch forward. Scuba ready to play out of security. Can Smoggy go massive again? 23 and 9. This would be for the map. Steps into the dark cover, gives it a tap. Where is Ethan lurking? Still on the other side of the boxes, and now Scuba's given himself up in security. That's valuable information for Smoggy. Still though, another attempt, another tap. Now looking in that security direction. Scuba hits him where it hurts.
NRG really slow the game down there, take their time, make sure they work themselves into an optimal position to close out the 2v1, getting that spike safely in Ethan's hands. Backside where Scuba can actually watch for him. They won't be in an isolated situation against Smoggy. Man, nobody had some crazy kills there and had a real shot at just one-tapping Brock. He was trying to stick the plant.
Yeah, headshot there, and that's the round.
That might have been, yeah, that would have been the round sealed. It certainly feels like it anyway.
Bro, I don't know what's happening. I keep getting shot through smokes.
Yeah, that was a little unlucky. A little unlucky. Armada has the attack off now.
Previous round, a good look for NRG, a set play that got them that early tower control on A side. This time a little slower in the approach.
And now the ult cycle is going towards NRG's favor with that dimensional drift. And Brock on the cusp of having the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, they braved that power spike from EDG.
This
only gave it one round.
It goes up from Chichu, and that's going to make it very safe for Brock to get that Hunter's Fury, in fact.
Now the pieces need to be put together. A minute left in the round. NRG still seem to be convinced that A is where they should be ending. Clear of mid here, spotting out some.
Who's next?
Dimensional drift just to clear the way.
The rest of NRG temporarily going to be halted by that slow warp. Chichu obviously spotted out. There's that Hunter's Fury right onto him. Monica just pop out, but it doesn't even need to. Brock with the accuracy.
Chichu had nowhere to go. When Ambata can get himself up into tower, he sees the bullet traces come through from Jenny. And he's got backup. Ethan will join him. Cove for the plant. Kangkang here trying to get into vents maybe from mid. There's a chance at a timing here on Ethan.
That spike is planted for these Heaven players, but Ethan going to need to win this 1v1.
Turns it. Flash, what a flick! A correction that brings Kangkang to his knees. And now nobody in Smoggy do not have the money to take the risk. They have to get the heck out and allow NRG within 2 rounds. Are pushing us to overtime.
The value of that ultimates comes through for NRG yet again. They work the map a bit with the op, which may be lost.
Smoggy with a casual 25 kills in regulation.
That is crazy. But respect to the NRG players who've been able to surge up the scoreboard after an abysmal start. I mean, that's 22 for Scuba right now.
I mean, what a great use of the Dimensional Drift Hunter's Fury combination.
Yeah, it is just the classic play.
This is deterministic. Chichu genuinely has nowhere to go.
He has been getting caught on a lot of these site executes. He's anchored in pretty hard positions most of the time.
That's their world champion.
And it's being exploited.
Some frustration you feel starting to brew.
He's hacking for sure. He's hacking for sure.
8 of the last 9 rounds, won by NRG.
Now EDG priced into a very weird kind of half-buy, but they've got an op and 2 rifles. It's peculiar to say the least. Mata has gone ahead and picked up the Outlaw for this round, and a great opportunity to do so. There's only 1 player on EDG with the full armor. That's nobody.
And again, Brock positioned for a push off the site. EDG have become a little bit more patient with those after Jenny got punished a couple of times consecutively. Kangkang is asking for more, the punish! Yoru down, op in his hands, clattering to the ground.
Absolute patience here from NRG. Cascade now thrown towards this B side, and the flash confirms that EDG have actually pushed in front of it. And off that audio cue, NRG, they want to hit the go button towards this A side, assuming there's multiple players pushing down. That assumption is correct. They are delayed on account of having to break this wall, further delayed by a slow orb as well.
Chichu just disrespects it. Paranoid doesn't catch on to him now, but surely there's something in place for that tower player. And yes, it's a multitude of barrels pointed that direction and a hail of bullets that brings Chichu to bear.
Genie just trying to get into the site to assist. Too little, too late. And EDG are once again just hurled into a save position. NRG can certainly go hunting.
Nobody looking for some garbage time frags, and Scooper is going to be handled. The money, though, still good enough for NRG.
I mean, nobody would be happy to get some kills here, honestly. Gets that Hunter's Fury for the final round of the game to try and close this out.
Weapon, though, stripped from his grasp. Notice the money. It's going to be another weird force-up for EDG to try and avert an overtime scenario as NRG have all the momentum.
Bear in mind, it was a 10-2 half for EDG to kick this game off. And NRG have clawed this all the way back on the attack side, their weaker side. That is stunning from them.
Yep.
The players with so much resolve. Scuba having a fantastic game, as is Brock.
He's disgusting.
Mata right back into it after a pretty tragic start. And EDG are going to be forced onto this timeout to try to close out the game in regular time. NRG on the cusp of bringing this to OT against all odds.
And why, once again, they can set up a really nasty side hit between this Steel Guard and this Reckoning. It's going to be really hard for EDG to anchor at all. So having to play for retake, having to flood back in with these somewhat weaker weapons is a big ask. There's going to be probably a Guardian in the mix here. Nobody has the Hunter's Fury, but EDG are definitely digging for pocket change. They've got a couple of buttons, some lints, a couple of pennies. That's it. That's how they're going to try and avoid an overtime scenario, because the wind is in NRG sails for sure.
They just have so many high-power ultimates with this comp. They've been doing a great job at cycling the orbs to certain players. There's really only one moment in this entire half where EDG actually had the advantage in terms of the ults. One round only. And that was the one they converted. It was when they got a Hunter's Fury with the Dimensional Drift off. Outside of that, it has been all NRG.
Neither team able to find a foothold on defense. The rounds have come few and they've come far between. Marta's been able to step up. Ridiculous flick entering that site previously. Chichu just blown into next Tuesday from that op shot. Can EDG lock it down here? Looks like maybe a push up mid here for Jenny early. Trying to drive a wedge around the plans of NRG on this attack side. Here's round 24, lock in.
Marta does have that operator once again. Out of the timeout, EDG, they want to get very proactive towards mid. Look at this push down from Kangkang. He might meet Ethan.
Right through the corner of the wall. All right, rack one up for the Guardian fans early in the round.
It's just having that higher bullet penetration damage. Ethan out of the round, but they are running a double controller comp. If they weren't, man, it would feel over for NRG. But they still have that high tide to execute with.
Still have the Steel Garden and the Reckoning too.
They want to go towards this B site. They've won a number of rounds over there. I think their best executes have been on the B site, really.
Marta's posted up. He's seeing nothing from B. Again, they have to plant coast, otherwise Smoggy will threaten to spray them down as they try and plant again.
Som just creeping forward. All of the space taken for free. Smoggy dodges out that arc rose.
Here comes the controller util. Cascade to block. Smoggy will be spotted out by this owl drone. Important information here for NRG.
And the spike is going down back site. EDG, they've got the Hunter's Fury for the retake, but Scuba is going to initially use this Steel Garden up close. That's just going to be a lot of delay. Time wasted for EDG. And then next, it's going to be the Reckoning, cycling these ultimates to just cause so much delay. It's going to make EDG scramble late to get this spike defused.
They're playing completely off the site. NRG just careful about a potential flank here. Hunter's Fury for nobody. That's Brock being brought down a second for Kangkang, and there goes Scuba. Now what? Some on the other side of that high tide. Marta chimes in from close nest, and that's the spray for two. It's on Chichu and Kangkang to stop the overtime. But it's Marta now ready to receive around the corner and straight down the abyss. We get overtime in our first map of the series. It doesn't get any better than this.
And you had to believe that all of NRG's work was for naught when those players go down, when it's left to just Som and Marta. What on earth? That transfer from Ethan with the Vandal catches Ginny on the entry. And Marta holding the cross.
Some with the correction there as well.
And just lives for a bit. Marta pushes onto Chichu, ready for the jump. Unbelievable.
Like, come on, man! Like, come
How
on,
have they done it? EDG were up 10-2.
10-2's the new 9-3, Wyatt.
And they won both pistol rounds. Both of them.
Deep breaths. EDG on the attack side now as we begin overtime. Glass cannon up for Marta, as is customary. He'll have that mid lockdown for now.
Drone going up this B side. At the moment, all of EDG stacked up, just using that clone to activate the shear wall, remove that piece of passive info gain from the map.
Dangerous here for Scuba. Might be seen through a corner.
This is a position he's been playing very frequently back when they were on defense.
Kangkang opts not to cross there. Som getting pressured. Jenny out of nowhere. Scuba at least able to take a trade. Found nobody. Kangkang gets involved again. Brock just walked into the sideline of Chichu there. It's breaking down all across the map. Planted coast.
They've really just been rooted out of the common positions they were playing. Ethan at least does get the one back onto Chichu, who is holding the cross.
Means NRG have a real shot at a retake.
Kangkang somehow, by the way, has a dimensional drift at the moment.
Spotted out on the Smoggy. Nice little connection. Kangkang down. Depends on Jenny.
Jimmy's isolated. That's the teleport.
It doesn't seem to matter. He'll take the fight either way. And even Marta can't make the flick. Jenny on his feet. And EDG secure themselves a match point.
And maybe they can close this out on OT. They finally get a reprieve from the nightmare of playing defense. They're back to their favorite side. They immediately convert. They immediately root out those NRG anchors from the B side. They were playing in much the same positions that they did when they were running defense before. Scuba kind of pressed forward towards that cliff and punished yet again.
What a moment for the newcomer to EDG. He was isolated, essentially alone. But the two players in tower for NRG concerned about the individual off the site on NRG's side. And not the duelist threat right under their noses.
Now it's a timeout call for EDG. They want to close this game out now.
Yeah, it's this problematic defense side, right? They really need to have a set approach to this round to secure themselves the map. They've done the hard work, got themselves at least into this position. I'm already seeing some interesting buys come up here, so we'll see if this follows.
I mean, the harder work might be coming up, honestly, going back to defense. But it's got to feel good to just finally, deep breath, we got a round. I want to see if Kangkang is going to commit to buying a glass cannon off on defense, same as Mata just did. Certainly would not be a surprise.
Down to the wire in this first map between NRG and EDG. Such a compelling mix of veterans, literal world champions, and then hungry, young, talented shooters from their respective regions. Jenny from the academy roster of EDG. And of course, Scuba, Mata, Brock, all brought in up from challenges. Som reprising his role in this team. And honestly, Ethan, who's come so far in his leadership and how he set up his teammates. Pretty wild that we get this kind of matchup so early on in this tournament. Our opener here in Group C is already delivering.
It is wild to see Scuba, Mata, and Brock, just that top graduating class of Challengers players from 2024. These guys didn't even make it to Ascension, but the heights that they're reaching now with NRG are absolutely insane. Taking it to last year's World Champions in their very first global match.
And here we go, folks. Both teams opted to take a timeout there, so an extended pause. NRG wanted to concoct something for this attack side, which looks to us this early A presence.
And they will be going up against the operator for Kangkang, which has been dominant on this map. Chichu just in A main at the moment.
Okay, Brooks sees a recon come out of vent there.
Yeah, that door is broken very early, and there's going to be a drone down mid.
Chichu with a slow orb now. Sees the clone come through. Flash on him, he has to retreat. Play back in tower.
Now, that is a lot of utility expended.
I think they're serious about this. They've even thrown in this paranoia. They want the plant here on the A side.
They are going for that full re-hit Cove down to try and get the safe plant for NRG. They've been doing a good job taking space after the plant has gone down on prior rounds. They want to do it again.
What a shock down to force nobody back. That lets Mata get up rope. He could have been pushed up while he was climbing, but through the smoke, Chichu is able to find him. Now Ethan will stall. Smoke up towards tower, and he'll occupy it himself.
Ethan just biding time in the smoke is going to have to make a serious play happen. Gets the first.
And he got away with it as well. That is ridiculous. Now TP back to a safe haven in A main. Som up on the side. Waiting for this push around the left side. And there's Jenny. Serves himself up. Resell up for EDG, though, but time is not on their side. Ethan spraying at the spike location as Chichu has to give it a tap. He's brought down. What's the contingency here for EDG? No other option but to stand and face the music. And it's not the track they would have picked. Sorry guys, NRG's got the jukebox now.
That was a beautiful game plan from NRG. They get all of the util out of Chichu, re-hit with that high tide up. They push for the heaven control. Mata goes down. Disastrous that he sprayed through the smoke. But Ethan retains that position. It's bold. He gets his one and then teleports back to main. A second high tide goes up from Som. Canvases the site, but leaves the spike open. He gets forward while the rest of them are able to just play spam with the Phantoms in main.
Yes! Good call.
Really sick game plan. Worked exactly as they drew it up in that timeout.
Now away we go. Second innings of overtime. It is Mata in an odd spot. Nobody was able to find two around that, though, was Ethan going down first, so your stall potential severely limited on the defense side, and Brock sees a shoulder peek. Jenny gobbles him up.
Brock absolutely needed to get that one and really thought that he would. Som is creeping back into the site. He needs to make a heroic play, but he's caught by Jenny.
And Aldrone is a problem. Som eyes to the sky. Doesn't see the threat right in front of him. Scuba is in a 1v4. This is NRG just fighting to avert a map loss at this point. High-low set up there. Jenny slides on in, takes the fight, and converts.
Jenny has had absolutely no lack of confidence given the weight of this game, the situation that EDG are in, the prestige of the team that he's found himself on at such a critical moment in their history.
Strange variation, isn't it, from NRG to push up an A-man and take
They just want to try something new. It's just something that they haven't done before, right? And nothing else has worked, so hell, let's throw a curveball at them, but it doesn't pay off.
Now, how many ideas do EDG have left on their defense side? That's our question.
And this cascade is going to be thrown out over towards a main from Psalm, trying to apply some pressure. It's a high tide towards mid. Energy are making it feel like they are pushing up multiple lanes of the map right now, which is true, but it's the B side that's one of them.
Mada by no means is committed. Can always pull the plug with a gate crash should he need to. Ping on Jenny, he might want to take a fight, realizing his window is closed.
And with that drone coming through vent from nobody, Mada absolutely has to retreat.
Now Jenny to reposition towards B.
Mada sticking around mid for just a moment, has the gate crash to get back towards the team, while they are really trying to get these orbs onto Psalm, get a reckoning for this round. Wow, Mada, he hears Kangkang on the retreat. He knows he went up into heaven. He's taking this timing off that audio
cue. Gate crash! That could have been awkward. But Kangkang is noted by Mada. He is in the perfect spot to punish him. And how? He gets it up with full armor.
That's so sick. Can hold the angle towards spawn now. They've left Ethan as this late wrap towards mid. Is nobody aware? He's got an idea that it's certainly possible.
Now it's been confirmed. He can't win the fight out though. Ethan, in many of those crucial 1v1s away from the play, has found success.
And at that, Psalm, with that effort to round the world, get the orbs, get Psalm the plant, they have the reckoning as well. And Mada, ready on the angle, is always so sick with the flick shots.
Eventually he'll be brought down. That's Chichu making his way in through security. Naturally, EDG just have to go for this. Chichu picked off up on side, and now it's on Jenny. Fast lane to maybe cover the sideline. And some riddles him with bullets.
Feels like this one might be going all night, Mitch.
Okay. That's fine, it's just day two. We have energy in great reserves.
Surely at some point, one of these teams will figure out how to win a round on defense. It's only a matter of time.
I mean, both have been mixing it up, or at least attempting to.
Yeah, they've been trying, but
Mada just off his own timing, able to explore onto that A side. Just want the gate crash back for Kangkang is what unravels them.
Yeah, and he hears Kangkang running away. That's when he calls for everyone to rotate back. That's when he gets into the site.
He's shot to the top of the scoreboard, by the way.
Mada is back to that glass cannon operator, used it in the first OT round.
So I'm pinged out. Rather unperturbed, but knows there's going to be pressure headed in his direction. He'll opt to leave the cove.
Yeah, he needs to run. EDG are all the way up mid with both duelists at the moment.
Still plenty of ability to stall here as they back up.
But they're pivoting into this B-split right into the op angle.
Jenny picked off. Scuba has been left as an insert here, and if Chichu challenges and isn't ready for it, that's the spike that goes loose. Now on the side is Kangkang. How's he supposed to fight off this?
Wall up in mid, nobody going to be spotted up on account of that flash, the audio cue, the ping.
Straight up shield wall here for NRG. They've all congregated around this spike drop.
Kangkang doesn't have a flash to pop out of this dark cover, just has to wait for it to expire. Straight up raw gun duels need to be won by him in heaven.
There's layers of double swings here set up for NRG. Potentially, Scuba finds the first. That's the Oru down. Mada always good on the angle. And NRG finally gain advantage in this overtime with a flawless.
And this might just be it. NRG finally have the lead in this game. They finally convert a round on defense. Mada with this operator completely catches out EDG on that B split up mid, and Scuba tucks in the corner. Mada makes it seem like he's the only presence there. Scuba has been playing so many really dug in B side anchor positions. Bongar trying to remain cool, calm, and collected that time.
Just the first map of the series. Kangkang with an early push up into main, and Mada is felled instantly. Ethan considers standing and fighting, but knows he's not favored.
No, Kangkang, he wants to keep this going.
But this is wild. TP forward, Jenny's on the line. Timing favors Ethan, and he's got himself up mid-Wyatt.
And now the rest of energy, they're congregating towards B main, that cascade going into the site. Ethan playing around this high tide.
Smoggy has to get off the side. It's so dangerous for him to be there.
Knows he can get out now. That recon doesn't ping anyone at bookshelf. All of energy moving up towards this site. They're not close to any ultimates at the moment, not like that last round where they had the reckoning. This is just an honest 4-on-4 retake. Kangkang still has a lot of util in that kit. Chichu could even try to wall to defuse the spike. There are options for EDG on this retake.
Ethan's just refreshed the smoke. Kangkang has to challenge it and he wins it out. Brook now aware that Interlopers could be coming down from heaven, but he's ready and connected. Chichu gets the better of him now. Around the corner, EDG out of absolutely bloody nowhere. I've said 30 rounds is not enough for us. Bring us another.
Suddenly both teams just decide it's time to win the defensive round. NRG make you believe that this is the moment to close it out. They get the lead, they get the spike down, it's a 4-on-4. But Kangkang wins that important initial duel against Ethan. EDG able to just retake back into connector off the back of it.
Massive, massive round.
We just keep going.
Marta is up to 28 kills.
After an abysmal start on this map, that is the most Marta-coded result. How does he always get away with this?
Time to jump.
Couldn't have set it up any better, and now NRG need to win another defense side round. Oh, buddy. Little shock dart there.
Fair little bit of damage onto Kangkang, who will retrieve that orb. Wants to get close to that dimensional drift. Uses the clone in case the wall was placed there, but it is not. It's over on that B side.
Now, EDG really haven't worked any of the rest of the map. They're in the dark.
You can see this adjustment, I think, from NRG. They have that wall deep on B because they've been getting exploited on the executes with Genie running deep into the site. And now they'll know when that's the case, when that wall gets activated. They're doubled up, face towards main.
That sets them up for a fallback as well off that high-low position on B, should they desire it. This is glacial compared to most of EDG's attack side rounds.
I mean, that last one was just a burst pop, split onto B. And now NRG, they want to adjust their positioning, given that the drone has spotted out their idea of that high-low.
Scuba didn't show himself to it, though. No guarantee about where the Vice is set up.
30 seconds on the clock, EDG, they're gathering up towards A main, and look at NRG. They know what's up. They're already on the move, trying to get to the safe side. They need to support their anchors in time.
Paranoia might slow things down a little bit here, but EDG know they've got to commit. Brock waiting for a ping, sees Jenny. Dodging, ducking, dipping, dodging, diving away. Down to about 40%, but here's Som. Kangkang takes the fight at the back of the site, but Som's able to find his second. Kangkang sees nothing but a clone. Som waiting for him to show up.
10 seconds.
Kangkang on the side, it's Brock making use of the wall that Chi-Chi's been abusing all game long. That's 4 for Som. Just firm handshakes for the boys. As NRG again find themselves on map point.
Unbelievable play from Som. Goes
10 seconds left.
for those 2 1v1s. Gets the win on both. Then stays alive, playing around the high tide, throws down the cove, swings out while the rest of the team offer up the distraction, fighting forward.
Yeah, you got to doubt the boys up.
Crazy play. There's the energy from Balkar coming back. NRG with another opportunity to now close this game out.
And EDG back on defense. Once again, an early info push. We'll tell them that a rotate might be in order.
All of NRG gathered up in spawn towards this A side. Chi-Chu once again playing the anchor on this position. This time the wall far deeper. Still has a slow orb in the kit as well to just offer some stall for this flanking effort from EDG to come to fruition. They're all the way basically in the attacker spawn at this point.
Nobody, of course, the recon from Tower will be crucial. He might have a chance to make use of it. The spray takes him low. Marta not able to finish the job, and unwise to just how low he's gotten this over.
This is new from EDG to have so many players retaking from the flank. NRG have been playing for that main spam a lot.
No plant yet. They're going to fight into security now in numbers, and they roll over Chi-Chu and nobody. Now it's up to Smoggy inside Tower, and from A main come the rest of EDG.
It's the perfect adjustment at the perfect time from NRG.
Brock low, sprayed down, sat in the relay bottom, still alive somehow. Jenny puts him out of his misery though. Favouring NRG, still in numbers. They're playing at the back of the site, but they've got to make a move. And here's Jenny, steps up on his own, brought down. Kangkang can't succeed. And Smoggy can't bail him out. From 2 to 10 at half-time. NRG with the resilience of prospective champions come alive and reclaim Abyss.
They were down 10-2 and lost both their pistols to Smoggy clutches. They bring it to OT and close it out. That is shocking.
You wanted some good ass Valorant? You got it. You'd be mental to go anywhere else. Corrode on the docket for our next map. Don't go too far.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Esports World Cup, where we are starting off with Valorant.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best.
So looking for revenge.
Alpha in behind one. There's the shorty. And Alpha goes crazy. They've all battled through the pressure and expectation. Heretics have come back all the way.
Finally, we won. Finally.
Quite a map. That was amazing. Congratulations on that. How were the boys able to come back from that? The score was 2-11 at some point in favor of EDG. Talk to us about how the boys were able to adjust and how you think that carries over into your map pick of Corrode.
Yeah, I mean, so after halftime on defense, we spoke briefly. We said we're unfortunate. Quite some rounds on defense, to be honest, especially the pistol round. We just said round by round, do our set stuff, follow our protocols and everything, and we felt it that we were a little bit better than them. We were just a little bit unfortunate, to be honest. But then, yeah, round by round, great calling as well.
Round by round. Well, let's keep it going. All right, good luck.
What a game that was for NRG to come back after an 11-2 start, 2-11 start even, against EDG. We were hyping up the second game being one of the best we're going to see today, but my goodness, I can't wait for to see how this series is going to turn out.
I mean, that is the map of the tournament. Every other map is going to have to beat that one because that was an absolute nail-biter, pulling it all the way back in OT for NRG.
And the way they did it, too. I mean, there were so many things that we could talk about that map, but I think the resilience that NRG showed was probably the most impressive.
But first, let's take a look at our HyperX reflex moment of the day. This one goes to Smoggy. Can't believe this is how the game started.
Yeah, everything started so poorly for NRG as well. Smoggy in a 1-on-3 here, just stealing things away. Absolutely mental that he was able to pull away. This was just a classic.
Yeah, a classic light armor in 3, freaking snaking around the map. Nobody ever really knew exactly where he was. And to be fair, to give Smoggy his credit, he played that to perfection.
Oh yeah, his movement here is so good.
Oh yeah, I loved his pathing. I love how he played every single part of his positioning, and obviously being able to hit the shots is the most important part. Smoggy did that, but you mentioned it. From the beginning up until whatever round it was when the comeback started, they played, I mean, NRG looked lost, dude. We were talking about it, and I said, why do NRG look so lost? Because they looked like they had never played the map before.
And truthfully, it's an Abyss moment. Like, you forget, this is the most attack-sided map that we've got. Like, back when we were seeing it, and we started things off round 1, slipping away. This is round 24, where Som is an absolute rat on site. He started playing these sites in OT as well, where he was just hanging out, getting multiple kills. Mada as well, taking out Kangkang. It's just cinema.
To force OT, a 1v1 between those two guys, and Mada plucks him out of the sky. It was poetic.
And I love the energy Som was bringing as well onto that stage. I was down there for a little bit with Katie and Kelly. You could really just feel the stress, first of all, from the NRG fans.
Oh yeah.
But then just the pure energy radiating off of the players on stage. Also, 16 out of 16 plants coming out of NRG. They had a great game plan on that attack side.
Yeah, they did such a good job, and I think that they really figured out, especially just playing their post plants in particular. A lot of teams will fall off of the site on Abyss early on, play the post plant, especially over towards B, but I think NRG consistently were leaving players on site and fighting forward. You think there's A post plants where they're going up rope multiple times. The first player dies, they're down numbers, but they keep fighting, and it worked.
Oh, it's rough if you're an EDG fan, so I hope Coach Muggle had some nice words to say ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, Mika and Valora here with Muggle of EDG. That was a very tough map to lose on. It was very, very exciting, but unfortunately for EDG, they do have to make that comeback now. I'm curious because we saw Chichu on the stage role. So what is the dynamics like, especially since it might be Chichu might have a little bit of a hard time calling from that role? Does nobody come in to help him? Can you tell us a little bit about the team dynamics in that kind of situation?
首先，可能确实很遗憾，咱们今天没能拿下图一的胜利。但是也想问一下，因为我们看到今天球球是来到了一个贤者的位置上，我们可能会觉得又要做贤者，然后又是指挥，可能会稍微有一些困难嘛。对他来说，会不会相应影响到他的一些风格？同时 ，Nobody 也在这个时候会去协助他吗？
其实他这个位置就是也是属于那种少尉嘛，所以就是偏站后面的队伍比较靠后的位置，所以不太会影响他的那个场上的指挥风格。然后 Nobody 就是基本上现在会在中期的时候做那种，就是可能队伍需要一个方向，因为他不一定，因为球不一定在队伍的这一边嘛，然后 Nobody 就会在这种时候去帮助他。
So I think it won't affect a lot on Chichu because he's the sentinels of our team. He always like on the back side of the team. So it gave him the room and the time to think about what he's gonna do. So it won't affect a lot. And nobody gonna to share the responsibility with him. And especially during the game in the mid round, maybe sometimes Chichu is not on the side with the team, and nobody will do some callings.
Well, eager to see that tandem on Corrode. Good luck to the team.
I mean, it's a very interesting dynamic, right? Having nobody mid-round a lot of the times, and Chichu was really stepping into the IGL role. On the stage, I mean, he was individually performing well as well, but what do we expect from Corrode? Because this is NRG's map pick.
Yeah, and this is a map that has been so strong for NRG, and they're playing a funky comp. We've got a KO in the mix, and we've got a Waylay, and they play with multiple Odins as well. So I think that this team, one of the things that EDG are going to have to beat is especially those Waylay exit XX onto sites. I think what we've seen from Mata in the past is he can overwhelm the B site. Usually that would mean diving over Vi's utility and these things like that. But EDG, Doug, don't play with a Senti on this map.
No, and that really just, yeah, I think that begs the question on how will Waylay find the same level of efficacy, given that that's not a part of the equation.
Is this a Way Slay?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I don't either.
Like, is he gonna Way Slay? You guys you don't have that in Americas? Okay, never mind. Yeah. You know what slay means?
Yes.
My goodness.
I'm sorry. We're kind of just no-butting you here instead of yes-anding.
Yeah.
We need to do a little bit better. Honestly, Mata, incredible on this map.
So he does Way Slay.
Yeah. We'll give you that. He's locking in that next to Ethan's KO. Of course, on the other side of things, it is that double duelist look for EDG. Not switching anything right there. They get to start things off on attack, but I am a little bit concerned on the defensive side if they have enough stopping power to deal with this NRG comp, and as a result, so much will rest on Kangkang and Jenny to stop NRG before they actually get onto the XX.
I'm also a little concerned about their attack side, to be honest. I think they 1-4 a lot. They don't really put a ton of focus into the middle of the map. Given that they don't have a Senti, I guess they probably don't feel like they can play quite that way, but if you're ignoring the middle of the map, I think NRG are going to abuse that. We know how proficient they are on the defensive side, although Abyss would suggest otherwise, given what we just saw. I'm concerned. I'm genuinely concerned for EDG here.
I'm just so excited to see the Odins.
Yep.
I want to see that come. I want to see how EDG deal with it. If NRG have even more they can show.
They do, and I'm so glad that we saw Scuba, the rookie, show up in game 1. Let's see what he's got in game 2.
Yeah, he was... No, I'm not gonna... I'm gonna save the pun. I'm gonna save the pun because the game is too exciting for us to hee hee ha ha. Let's get back in and send this over to Uber and Wyatt.
An unreal moment of vindication for NRG. A comeback that ties the greatest in Champions history, obviously around delta of 9. And a slow start for Mata turns into Bro just taking over the game. Server admin Mata was in full effect.
At the end of that first half, he was at 5 for 12, finishes 31 kills at the end of the game. That is stunning from him. Now swapping over to the Waylay, this has been the go-to comp for NRG. It's the comp that has them sitting at a 4-0 record on this map. They have been one of the absolute best in Americas here, if not the best. And last we saw them play it, they destroyed Sentinels on that attack side.
But this is statistically EDG's best map, Wyatt. They have had so much success on Corrode so far. It is starting off with the front foot.
Is that just 2 spam kills?
It looks like it.
Top smoke?
There was a smoke there.
I'll need to see that on the replay. But seems like some good fortune to get back into this game after a really tragic defeat on map 1.
There's obviously an exchange of shots. Jenny down to 50, but there's great intuition there for EDG. Know exactly where to be looking.
A site now, very open.
Spike planted.
Just have to deal with Mata back site. Assam, Scuba going to gather up. The 3 of them all trying to get back in from this same side. They are smoked off, though, by that dark cover.
Yep. Dark cover will allow them at least to assemble themselves before trying to flood here with their remaining 3. Here's Mata. Well, he can refresh if he needs to, but trade it out before he can get on away. It's on Scuba in a 1v2. Tough to win these, especially on the reload. Chichu brings him down.
Chichu has that late wrap coming through elbow for the backstab to make sure they close things out as a guarantee. I just want to see on the replay what happened at the beginning of the round, because that basically dictated the entire...
You are mad. You're mad. Not even a smoke, bro.
Oh, no.
They're only open.
Yeah, they did see them out in the open just crossing. That's just a mistake from NRG. Yeah, awkward time to be dropping down there.
Very.
Very awkward. All right, EDG just make that one look easy, and that's a nice little confidence booster pistol round to win, to forget your woes of map 1 and
obviously
back into this swinging.
Expediency plenty of span through smokes. NRG have their characteristic double scan initiator. Obviously they have the KO on this map, which is fairly unique to them. But no one really does it like Ethan.
Well, Chichu definitely knows that they pushed out of A. That was a lot of footsteps that he was hearing, so EDG just accelerate into this site. That's awkward.
Right in front of Scuba. Won't be able to find a second, though. Scuba had no information of anything that was happening outside of his direct sphere of influence there. So there'll still be a spike stick. 2 players top mid for NRG. Obviously not bored up whatsoever. Right-click central, anybody? Summer smokes. Here's Mata, steps up, brought down instantly. Som suffers a similar fate. And Brook will be on the outside looking in.
Spike
EDG
planted.
really play with some patience here, just ensure that they get those NRG players actually dealt with before the spike goes down. Don't offer them a timing to go over some aggression while planting. Just take it nice and easy. Claim the kills. Kangkang working decently towards that dimensional drift early as well. Has 4 orbs.
Might be worth keeping an eye on Brock as this game progresses. Is he someone who I think has maybe brought the Odin spam back into vogue in Americas?
The Odin has been the hallmark of NRG's success on defense, especially in the map pool we have right now with Corrode, Ascent, and Lotus. All maps where the scan initiator thrives with that weapon, and Brock is absolutely one of the best and easily one of the most frustrating players to play against when he picks it up. That is absolutely something that EDG are going to need to be very prepared for.
Yeah, it just makes fighting for mid so brazenly like they did on the pistol not really a safe option.
Every wall on A is
God,
easily
these guys are
spammable.
so lucky.
Can just fight spamming all of the corners, deny trade swings to come in because you're getting stalled by the bullets, slowed down. It's very frustrating to deal with, and he's, of course, picked it up already.
It's got to be said, though, EDG coming back from a bit of a flattener there on Abyss. Have done well to get themselves this early lead, converting off the pistol. His bonus, though, features, Marshall, mix of sheriffs. There's still a Guardian here for Smoggy.
Okay, Crash goes up mid, but that is just fake.
And evidently, there's an appropriate amount of respect for the Odin given by EDG.
Yeah, they are taking their time right now, working both extremities of the map now. Both B main and A main control. Safe from NRG. They don't want to throw anything away right now. Peek from Mata, though. That's very aggro. Just runs into 2 players. Shot down.
This likely allows for a spike scoop up and maybe even move over to the B side.
Yeah, they've got that full control on that side of the map.
Yeah, no rotates pulled.
You know, on this execute, players could get stalled out on account of mollies and the choke.
He's going to walk up again?
Yeah, well,
he's got a 0 point.
Spot out the north.
Dangerous. Jenny wants to slide on in. It looks like they want to force the issue, but Scoop is waiting in the corner yet again. He's found 3. Oh, man. Float like a butterfly, sting like a Mack truck.
30 seconds
Bro was
left.
poised and waiting for that. Another little rat spot for Scuba pays off.
That is one sight anchor that you never want to run into. That duo of Scuba and Brock have been so potent for these NRG defensive sides while anchoring. They certainly didn't get to show that off on Abyss, but I think on this map, Corrode
10 seconds left.
and multiple other maps in the pool, they are definitely the standouts in that regard.
Yeah, we saw Ethan and Brock mostly on that A side on defense. But that definitely puts a stop to some of the plans from EDG, and obviously not enough time in the round here to make anything happen for it. So NRG pleased with this result, win the round, lose 1 gun, keep the Odin, and flatten EDG as they attempt to be here.
Not too bad considering they lost Mata very early on there off that little A main push that he went on early.
Yeah, bro likes to simmer a little bit before he really comes alive. It's like sea monkeys. You got to add some water, let it go for a couple of days, and bam. Instant entertainment, just add water.
That is a little bit chaotic. And Scuba handles it with some poise. All right, EDG, they are got it up towards B main at the moment. Taking that space quite early yet again. Pop flash over so Scuba can get that peek.
Nothing to be seen though, as EDG are actually playing pretty conservatively on the B side.
Kangkang was tucked behind that wall, so not spotted out. Prowler has to be used now for the reclear. Someone could have posted up in main.
Now, Brock is over at A this time around. Scuba with wild off angle here. He's rewarded it again. God, what a problem he's been.
Can he actually get out? I mean, he's overwhelmed by Util, and Ethan is now into support.
And he's safely back in halls. Ethan can now post up.
Kangkang is down to 1 HP, tucked in the corner.
How does he get out of here? Spike loose as well. Plenty of time board for all King's more horses and men to arrive on the site. Can EDG put this back together? At least be able to drop to the site, but God, pushing any further than where Kangkang is should be lethal.
The NRG, they're not rushing this. They're just playing off this crossfire setup.
Teacher straight in the eyes of Scuba. Guy has been unflappable so far. And smoke refreshed here from Tower. Kangkang was 1 HP, so a strong breeze would have blown him over. Mata with some overkill, steps out and finds Smoggy with nothing but the silverware in hand. And a flawless round posted by NRG.
That was as dominant as it gets. Scuba, again, this anchoring on the B site. Little bit of a change from the prior, of course, where he's tucked in the corner. This time, yeah, plays that off angle. gets the spot just before the wall is fully activated. That was a collat that brought Kangkang down to 1. And then Ethan gets right in. And I love how they play this. They just set up that backside crossfire. They don't over-aggress. They just play it patient. They allow for the rest of the team to rotate in.
And EDG tries to get something going before the rotators get there, so they at least have a shot.
And they just can't. They just can't with that NRG setup. And now EDG, they are relegated to a very peculiar bye. With a Bucky, just a frenzy for nobody. It's back into this beast sight. Scuba denies it yet again.
Confident up on the angle. Once again, Jenny just dashes on him like Wave on Rock. Smoggy wants to inch forward here. It looks like EDG are priced into this wire one way or another.
NRG, they can just, again here, kind of take the time, wait for everyone to group up. This time play for that full retake. They have a lot of tools to do, and Nightfall goes through that link, but what can they get off of it? Nothing really.
I'm not sure if they caught onto anyone.
Want to double up and spawn.
Mada, oh, the double ping is pretty good. Very lightning. Som able to back up Mada. Converts that kill, and inside the dark cover, Soggy has to succumb. Ethan being a troll, a nuisance, a real problem. Thorn in the side, if you will. And NRG on a bit of a roll here on defense now that they've found their footing.
We've seen this NRG team in situations like this, getting the ball rolling on defense, completely taking over the game, and being an absolute wall for the attackers. This time, going into Scuba, yet again, 3 rounds in a row, and 3 rounds in a row, he's finding kills anchoring. That's Ginny just overextended, no one able to support, goes down, and then NRG retreat, they're able to play for the retake.
Hey, why are they testing the kid, man?
It's a great question.
Referring to yourself in the third person, I'm impressed. This has got to be a timeout for EDG, surely.
And Scuba is sat at 8 kills already, has the Viper's Pit. On his global debut, back-to-back maps, has been absolutely solid, not faltered under the pressure whatsoever.
He did the same thing in playoffs. Even in that game, I think against Sentinels, also against G2.
Yeah, even in the finals,
top players by far.
Where they struggled against G2, Scuba was their top player. And in that game against Sen, the lower bracket final, that was Brock having a star-making performance. He played very well on Abyss. But I was in that lower bracket final where Brock went plus 30 on kills, 9 first kills, 0 first deaths
against Sentinels
in 4 maps.
Yep.
Just an obscene game from him. We know what he's capable of.
He was 82 for 52 over 4 maps.
And this is one of the maps where he absolutely lit them up.
Now, of course, like we've mentioned, much more still to be seen from EDG on what has been their best map. Definitely expect to see them leverage this double duelist a bit more extensively now that their dimensional drift is available to Kangkang.
We did mention it on Abyss, and I think it is worth mentioning again, just that NRG have a wealth of experience against double duelist teams in their Omega group in Americas. 4 out of 5 opponents they went up against were double duelist committed teams. They have prepped so hard for this in their runs against champions that they absolutely know the style EDG have here.
And something I'm looking for from EDG is just how they put together their set plays on the attack side, because against Shilai Gaming, they win the Thrifty in round 2 of both attack and defense half. Pretty good, at least regionally, at dealing with that gun disadvantage. Not a factor in this round, they have to buy it. Want to see more from them.
A lot of spam coming down mid. Brock playing in that A Link, just dispensing his various pieces of utility to get some info as to what EDG's plan in mid is, and there isn't much of one. They've retreated after spamming, after making all that noise to get into A main, take all of that space.
All right, convergent paths being wound up
Wow,
here.
this could be potent. The convergent paths with the Odin spam.
Yeah, that hindrance buff could be a debuff, rather could be a huge issue for EDG if they try and break through a main. Here's that dimensional drift though for Kangkang. He's going to get ahead of the game to some degree. And here comes the pass now. Ready to fight is Mada. Jenny falls back and Hind down. Got to be a follow-up at some point, and Mada does not want to overextend. Knows that EDG waiting on the other side of this wall, but doesn't serve them anything up for free until Jenny steps up and sits down. Brock with the Odin. It's a devastating combination, and it's knocked EDG down to 2 players.
30 seconds.
Wow, what a shot from Chichu. Just pops out of the smoke with some rapid pace. Scuba is on a very late wrap towards A main, so Ethan going to need to bide his time, but he's actually just forced into the duel. EDG take it to him with both players, but do they expect Scuba this late?
Scuba, just so you know, we're going to test the boy again. One more time.
Oh, the kid, I believe.
Oh, the kid. Sorry.
The boy works as well.
8-3 already. 6 rounds in. A lot on his plate, but Chichu's gobbled up instantly. That was out to Kangkang into the finest cuisine on offer here from EDG. Time though, not on Scuba's side. It doesn't seem to matter. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, and it goes rolling. Scuba steps up to sit Kangkang down.
It may just be time to stop testing Scuba. Relentless right now on Corrode. Supreme anchoring on that B site into the 1 versus 2 clutch. But I do want to talk about prior in this round, the moment from Brock, which was after the convergent paths were used, really stalled out EDG's effort to get into that A site. And then once they are finally able to kind of go for that second wave entry, they're hit by the saturate as well. And that's when Brock just pops off. Chill as ever. Ice cold as we've seen him on the run to get here.
Now that brand of nonchalance only seen in NA Zoomers. And it pays off for NRG. Kangkang working towards yet another dimensional drift. Saw a 0 point off the rip that conveyed a little bit of info to Ethan.
It's another half buy here for EDG. Couple rifles, couple stingers, no ultimates to their name just yet. Maybe Genie could get an overdrive active in this round.
Mata with the timing.
Yeah, just expected another step forward, but it was 1 step back there.
They're going to test the kid again.
This site has been uncrackable, but they are going for it. They're running into Scuba. He's got the molly ready. He's forced to retreat on account of that relay pull. Genie spotted out by Ethan, but no opportunity to really face into that.
That could have had him gobbled up though. He got his walk though. Dangerous place to be up against the Odin, and Jenny is on the receiving end.
Oh, that's a crazy adjustment. They still have to deal with Scuba here, and Ethan doubled up, high-low.
Perfect. Wasn't even needed there. Scuba very comfortable from that spot. Brock eventually though was brought down. Still no plan. Nobody has to stick it here.
Chichu miles away, has to get through B main. Smoke's coming down now from Ethan. Paranoid as well connects.
The setup was perfect. Ethan picks off nobody like it's nobody's business. And Chichu now has to play off the side entirely. Retake ball being toggled in his way, that's a factor. But Ethan is taken down handily. Now the Viper's pit is set up for him to get back in. Risky business. Som's looking to get this to half and likely to get off. It's outside of the pit. Dangerous as Chichu shows himself with the tracers. And Som blows into smithereens.
Just a commitment to testing this B site and failing from EDG yet again. NRG, the way that they're adjusting their setups with those 2 anchors of Ethan and Scuba, and consistently able to buy time for the rotates to come through. The support from Brock was right in time. That was a pretty nasty adjustment onto the swing from Ginny. And then after the fact though, they just can't get into backside. We've seen this on multiple occasions. The backside is fully controlled by Ethan and Scuba. That time a high-low on a prior round of Crossfire.
Chichu though brimming with confidence, even in that 1 versus 3. Spends the Viper's pit in order to give him a way back into the B side.
A lot of confidence, but also feels like desperation. We need to get around on the board, and I'm going to try to do whatever it takes to claw for it. And it's all for naught. That ultimate just thrown to the wind.
Proper buy here though. Late 0 point should tell a lot. Catch on to 2 in mid, and the Neon spotted crucially.
There are 4 ultimates available for NRG on this round. Scuba has pivoted towards this A site.
That's a tag on the clone by the looks of things. Nothing off that Hunter's Fury, but Scuba now preemptively throws a Viper's Pit down on the A side. This isn't enough yet to deter EDG. They may exit via a link though.
Yeah, all of it encompassed by that. All the EDG feeling pressure to retreat.
Oh, Scuba's here? Let's go the other one.
Yeah, genuinely time to go to B, but now you're going to deal with Brock with that Odin and a total lack of main control. You know, when they come in, Brock could try to go for some spam, retreat back to elbow, and then Mata has the cross with this off to push onto it.
Oh, like another wall expand, Jenny! Very low. Somehow alive though, Mata gets traded out. Chichu and nobody get involved in that engagement, and Brock is still looking for a way to make use of the Odin. It's Ethan stepping up, Brock down, Odin threat neutralized. Kangkang deals with Ethan, who won't be brought back into the game anytime soon. Now Scuba and Som had to put it together. One in tower, the other coming from top mid, and that's crucial. This kill here is everything. Kangkang not ready for the swing, but still recovers in time, and even found Ethan off the backside.
And now there's this wrap coming in. Ginny getting into elbow. Som has to drop, has to make some sound, and beautiful, beautiful. Perfect moment for the swing. EDG finally get one on the board after that 5-round drought. It just comes from pressuring A into the pivot towards B, not running into Scuba. And honestly, I want to see this kill from nobody onto Mata. Yeah, finding that instant trade was massive. I mean, imagine if Mata, even with low HP, just gets back around the corner. There was no one who would have been able to kill him. He could have just posted up in main. That would have been so difficult for EDG to deal with.
The sick from Kangkang.
Yeah, and then that 3K is beautiful. Beautiful stuff.
And also, the null commanding Ethan is not in a position for that ultimate to have any effect. So he spares his team the suppression and gets 3.
So many ultimates used in that round for NRG. None of them at any serious level of value. And this has put EDG in a situation where they can get back in this game. Now they're the one with the ultimates advantage.
NRG has managed to spot nothing down mid yet. Mata hasn't pushed up for a swing. Trying to wait patiently on this. Som is very far forward though in yard. Trying to reposition himself.
Mata's a clone. In case of that flash here. Now obviously spotted out by this dimensional drift. Som is on the retreat towards site. Mata needs to get out of there with that light speed under a lot of pressure. But the saturate buys some time.
Mata actually swung into that. That is completely unhinged. Not going to be able to connect though. That's the Horde in play. 0 point catches 3 EDG players. They want to keep this going.
Look at this triple face from NRG to try and hold backside. Som goes down early.
Yeah, it's not been swung into yet.
Yeah, EDG, they don't fully commit. They're just planting for offsite to play from yard, play from lane.
Only playing when they have information, and it's Ethan that actually stepped up into the line of sight. Mata with a shorty, not close enough. He's in deep trouble, tries to switch weapons, but he's leapt upon instantly. And as good as Scuba's been, he has been put out of the action this round.
And now it is going to be time for him to save. Ethan is on very low cash, so they would love to be able to make sure that they can get 5 rifles going into this. Next one just retreats towards spawn. EDG, they finally stop the bleeding, get back into the game. They made the right decision in that execute in terms of where they were planting, how they were playing off of the spike. They didn't overcommit. If they had, they would have went right into that NRG triple face stack up backside, but they don't get baited in.
Really well handled. Don't get carried away with it. Playing off that A side. That's the dimensional drift committed there. Going to put Mata in a position where he could not be involved. Great patience considering, I think, a large number of frustrating circumstances have befallen EDG. Not just on this, but also on this map, trying to work that B site. I think they're starting to realize that A might offer a wider array of options for them on the attack side.
Absolutely. It is time to just simply avoid Scuba on this B site. It's been locked down on the left half of the map. Just focus your attention over on A. 0 point goes down bottom. Mid doesn't catch anyone out from EDG. They wait it out, and now they start to press forward.
No longer is Brock set up top mid to spray through. This time he is out-droning. Through link out to mid and doesn't spot the player on the other side of the
I don't
wall.
think spotted him, but Kangkang thought he was. Can't really blame him. Teleports to the team. They're going for the B exec again. They're testing Scuba again.
Jenny tucked in the corner. Ethan now with the fragment to try and dig him out. Smoggy took some damage from him, but Jenny's going to win the fight at elbow. That's Scuba down. No more Viking util. So up to Ethan. Unreal. Nobody's head goes rolling and he says, why not? In for a penny, in for a pound.
How does he not trade that? That felt like a sure kill.
Yeah, dangerous now. Chichu at 5, but still very much a factor.
Planted.
And back into mid, has Kangkang gone?
You can see Kangkang calming that. He did hear those footsteps behind him. Saw him now through heaven. EDG with an acute awareness of Mata's positioning at the very least.
There's nothing for Som to see here. He sees it. The player below him. Chichu now neutralized. Som could start to cut the side up a little bit with these smokes.
But still, he has to worry a bit about his elbow. You can see he is paranoid. That smoke comes down to Smoggy trying to get in front of it. Time is beginning to get very low.
Not enough! And Kangkang happen to play the low ground. Smoggy X's the round with 2 health. Chichu survives at 5 after Brock tries to trade him. And things just break very well, very favorably for EDG on that B-side hit.
Those were some very snappy, gorgeous shots from Ethan. This little adjustment to the left on nobody was lovely, but
the fact that Genie gets that foothold and finally he's able to take down the Viper on the entry is massive.
That's the first time they've been able to immediately deal with Scuba. And unfortunately for Brock, he really looked like he had a sure kill with that Odin. And he tried to go for an aim adjustment, and then he just loses out that duel that he absolutely needed to win on the trade.
Just the raw charisma from Kangkang. It is palpable. So far, he has been the engine room for EDG on this Corrode comeback. Good start for EDG with a pistol win, but then that first gun round sees them fall further and further behind. Now though, game is tied and Bonka needs to phone in.
When we get back in, NRG, they do have one ult to play around in those convergent paths from Mata. And they are going for a full investment, it does seem, as well. This has been impressive from EDG. Able to make the adjustments, some good calling right now.
That convergent path, the first time we saw it, looked very disruptive. EDG hit en masse by it in yard as they tried to approach that A side. Conservatively, Mata didn't really play into it, didn't rush at them, used it to stall, to disrupt.
Now what is the play from NRG? EDG have been very willing to press up mid, get that space after and during the wall goes up. Now NRG, they want to fight through it this time. And it has been Kangkang solo on the effort to take this mid control on most rounds.
No more Odin here for Brock. Down to the Guardian, but playing a similar position. Still good bullet penetration there as NRG want to make full use of the paper mache walls.
Off some contact, Ethan is ready to just flash out. Take this fight towards mid. Dark cover drops, so he doesn't need to get out of the way temporarily.
Mata also set up to just stay entrenched here and then respond quickly if there's an A hit. Tough for EDG to get A link control, but they are going to step forward now.
Prowler alerts them to the lack of players there. Close to the judge.
Brings the gavel down on Chichu and Kangkang. Now the only option is to try and play through mid as nobody caught inside a conversion pass. Runner Jenny also suffering that hindrance. And so, Smoggy now in a 1v5. All too much to do, but he's made a good start. Knocked down to 6 though, too much damage collaterally. And even though he takes 2 key kills.
30 seconds left.
All but impossible as Ethan from pocket will neutralize him.
Excellent setup from NRG and making that adjustment out of the timeout to fight more targeted for that mid. And it just pushes those EDG players fighting through A main right into the judge. Som had a nice position there, kind of just tucked in that corner of the dark cover.
A little saturate to clear that corner by Mata.
And then when the split activates, Mata rips that ult in mid. It's well executed.
That puts NRG back in front by a nose. Now they've got the overdrive to stare down from Jenny. EDG hoping maybe for a fast play to get them to parity at the end of this first half.
Brock's got the money to get the Odin activated again.
It's been middling in its impact, I feel.
Which is a rarity for a Brock Odin game, if we're being honest. Now EDG, they buy their time in mid. 0 Point does make a couple connections. Now they work their way up. Gate crash all the way at the top of mid. That's just going to be a fake from Kangkang. But NRG, as far as they know, could be, looking down the barrel of a B split. They've lost all that control.
Yeah, Som though can get back into tower on B side with that ultimate. Able to reinforce pretty effectively, and they're looking to really clear mid now. An odd timing for it. Brock won't see anything though.
EDG's execute stalled out by the mollies on main. Another now from Ethan.
Nobody's dug enough into that corner that the fragment doesn't affect him. Here comes a paranoia, and in they come. 3 spotted off that 0 Point, and Ethan needs to get the work again. It's going to be Jenny up in this corner. Scuba highly mindful of it this time, and again it's Ethan set up on this corner, brought to pressure from mid with the Odin, but there's no pick, there's no reveal of any of these players, and so we can only spray and pray. Scuba good for 1. Always seems to be the case in that position. Jenny's able to get in there and finish the job as he's down to 10.
Pretty shocking, honestly, that EDG are able to make that work, but respect to them. NRG were fully stacked up on that site.
I think vindicating at the end of the first half to return to the scene of the crime and find great success on a very clean B hit, all things considered. Really competitive first half. Great to see that recovery from EDG.
They're able to make the right adjustments at the right time when it looked like things were just spiraling out of control, and we've got another close game.
Ball from Corrode on the other side of these messages.
Enemy remains.
Let's go.
12 rounds into Corrode, and it is a tied game, folks. Your Coinbase Econ report here to kick us off, and Kangkang had a very important 3K round. He definitely has the measure of Ethan in this game, where he's able to help his team finally claim that B-side against the null command of all things.
And it is important, honestly, that he was getting so many kills on Ethan, because he was a critical part of those anchors, especially towards B, where they did find success at the end of that half, able to tie things up. It was an impressive showing, and outside of even just the individual play, it seems like Kangkang is really keeping his team hyped up, keeping them in the game mentally as well.
Yeah, really important, I think, for Jenny as well. They mentioned he's someone who they really want to set up for success, trying to keep his head in the game. He's got a tough role in the Neon, right? Quite often was moving into that B site, taking some space, getting traded at best, and sometimes just getting flattened. So making sure your other duelist is at his best, still feeling good about himself, crucial, and allows EDG eventually to figure out how to break that NRG B-side hold before the end of the half.
The last time we saw NRG playing attack on Corrode, they got 11 rounds against Sentinels in that lower bracket final. Absolute dominance. Can they repeat a performance like that? Are EDG ready to stave off how strong they are on this side of the map?
We saw Smoggy was the highlight player of Abyss. A little quieter to start this one off. And Brock as well, someone who we sort of hyped up a little bit, said watch out when he gets the Odin in his hands.
Yeah.
Wasn't really able to do much with it.
For a very good reason, but
Time to jump.
Yeah, not this time around.
Said it was a rarity that he didn't get a lot of value with it, and that is the genuine truth. Very uncommon that he's not able to put up numbers with that weapon. Energy, they're pivoting over towards this A side. Have Scuba as a late lurk posted up in mid. Here comes the utils, 0 point broken, but the Dark covers in and the dash from Mata.
Oh, light speed gets Mata right in Chichu's face, and he has to give up that space, but Mata is not going to let him get away that easily. Now into the side, it's already getting broken up by some of these dark covers, and Mata finds yet another one. It's blistering pace from NRG. And they at least have control of A. Still Smoggy at large, but quite a game from him. He'd have to step up, and he takes a hit through the masonry. He has to stand up here and give his best.
Certainly wouldn't be an NRG series if we don't get a Mata ace in it.
Gonna fall back here.
And the man has produced them with uncanny frequency in Americas.
Yep, he is the all-time ace leader in the region, but Smoggy on for another pistol clutch, but denied by Som at the last moment.
Closer than NRG would have liked it to be, but you can see what Waylay offers you in these situations. Break that crosshair placement, threaten to overwhelm you very quickly. That's just a pistol round. But you can see the idea from NRG, who want to make use of this guy. A real lightning bolt out there on the field.
It gets that burst. There was a really cool little flash thrown at the ground from Ethan as well that fully blinded nobody, so Mata could get an easy second on that side anchor.
Good job, boys. Good job, boys.
Man, if Smoggy did it again, he was so close.
So I'm able to stand up there and be the neutralizing presence NRG needed.
Stabilizes for the team, and now they have that second round bye, which involves a couple rifles, a couple pistols, and the one stinger for Mata on this entry towards Link in prime position to get his, but it's a fight down mid from EDG.
Yeah, Kangkang wants a bit of it, and he's already collected up 2 of those sheriff kills. Doesn't want to give up the space quite yet either. He gate crashes over to B, but there is an insert of Smoggy left top mid. NRG suspect it, and of course have the penetrative power of the Vandal to try and dig him out.
And they're able to pick up the important guns onto some of the players who did just have pistols, and now go for the rotate towards that B side. A B side where the gate crash from Kangkang has just been thrown to, so can get a fairly fast rotate there if necessary. EDG, they do want to commit to the effort of holding mid, catching a player there.
You see how important it was that Scuba stays alive in that early trade. It allows NRG to get out of mid, and Kangkang's none the wiser that they're headed to be.
Convergent paths already from Mata. Wants to commit them just to ensure that they close this round out.
Well, a fair guess to assume there'd be an entrenched defender here for EDG.
And honestly, when you get them on round 2, I guess, sure, just send them. Let's make sure we win.
I believe we call that easy come, easy go, right? We'll play off the site. Back and right on up here. Mata, of course, has a light speed to get in. No refract, though, to get out. It's planted obviously pretty well out in the open. That dark cover's about to dissipate. Chichu spotted, dancing the boxes in the background. There's a flash, but no attempt to actually play through it. for NRG. Martel's hoping to get some information from above that wall, but sees very little. There's a gap here that Kangkang might look to exploit. Not quite quick enough from the trigger finger, though. It's the Vandal that gets the better of him, and now Marta will step up for real. Some big frags in this second half. And NRG convert. Only one gun taken out of the round.
And much like the pistol, Smoggy just suddenly collects 2 at the end of the round. Significant damage done, and it'll be curious to see what the commitment economically from NRG will be now that we're heading towards EDG's first full buy. I mean, when you go into the bonus with the double rifle, double pistol, you're hoping to get a pretty legit bonus by going with rifles. That is not going to be the case.
No, there's going to have to be some...
I mean, unless they just hard force it.
No, Bulldog here, some on a Sheriff. Nobody instantly over towards the Odin as well.
So it is a mixed kind of half buy, really fast from Mata getting into that link. 0 point confirms a lack of presence. Kangkang with the mid swing. It's the first onto Ethan.
Makes it work with the Bulldog of all things. Mata just a little bit haphazard there, steps out into a double face. Very far ahead of the rest of NRG on a solo mission that goes wrong.
No desire to slow down. NRG not able to get off that A main ground to assist in time. Now look at this stack up from EDG. This should absolutely shred NRG when they round this corner.
Time for the kid to test the champs, I think. Relay Bolt's going to slow them up. There's a ping, though, on Jenny around the corner. Shock Dart to soften up Smoggy, who waded into its area of effect.
It gets a good amount of damage off onto these 2 players, but still, they are committed to just holding this together.
EDG also not moving off that B side yet. Swinging the double face. The dark cover breaks it up, though. Jenny down. This is dangerous now. Kangkang puts it to bed. Up to a casual 17 kills, leading from the front.
Begins as well, taking that ISO'd fight against Ethan in mid. It's just in this moment, flash out of that wall, didn't connect onto Kangkang, and Mata so aggro in that moment. Seemed that he really thought he could catch one player, but I mean, even if he gets that first, there's an instant trade coming. That was very aggressive, and he got punished for it.
You've mentioned that NRG's group in Americas was populated by a lot of double duelist teams, but this might be the most talented team of that style they've had to go up against.
They're going up against the man that has the all-time BO5 kill record. All right, nobody with an instant frag onto Mata, who used that light speed to get in. Saw him in a really cheeky position.
Mata just crumpled there. That is all of the bark out of NRG. What is someone doing from here? G2 heads upstairs and says, "You're not supposed to be here."
Yeah, this attempt from NRG to go for a crazy, fast site exec with the teleport with the light speed is all for naught. Okay, Scuba somehow wins that out. Pretty shocked that he's able to do so.
Was able to get his gun up in time, but he's mindful that Jenny might have dropped down behind him. Kangkang is just causing problems all across the map here.
Yeah, it feels like he's in the walls at the moment. Brock is going to be able to get the spike plant down, but surely this is unwinnable. Actually, denied even of that by the utility coming through the haunt from the fade.
Comes Kangkang again. Still a plant. That's what Scuba has to work with, but he has 85 health. He's got 4 able-bodied individuals standing in between him and a round win. Make it 3. Tap on the spike, surely Kangkang. No, head ripped off. There's something here, Scuba. Surely not.
Oh my God, he had the crosshair placement perfect as well. Nobody was just fast enough. Oh my God.
That would have been the most degenerate thing I think I've seen. Yeah, frustrating for Scuba. Tantalizingly close to a legendary moment.
You do not see crosshair placement get better than that. Oh my God, he was ready as well. He had it in the perfect spot to get that kill. But he was just a millisecond too slow.
Too low. Frustrating. That's definitely not something you want to weigh on you.
Oh my God.
He's having an insane performance. Nobody again early with the spray through those walls. Brook suffers as a result. And an orb still secured for the attack side. Scuba just blowing off steam, maybe.
Oh, Mata didn't want to instantly swing through, was hoping that not revealing himself would allow him to get the trade. But it isn't the case. And this round is as good as done for NRG. EDG on for taking the lead in this game.
And that aura around NRG feels like starting to falter a little bit. The stopping power of these EDG defenders has unraveled them on multiple occasions. Some are simply seeing what he can get for his money.
Kangkang really just feeling himself at this point, hungry to take more fights, hungry to get more kills.
Sees Decay down, TP across the way. Chichu mindful of it though. And Brock obviously completely elsewhere, fighting his own demons.
Headed into this next round. Want to take a look at the status of some of these ults because they are getting online for NRG, and can't say the same for EDG on the opposing side. This is a real opportunity for the team from Americas to put a gun round win together. They have that null command to get into a site. They have the Viper's Pit to close out a post plant. Two potent ultimates that if used effectively should get them to 9 rounds.
Got to be mindful, of course, of what nobody's doing early in some of these rounds. Marta with the fast play over towards Link. Now, last time he just walked out and got picked off, so we'll see.
And this is a pretty standard open from NRG, but does he expect a reclear coming already from EDG? 3 players in mid.
No one covers him from bottom mid here. He is alone in this position. And alone he will fall. Now that mid control firmly in the hands of EDG. Null command now is the acceleration, is the response into this B side, and nobody cannot stand.
He really overstays his welcome, maybe expecting even that a dark cover would have been thrown there, but it wasn't. And now the pit goes down. Now it's into the 4-on-4.
A lot of side control. You've got 2 players from NRG forging already into back halls.
Scuba needs to stay alive though. Kangkang needs this kill desperately, but Brock ready on the angle to support.
Odin in hand as well. That's going to be a problem when we come to this post-plant scenario. A very timely 0.6 sees 3 top mid.
This is a great reposition from Psalm as well. Getting into heaven, the backstab can activate at any given moment.
Jimmy's going to try and accelerate over towards main, but there's far too high density of players here. Chichu in the pit, fighting for his life. Surely he knows he's better off playing from outside and keeping this gun in hand. Spots Som in tower, and he will be judged.
And it is those 2 ultimates being used to perfect effect. The pit, the null command. I did really like this play though from EDG. Mata dashing up into that link and staying committed to the position is something that he's done before.
Yep.
And so they're able to just isolate him completely to get that opening kill. It was a great idea.
Not the first time Mata's been very much out at sea alone in some of those early scenarios.
It was just unfortunate that nobody goes down playing in heaven. I think, thought maybe the dark cover was coming. Not exactly sure, but that was an important kill for NRG to pick up. Regardless off, finally in the hands of Kangkang. Scuba removed instantaneously.
Absolutely brazen. Bro basically bathed in that molly from the Viper. Was happy to trade a little bit of health for the kill.
Mata on the verge of getting the conversion pass. Just 1 orb required at this point.
Won't do a whole lot to Kangkang, who's perched up here waiting for a push through B main. Mid really not explored at all for NRG yet. Jenny with a fairly safe posting top mid.
Gotta go.
Shoulder peeking at regular intervals as Ethan is yet to show himself.
Brock a bit of a reclear towards A main. NRG have really slowed the pace at the moment. They need to commit a dark cover to obscure this top mid view. Danger for Ginny. Goes down to half HP.
Just warning shots though, but NRG are looking to scale up this mid control now. This is about to get ugly.
EDG, they want to pop out of this potentially. Smoggy on the angle.
Multi-face, there's got to be some action here in mid, and there is. Ginny and nobody able to find 1 each.
30 seconds.
I mean, unfortunately, Ethan and Mata, they're hindered.
All right, there it is. Light
Oh,
speed.
that is criminal.
Snaps the crosshair positioning entirely. Now Kangkang, who was positioned up in tower, gave up that spot to play back through spawn.
And now Ethan planting for Mata to keep playing in that link.
How aware are they of the tower position? What is that from Ethan? 5 points of health. Well, 4 more than he needed.
That is just a pixel shot from Ethan. I can't believe NRG win out that mid fight. EDG have 3 players ready to activate on that contact from Smoggy. They fight in the smoke and they lose out. I mean, that is just a disgusting way to be able to get the fight isolated. What is that shot? Oh my god,
Ethan!
Same reaction.
Give me something, bro. Good jumps out of him.
Now, you talked about the ultimate trough for EDG. They were suffering. Well, now it's very much the opposite. However, the weaponry isn't quite there to match it.
Wow, instant dimensional drift from Kangkang used right down mid. He does spot out every single player.
Gate crashes over at Tau. He doesn't want to go back that far.
Now the question is to what avail, right? But it is now allowing EDG to walk all the way up and position themselves in B main at the very least. They have full control. And if there's a pivot back from Energy to B, it could be dangerous. You have nobody taking contact, and then Ginny tucked in the corner with the stinger. But Energy are slowing down the pace of the game now.
Rourke obviously mindful of this. Sat watching from the bottom of mid.
A lot of damage dealt to Smoggy and Ethan, respectively, in that little exchange.
Energy, of course, aware that the weaponry isn't where it needs to be on the EDG camp. Ginny can supplement, of course, with an overdrive if you want to commit more into this half-bought round here. Kangkang chilling in pocket.
Smoke's being cycled on main. Of course, it's Paranoia ready to go from Smoggy, but it is temporarily deactivated.
That's a nice little fragment there on Kangkang. He takes a bit of damage, has to step up, and now looking to play off this Paranoia. Chichu forced back. Paranoia comes from NRG. Now they're going to assert themselves on their way over towards the A side, and Marta's good for it. Chichu posted up, completely flashed. And nobody has to work his way in from mid.
Did you see that counter util from NRG after they're hit by that Paranoia? Immediately, Paranoia of their own, synchronized with that Saturate coming through. The two anchoring players blinded, hindered, and from there they are just deleted with absolute ease from Mata press forward.
Obviously outside of the fact that NRG take another big step towards a series win, it's a buff around economically where they don't suffer any casualties to the sheriff buy of EDG. Can build that foundation a little bit more. Now Convergent Paths comes online for Mata, gives them something to say in the conversation of ultimates, whereas EDG are still ready to leverage many of them to get back to winning ways.
Yeah, Ethan did throw out that null command very late in the round. Just, I don't know, feeling pressure in a bit of a chaotic moment on the entry into site. Wants to ensure they pick it up and get to 11. Maybe regretting it a bit though, given the state of EDG right now. Would be nice to have the opportunity to turn some of those ults off, but that it will not be the case.
Now it is only relatively quote-unquote early in the series. There's our second map, but with a 32 mapper for Abyss, 32 rounder, excuse me. Corrode now going pretty close. That fatigue is going to start to set in. EDG in the last few rounds, if you've seen, have had issues countering the movements of NRG, but these early rounds have tended to favor them, right? They've been able to pick up kills. In fact, it's NRG converting on some of these 4v5 scenarios. That messy mid-fight a couple rounds back feels like it was an inflection point. What do EDG have for us? Chichi with a Viper's Pit, crucial. Nightfall for nobody.
Is this just going to be an accelerated B hit from NRG, throw in the Convergent Paths? Maybe again, Psalm goes for a From the Shadows, TP's forward. He tried it last time.
I'm watching some frenetic pings from NRG in this direction. Looks like they want to hit this one hard and fast. Kangkang falls back, spotted out by the Al drone. Here's the Convergent Path. Smarter still has that in the back pocket, no. He actually refracts it out of the sight.
Yeah, they want to draw out some of this initial utility, and they do it effectively. Now, what is the pace on a re-hit? It's immediate with the Convergent Path.
But it doesn't cover the elbow players. Marta's still able to get in there and find Jenny. Brought down early in the round. Kangkang out in the open. Dragged off his horse. And now Nobu's going to fight his way out. That is sharp shooting. Scuba falls, but he's not ready for the close swing from Som. And so it falls to Chichu. As it has so often in this series. A gun round that EDG really pinned so many of their hopes on. It's up to him.
Just wants to get out of the smoke ASAP. Has the timing for the fight with Som. No instant swing.
Can he find his way through? Ethan close on the corner. Marta there for a double swing. It's not to be. And so EDG are going to have to force to stay in the series.
They try to flood in with that Nightfall. They have all the players there. It's absolute pandemonium on the site. I can't believe NRG get ahead. Sick kill from Mata. Scuba scales in quite quickly. And that drop from Kangkang just a little bit too late. The timing's just not there with the flood off that Nightfall. And they're picked apart one by one. NRG have a great re-hit. Getting in with the Convergent Pass after extracting util with that fake first hit.
Smoggy has no armor at all. Force the Vandal.
Just a glass cannon Vandal. Chichu playing within the pit to control all of B main.
Brock still wants to tap this orb, hoping that Chichu will show some traces here.
Brock does get it. Yeah, a little bit of danger to have a Vandal in that pit, not gonna lie. So Chichu doesn't go for much of a spam effort at all. In fact, doesn't spam at all. Kangkang is peeking through mid.
Yeah.
NRG, they're on the cusp of taking this series 2-0 after being down 11-2 on the first map.
We're looking for some prime 2024 Kangkang here. If EDG are going to have a shot in this game. Gate crash out, realize he doesn't really have the tools. Scuba, who's had a phenomenal series, a great map, has got himself nestled up towards A main.
Ethan walking his way up mid towards this linked flash to get some of that space to apply some pressure. The majority of this NRG hit going to come through A main off this wall.
This provokes the re-clear of Link from nobody. Sends the Prowler in. So we're all lined up for A main. A hard hit coming in from NRG. It's going to be Marta first with a light speed. Jimmy though tucked in that corner. Deals with the waylay. Now though, all of them lit up. It doesn't seem to matter. It's Brock with the Odin. Only gets the one. And the 0 point not able to be made use of. Brock's in trouble. Big trouble. And EDG fire back right when it matters.
That was excellent counter utility from EDG to stop that hit in its tracks. The that paranoia from Smoggy had a serious connection. I mean, look at Mata. He was just blinded up. Didn't know where he was looking. Didn't know where he was dashing. Stun connection as well. Beautiful, beautiful stoppage power.
And in the end, Ethan doesn't want to try and split A from Link. He flashes it, clears at least the first part of it, but then doubles back to join NRG for a flood through A main that gets stopped in its tracks.
All right, NRG with 2 opportunities to close out this map. Mata back to this fast late take. Does bait out the paranoia and just refracts back to bottom mid. Wants to gather up with NRG, the rest of the squad who are poised to execute onto this B site. Brock could have a Hunter's Fury and a post plant potentially. He's just 1 orb away and he's going to get that in main.
Kangkang's gate crash here at B puts him right in the middle of the action if he's going to respond to a site.
And he is in.
Okay, Albert Elite high behind the orb and now ready to fight! So far, not so shabby. Chi-Chi's able to back him up and go 3 for 1. Now this leaves Scuba and Brock having to fight for it. Spray through the corner! What? How do they get this second? Okay. Brock up on the side, Spike stuck. Scuba ready, and has to go 1v2 on this swing out of elbow. Brock is not in a position to double up with him. Haunt popped. Now he'll double back. Prowler gonna come around the corner. Brock spots the player jump on the side. It's gonna be Jenny. Scuba has to deal with him now. Overdrive at the ready, and long range. Jenny picks Brock off. EDG are far from done.
And that overdrive is just too much to deal with, but what a play from Kangkang. That brazen confidence just sends it into the site. Pop flashes for himself.
How did Smoggy die? Brock sprays 2 players down instantly with his Odin.
Chi-Chi and Kangkang do such a great job. Oh God, that is sick. Yeah, this overdrive though, just too strong in a situation like that.
Oh my God, he's so...
Some frustration there for NRG, just trying to put this game to bed before EDG take it over.
And now, juxtaposed to Abyss, it's been them on match point, them struggling to close this out. 1 more for EDG to take us to back-to-back OTs for them to stay in this series. Just an unbelievable showing from both teams. Our 2023 Champions winner in Ethan against the 2024 Champions winners, starting this tournament off in amazing fashion.
And honestly for NRG, it's been a showcase primarily of what Scuba and Marta are made of in this series. Scuba with an amazing defense side. NRG now have had to throw caution to the wind on more than 1 occasion. And now that hit towards B, you mentioned it, Kangkang just materialized in the middle of a hit that was in progress and still finds 2 kills. The guy's got composure for days. Can NRG avert yet another overtime in this series? EDG, the rounds have come few and far between, but they've come when they've mattered. Brock has a Hunter's Fury, Odin still to hand.
Will this be the final round of this series? Can NRG make it through, remaining in this upper bracket?
Hush over the audience now. The weight of this round is clearly felt. Now, where are we at? Okay, he got out somehow. Retracting away with 6 health.
Wanted to get some information for this Hunter's Fury, but there's not even a tag from Brock Nobody in mid, he's just ready for the lurk.
No check of mid. Scuba now off the map, and Marta down to 6. A grim start to this one.
But nobody, he just hunts for more. He gets greedy and he gets punished.
Kangkang now that sole player in mid. Jenny making his way toward connector. But NRG still have their omen in the game. Still have the util to put together a hit on B. And that's going to put Chichu yet again to the test.
And that dark cover is thrown up mid from Ethan to kind of make it seem like they could be working up there. But Kangkang knows that that is nonsense. He's pushed all the way down, but the pressure will be on Chichu. He's playing from elbow. He takes a lot of damage. A risk to get the molly off.
He doesn't want to give up this position. He's trying to hold it for as long as he can, but he eventually realizes he's got to concede.
Yeah, just routed over towards heaven. Wants to hold elbow to the best of his ability, and NRG, they're going to swarm him. They want to overwhelm this position.
They're running out of time.
They take it now. They slow down.
There's going to be players coming from top mid. Chichu can still set up here in tower. There's the paranoia, and that's the signal to go. Marta clipped by the para. Chichu here knows Ethan is going to be sniffing at his heels, and on the side, Brock at least finds one. Needs more. There's Ethan. Now can make his way out with Sob. Disrupts the defuse, and Ethan puts it to bed. And his hand, it starts in 2023. And in 2025, Ethan looking for another shot at glory. This time surrounded by young, hungry shooters. And NRG vindicate themselves in this match against your reigning world champions to kick off Group C.
And that is the global debut for 3 Challengers players that made it into the league this year. A stunning showing from Mata, who just absolutely lit up EDG on that map 1. He goes 5 for 12 on the first half, but drops 31 kills total to win that out in an unbelievable comeback, a 17-15 round OT. And on Corrode, when it looked like EDG were going to make that comeback of their own, when NRG was struggling on match point, they found the resolve to close it out. Som and Scuba, a strong duo on that Corrode map to get them over the finish line. Scuba with that anchoring, that clutch that he had as well, and Som just a consistent factor in terms of the fragging across the board.
And you could argue this is one of NRG's greatest challenges yet. They face another team that's adept in the double duelist style, that always wants to throw these aggressive looks at them. They managed to mix it up early in the round, waiting for those info pushes, being able to punish them. It still goes to the wire. Smoggy basically takes over the first part of Abyss. It's tied for the single greatest comeback on a map in Champions history. A 9-round delta that NRG overcome. Let's head down to Lou and Marta down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Et je vais pouvoir rejoindre Mada après cette masterclass. Mada, may I borrow you for a second? After the selfie, you've already... Wait, I'm on a... Congratulations, first of all, for this insane performance, both as a duelist and as a team. And the first question I wanted to ask you is, how did you guys manage not to give up at 11-2 on Abyss? How did you manage not to give up to get your confidence back? How was that?
I think we just stayed in the game the whole time. Doesn't matter how far behind we are, we're always going to climb back. Our mental is just too good as a team.
And I think we saw that in your mental as a duelist too. You were carrying on that first map.
Yeah, I was. I mean, thankfully the boys had me on map too. You know, Scuba, Sam played amazing. So thank you to them. We played good as a team.
You did, indeed. Donc première question, comment vous avez fait pour ne pas abandonner? Ils perdaient 11-2 sur Abyss. Comment est-ce qu'ils sont remontés? Bah tout simplement le mental de la team. On est resté dans la game de A à Z. Et moi individuellement, j'étais chaud sur Abyss. Mes teammates étaient là sur la deuxième carte, notamment Scuba, qui nous a fait aussi une masterclass. And I have another question to ask you is about the Odins. You know, we see Odins in the hands of your teammates, in Brogues, and also some, but never in yours. So do you like the gun? And what makes this Odin meta for you guys so good?
If you guys see me use the Odin, then there's something wrong. There's something very wrong. So no Odin for me.
But what makes it strong according to you?
It's Brock. It's not the Odin, it's Brock.
Okay, it's your teammate basically, not the gun, right? And you just defeated, you know, like current champs holders, like winner holders. So who do you think will be the hardest team to beat now in Paris?
Team Liquid is probably going to be next, if I had to guess. So I think it's going to be a hard game, and I'm excited.
Okay, so you're seeing them winning the next match. Donc, deuxième question, il joue beaucoup à la Odin, les énergies. On a vu Brox, on a vu aussi son coéquipier Som qui la joue. Jamais Mada. Donc, pourquoi est-ce que tu la joues pas? Et ensuite, pourquoi est-ce que c'est si fort? Et bah, tout simplement, si jamais vous me voyez avec une Odin dans les mains, c'est qu'il y a quelque chose qui s'est mal passé. Et c'est Brox, c'est pas la Odin qui est forte, c'est vraiment mon coéquipier. Et je pense que Team Liquid vont être les plus difficiles à battre dans cette Champions. Thank you very much, Mada, for your time. Congratulations and good luck next. And speaking about next, we're going to see in a few minutes who's going to take the win between Team Liquid and GRX. Stay tuned.
Yo, if these dogs want to fight, bro, let's give them the fight, you know?
Man, I'm just so much better than these shitters, man.
We're so good.
Ah, he's a noob. He's actually a noob.
That's what he does, man! Come on!
Come the f on. These guys are horrible. Let's win this game, guys. Let's win, man. Let's win.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Mika and Bella here with Mako of DRX. Now, Mako, DRX clutched this champ spot, and as somebody who's been to so many champions, what does this mean to you to be here?
아슬아슬하게 챔피언스 막차 티켓을 성공한 DRX인데요. 원래 엄청 많이 무대에 서보신 경험이 있는 만큼 이번 파리 진출이 어떤 의미가 있을까요?
일단은 다른 챔피언스보다 너무 불리한 상황으로 진출을 해가지고 일단은 개인적으로는 되게 뜻깊은 챔피언스라 생각을 하고 있습니다.
I mean, it's unlike the other champions that we were at. We were dealt the unfavorable cards coming in as the last seed, but yeah, I'm looking forward to enjoying every bit.
And one quick last question. IGL 누구예요? And there's been a little roster discussion.
I'll say the English part. Who is the IGL, Mako?
Translating.
IGL 누구세요?
접니다.
Did you get that? It is me.
I did get that for the record. Yeah, Korean. Thank you very much. Mahal 감사합니다. DRX fighting.
You heard it there from Mika and Bella. DRX, they will be taking the stage very soon, and it will be under the leadership of Mako, not Australia. Bane is back on the team. He's confirmed to be playing today. I think all of these are surprises that we probably didn't anticipate. How exciting.
No, not at all. But, you know, if you went and lived under a rock after Bangkok and weren't following Pacific, you'd be like, okay, I guess it's normal, you know. Bane's still playing,
Yeah,
just
what do you mean?
expectations. But it has been, Bane hasn't played a game with DRX in Stage 2, so this is a major change.
Yeah, he did play with them in a mid-season tournament, but other than that, you're right. He has not had VCT reps with this team in a really long time, and I always question moves like this prior to an event of this magnitude and this caliber. In between stages, sure. Right, you've got time to kind of iron things out, this, that, and the other, but you don't have 5-6 weeks to figure it out and make a playoffs run. It's do or die.
And for DRX as well, even the way that they made it here was a little bit all over the shop, right? You heard it, they didn't even make it here by qualifying. They needed some points, they needed some help. Some teams losing and winning here and there, but they have always made champs. And when they've made champs, they have always made it out of groups.
Yeah, they have. That's what the history says. They're the masters of getting 5th or 6th place. And yet this group feels like it's going to be really tough, especially watching that first series, how competitive it was between EDG and NRG. So I think coming in with a strong showing here against EME's top seed is a really big indicator for them.
Yeah, and I think we talked about it a little bit earlier in the pre-show. I don't know that DRX have ever looked this weak coming into a global, coming into champs either. So while they do have a lot of that history of being prolific and performing in that situation, I'm much more hesitant to put money on that one. That one's tough.
Does that have anything to do with Bane though? Does this buff them a little bit, Doug, that they come in with Bane, or nerf?
I almost, so my initial thought was, okay, you've got a little honeymoon you can go through, but it's not like they haven't played together before. Right, it's not like that. There is a completely new injection of talent and personality and voice and this, that, and the other. So this, I don't know. Have we ever seen something like this where an ex-player rejoins a team right before champs?
Honestly, maybe, but I can't think of it in the top of my head.
I can't run the numbers.
It's a unique situation.
Yeah, incredibly unique.
But I do think what DRX is maybe looking for with Bane, they're hoping and looking at scrims and whatnot, is for some fragging power. I think that has been a little bit of a weakness with them, with the current roster coming into the tournament. And I can hope that we see that from Bane. Mako, too, from the IGR can get it done.
One of the benefits, however, of making it to champs is that our players are getting to sample the famous French cuisine. Here's Human enjoying the taste of Paris with Lou.
And I'm now joined by DRX Yunmin. Thank you, Yunmin, for joining me for this very special segment. We're gonna get a taste of Paris together.
Oh, yeah.
And I heard you saying that you like French food, right, so
Yes,
far?
I
So, are you excited?
I'm excited.
Okay, so the first dish that we're gonna try is obviously, do I have to introduce this one? The croissant. So you're gonna have to answer a question that I'm gonna ask you about the croissant, but first of all, you're gonna try it. Yes, we are gonna try one croissant.
Okay.
You can, do you wanna do it with your hands or with the fork and knife?
Is it okay to do my hands?
I think so, yes.
Okay, let's see one piece. Would you like a piece?
Please.
Do you want to do it yourself?
Yes, I can do it myself. Merci. Okay. So let's try it out.
Okay.
What do we think?
This is croissant.
This is croissant, right? Do you see any difference with the croissant that you've eaten before? Like, what makes French croissant good?
I guess it's more flaky, like more like texture to it. Yeah.
More butter, I think. Also, there must be more butter in it. Also, so the question about the croissant, and I hope you get it right. So, is it true or false? A croissant typically can have as many as 55 layers of butter and pastry dough folded into each one. 55 layers.
55.
Is it true or is it false?
Sounds pretty interesting, so I'll say true.
And it is indeed true. Typically, they have between 27 to 55 layers of folded dough in a process called lamination. We're getting good here, Yunmin. First win for you and first croissant also for me. I think we can discover what the next dish is going to be. After croissant, we're going to have another very famous French dessert, which is crème brûlée. What does it look like for you? Appetizing, tasty?
It looks sweet. Something sweet.
Right. What are you expecting, like as a taste? Sweet? Any particular flavor?
Maybe something like yogurt.
Yogurt? Okay, let's try it out. You know what? I think this is one of my favorite desserts.
Tastes really good.
What does it taste like? Yogurt or better than yogurt, actually?
Better than yogurt.
Which one did you prefer? Croissant or crème brûlée so far? This one? This one, right? Yes. You will order it at the restaurant too. Okay, and last but not least, a very famous French dish that gave also its name to a film that you've watched, Ratatouille. So it's more of like a main dish, you know, like salty dish. Do you want to try it out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You be honest if you like it or not.
Yes.
But it's very famous.
Good enough?
Yeah, of course it's enough. Don't eat too much. It's like French gastronomy, you know, only one bit.
It just looks, it tastes how it looks.
That's not a compliment. That is not a compliment for ratatouille.
It tastes like tomato.
Okay, a lot of tomato sauce, right?
What I expected.
Okay, ready for the question?
Yes.
Ratatouille originated in Paris, France. It's a dish from Paris. Is it true?
This?
Or is it false? This.
I'll say true.
You would say why? Why Paris?
I don't know. Something with tomatoes.
With tomatoes or from Paris? And no, it's wrong.
False.
It's false. Yes, it's originated, I think, from Nice, France, so south of France, you know. They make a lot of like dishes with vegetables, you know, like dishes you can eat in the summer also that are not too heavy, you know, like big dishes. So no, it's false, but you got two of them right. So I think that's pretty decent. You passed the French exam, Taste of Paris. And I hope that you're gonna get to eat a little bit more in Paris, of course. I think that's all for us, and Yunmin is very ready to experiencing more French things.
Well, Human passed the first test in Paris, but what's he been like over in Pacific? Has he been scoring full marks?
Absolutely. I mean, this guy was tearing it up. He leads his team just from the front to topping the group, and even though the squad sort of bombed out in playoffs, only won a single series, he still is second highest in the league in terms of ACS, so he was still putting up insane numbers.
Which is such a unique thing. Like, that's got to be rare to have a team bomb out the way that they did and still have a top performer competing the way that he has. I think if there is a little hope, if there is a, I don't want to say an X factor, but if there is something that can kind of convince me that, okay, maybe DRX does have a shot at this, maybe they can pull something off here, I think it kind of has to start with him.
And we saw him early at the start of the year on the global stage in Bangkok, and I think he had so many big rounds for the team. I think I was very impressed seeing his Yoru play in particular, showed a lot of, I think, just proficiency on the agent. And while, again, that Bangkok tournament wasn't really the one for DRX, you showed that glimmer of what could be a star.
I mean, he has been, like you guys said, despite the thick and thin, the highs and lows, he's always been consistent, which I think is pretty fair to describe the way he's been playing so far. But he will be facing up against the #1 seed of EMEA, Team Liquid. They win a trophy domestically, and Trex is back at Champs. Not with Team Vitality, but with Team Liquid, and he looks amazing. By the way, Trex, not T-Rex.
Yeah, we call him
Some
Trex.
people think it's T-Rex.
The crazy thing is that Trex was playing against Hyunmin and the rest of DRX back at Bangkok with Vitality. But I think ever since he joined this Team Liquid roster, this is just a squad that cannot be stopped. Drop a single series, and he's just putting up consistent numbers.
It is interesting to hear the discourse around Team Liquid. They come through this as the #1 seed. They look really good on the roster. They have some incredible players individually. You talk about Trex, you talk about Nats. Obviously, he has to be mentioned every time. He's household at this point. But there isn't a ton of confidence.
Why is
in
that,
the
Yinsu?
team? And I'm really
Wait, what do you mean?
I'm really curious as to why.
Do you have confidence in Team Liquid?
Well, my opinion is irrelevant, but
I was going to say I don't necessarily, but there is that discourse where there are people who don't feel as confident in Liquid and their performance here, and I'm just really curious as to why.
They just hate us.
I mean, the last time they were first seed in EMEA coming into Champs was 2023, and that was not the
they're
same
just
story.
haters.
So
I think they're just haters. I mean, we're looking at a Liquid that has an IGL in Nats on the attack side, and also a caller like Trex on the defense. And when you put these two together, it's
should work,
crazy.
Me personally, I'm a Team Liquid believer, and this time they're coming into a global, and Nats is here on day one. Isn't that
Hey, let's celebrate. That actually deserves a celebration. But they also have a fantastic coaching staff. In fact, Yeltsin, their assistant coach, actually manifested this match against DRX. Take a look at this.
Hopefully we're gonna get DRX and gonna see who is the best basically on this map. So yeah, hopefully the group is versus DRX.
And the map he's referring to is Abyss, because you guys both mentioned it as well yesterday. Having Abyss in the map pool dramatically buffs Liquid and DRX. Who does it buff more? Can we even tell at this point? You know, how we already saw a stupidly exciting Abyss in the first game. This should be even better.
I mean, these are undefeated, right? You know, this one right here. I don't know who it buffs more, to be frank, but whoever wins this one is just the best Abyss team at the tournament, yes?
Yeah,
we agree. It's been 6 months, so
right?
let's just
It's
pretend.
over. Yeah, I do think it's early enough, though, that I would argue that when I think about the longevity of the tournament, I would love to see a really strong performance out of DRX here if we're going to believe that they have a shot at this.
Yeah, and they have to win more than just Abyss, because on the other side you have an IGL who MVP'd at the finals.
Yeah.
He's frags, he's speeches, he's a hype, he's literally everything. And even when you say to him, do you feel like you're doing too much? He says, yeah, I do a lot, but that's my job. Like, I need to do a lot.
Yeah.
I want to do a lot.
Also, he can do a lot. Yeah. I think he is one of the most impressive players in Stage 2, and I'm not talking EMEA, I'm talking globally.
Agreed.
He really can do it all, and I think if you watch his performance just in the finals alone, calling circles around GX and the individual play, it was all there.
And you think about it, the teams that he has been on have asked that of him for really his entire career. And he has consistently delivered, and then staggering to think the kid he's 23. He's incredibly young. He has so much experience already. As I mentioned it earlier, he's a household name.
Yeah, and the Champs trophies always eluded him. Who knows? This time it could be his, but we can't talk about Nats without Kiko. Luckily, Mika Fat's caught up with him a little bit earlier.
Mika here, and I'm with Kiko of Team Liquid. Wasn't it your birthday a few days ago?
Yes, it was.
Happy birthday to you!
Thank you so much.
Happy birthday to you. Well, Team Liquid seems to have really gotten their stride in Stage 2. So I'm wondering how you guys are going to be able to continue that momentum and the progress heading into Champs.
I think that we just focused on playing our own game, playing to our strengths, and you know, just working on the fundamentals. I think that's what's going to bring us over.
Well, best of luck to you, birthday boy.
Thank you so much.
I mean, Kiko has also been one of the reasons that Liquid have been successful. You know, the secondary duelist, role swaps, the smokes. At least in EMEA, he is considered the best in that role. I don't know how you guys feel about him coming to a global event and I guess measuring up to the other controllers in the tournament?
I know. I'm a big believer in Kiko, even since watching him back in the Ascension days, trying to qualify into EMEA. But I think he's very strong, and the rest of Team Liquid, I have them, you know, picked to win this series. This is not a Team Liquid playing musical chairs with Penny and Cyril or whatever, trying to get Nats back into it as well. No, this is a Team Liquid that's coming in as top dogs into this tournament out of EMEA. I got a lot of faith in them.
Well, these two organizations have never faced each other before, and we're better than the champ stage to settle it. Let's bring our teams onto stage and see who comes out on top. It's Team Liquid versus DRX.
We be like that. We be like that. We be like that. We be like that. Come let me this. We be like that. Come let me this.
It is the #1 seed of EMEA versus the Pacific team that barely just scraped through to make it to chance. But for Mako, he is one of 3 players that's made every single Champions tournament in the history of Valorant. And the one time he played against Nats, when Nats was on Gambit, he did lose. So this is a very, very historically rich matchup, despite the fact these orgs have never played against each other.
Yeah, you've even got the history of this year where Trex did play against this DRX team, and Trex also got the dub versus Mako back then. But the thing we all have to be freaking out about is Abyss is map #1. 2 of the best Abyss teams in the world back when it was in the pool back at the start of the year. This is our first time seeing them on the field of battle in a long, long time.
And for it to open the series, too. I mean, we're talking about a tone setter. You know both of these teams are playing into their strengths, as we talked about, and yes, there's been a long time, so who knows what either of these teams have prepped as far as composition or how they want to approach the map, but this is the perfect first chapter for this year.
And what I find really interesting, Team Liquid picking defense on a map that has been historically so attack-sided. I don't know what's going on there, if they have specific ideas they want to run, but I mean, even in our first series, seeing Abyss still being so attack-sided, no changes to the map, that is certainly a choice out of Liquid.
Yeah, and both teams, they believe they're the best Abyss team. They're both very confident on what they can bring on Abyss. And for Liquid in particular, they are very, very good in the preparation phase. They like to throw their opponents off, and they also are very well prepared when they get thrown off as well. But this Abyss, both teams knew it was coming. They have we're going to see the best of both teams.
And here's the thing is, I think just focusing on agent select is really interesting because the meta has changed a lot in terms of what has been popular on the map. Back when Team Liquid were playing it, they were playing like the old Ascent default comp with a Cypher in there for Nats, but you're seeing Jet, single smokes, a KO in the team. When DRX were playing it, that's with the Teo still in the play, because that was back when Teo was so strong at the start of the year. So I would be honestly surprised to see them running the same comps in this day and age.
This bind is interesting as well, because we have this old saying of everybody knows what Nats does. He doesn't change up how he plays, but why is no one beating him? How is it that you could come and say, yeah, we know what Nats likes to do. He likes to go here, he likes to do this wall, he likes to lurk it, but he doesn't lose.
Yeah, because he likes to do a lot of different things. You might know a lot of his plans, but he's going to change his timings. He's going to change that plan based on what he sees against you on the other side. He's got one of the best minds for the game in Valorant on the current day.
And he's also so mechanically gifted that even if you do know what he's going to do, there's a good chance he bests you anyway.
Yeah, and sometimes with an outlaw in your spawn, which is always really fun. But for DRX, so you know, this is the best condition they can be in. Qualifying for champs, having Abyss in the pool, and looking like the agents we're going to see Waylay Yoru.
That is unbelievable. Waylay Yoru is crazy.
Yeah.
And we're sticking to the vanilla Ascent comp, too.
Yep.
This is really interesting here. I'm a bit surprised that this is Team Liquid's approach, and I don't know that I could be more surprised that this is DRX's approach.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about the theory here right now, and what I think for DRX is, I think the ultimate of the Yoru. The Yoru, it makes a lot of sense.
Right,
I'm expecting, we've been seeing a lot more teams. In the previous meta on Abyss, teams would play pretty passively offside. They wouldn't fight forward. I think there could be options with the Waylay to, if you're execing into A, fight up into heaven. If you're execing on B, jump over books, fight towards art.
Yeah.
I want to see an active approach from DRX.
Of course, Liquid, they're still hovering. This is not locked in. And Nats, he likes to hover and agent select because he likes to take this time to give speeches, to hype individual players on his team up and to remind them what they need to do.
Because he's the type of player, he'll go down the list,
Yes,
player
one by
by
one.
player.
And the best part is he's always, look at him. He's telling individual players and then he goes to Kiko and he's like, never change, I love you, you're the best, you're perfect, you never do anything wrong.
And why would Kiko ever change anything? Because he's perfect, he never does anything wrong, he's the best.
True. All right, they have locked in though. So Doug, you spoke about a default, very, not very innovative.
No, and I mean, I don't even want to say it's comfort. I mean, we'll see how it does against
But
the
it is
Slice.
comfort.
Yeah, we'll see.
We have a lot of recognizable faces on the stage today, so why not add 2 more on the casting booth? It is Mitchman and Tombiz.
Team Liquid and DRX facing off here in Paris, each one wanting to prove that they are the best team on Abyss, and it's map number 1. Can I get a prediction from you going into this game, Thomas?
Yeah. Honestly, I was going for 2-0 for Liquid because they're the first seed, obviously, but after seeing Hyunmin try the croissant and creme brulee, I'm kind of going for 2-1. Especially, I'm excited to see that Waylay on Abyss now.
Yeah, excited to see the Waylay with the Paris buff as well, the French buff, and I feel like I'm seeing double. What's happened here? Tombiz number 2. Good to see you, man. You're looking a little different.
You couldn't tell the difference.
I was suspicious, I'll be honest.
Too much knowledge.
Never saw you do your hair like that. So it's time to get into the matchup. Team Liquid and DRX Abyss. This is what it all comes down to. It's map number 1. It won't decide the series, but it will decide who the world looks at as your best team on this map. A map that's recently made a return, but these teams were known for being strong on it way back when it was in the pool earlier this year.
Yeah, I'm excited for what we've got coming up here. Obviously, I'm sure my counterpart did a fantastic job of going through everything that we've got coming up. The arena's quite loud, so I didn't hear anything that was said. But I'm looking forward to seeing that Waylay coming into play. A lot of space that can be taken, especially kicking things off on the attack side for DRX. And as we've already seen today, a pretty hefty attack side dominance out of both sides in our first matchup.
Well, a minute 10 on the clock and blood yet to be drawn. A slow approach from DRX, but the same level of patience shown from the defensive side spread across the map and looking for those little pieces of information. But DRX are the ones to gain the benefit of this slow play as they manage to pick themselves up an orb towards that A site. Of course, ult's not going to be in play in this round, but it's all about the future. For now, we look towards the B site. A trap in play, 2 players standing by to take this fight. But DRX are going to be bursting through with full force. Waylay already closing the distance and finding some info.
Yeah, we'll be able to retreat back. Camo only just spotted, but it's the openers going the way of DRX, and Trex has been dealt with as well. 2 players on the rotate, but I'm looking at that flank coming out from Freeing. I wonder if he's been heard. I think he has. Padatek just pop flashing back in the other direction, but even just the time that is being bought is going to cause Liquid quite a lot of issues.
At this point, that flank all the way around is probably what's going to seal the deal if the site players don't. One of the things that Tombiz number 1 was saying was Hyunmin, he's got the French buff. He's had his croissant earlier on, his creme brulee, his ratatouille, but now he's gone out of the round and the defuse already tapped. Pressure put on. Kiko lands the shot on the flashback and they need to find this diffuser quick! Frank just about getting there in time. I need to see that one in a replay because that looked like it was down to a pixel, if not none.
Yeah, I think someone somewhere is going to be quite frustrated with that. Probably the Liquid fans, because that looked so desperately close from a position of, I want to say, impossibility.
Point
Go on, give me it. Give me it. That's actually outrageous. That's completely outrageous.
He thought he had it. I thought he had it.
0.01. He had it. Like, in everybody's minds, he had it, but there will be 1-0 for DRX. Already a good start for DRX, and of course, going back to the beginning of the year, these are 2 teams that absolutely adored this map. I was going to say that Liquid coming in are going to be even happier with the map pool changes. Icebox going out has helped them quite a bit. But in 2025. Get that guy back. It was 5-0 for Liquid, but 3-0 for DRX. And now we are back to that roster of DRX that kind of started out the year. There's been so many different changes, so many people coming in and out and all about, but this was the roster that they wanted to look towards. It is a very slow round from DRX, patient.
As it should be, really, with what they're up against. You don't want to give these pistols the chance, but I mean, the problem is executing blind into a site. It has its risks, and I think that's one thing that Hyunmin is here to help out with, the ability to use the refract, his quick teleport back in the other direction as he runs into the site, grabs them point of contact, and fades back out. We saw it in the pistol round with great value, and here it's used to scout out that, here it's used to scout out that there's nobody.
Spike planted.
We don't
hiding
do that
in those
round
corners.
here.
There's no big stacks. Yeah, Lothar's disappointed, but it will be the way to go. You don't want to give those orbs over to the rest of the squad. It is just better to go down to the map, deny DRX those orbs that they have been farming up, and a key point being flashback 2 away. So those final 3 kills, if any of them landed in his hands, that could cause big problems for Team Liquid's full buy. That's why they go diving off.
Yeah, have a little bit of fun flying through the map, but this is where things should get that little bit more interesting. Rifles across the board for Liquid, and of course, just touching base on expectations here. DRX form-wise, well, it took another team eliminating Talon for them to actually make it to the event in the first place. Liquid, on the other hand, champions of EMEA with a flawless 3-0 victory after attending every single international. These two teams should, in theory, be at different levels, but we're yet to see Liquid take the board.
Well, this is where that should change. They've got rifles, but they've not got nats. Hyunmin landing that shot from afar, and now Team Liquid on the retake. They're forced into a fight close range against weaker weapons. Camo and Trex do well to start, but it's still a 3v3. The spike planted. The time not quite against them yet. There's still plenty to work with. Great flash from Flashback. And that's going to put the numbers into favor for DRX. 1 HP on Flashback, a drone going through though, and that's going to stop a diffusing. Even going to get the tag on Trex, so more time taken. And as it ticks away, that spike getting closer and closer to its final moments. Kiko traded out, and now Trex in an impossible situation. He has to bait them into a fight. Patience from DRX is what will win the day for them. It's too far gone. He'll make them pay for the round, but it's DRX 3-0.
Yeah, it's such an important start. I mentioned about this attack side and how things have been going in the matches we've seen so far, but this was I'll be honest, a relatively weak fight. There was a Marshall in the mix, which that's ridiculous. And then the rifle went down to 1 HP immediately. It was just, I want to say the balls from Bane. He just didn't really, he was like, no, I'm not swinging until I absolutely need to. And that was enough to buy that time off the clock. Someone only just coming back into the roster.
Energy's good.
I'll be honest, it looked like he never left.
Well, that's another thing, right? You talk about Team Liquid, they look dominant regionally. Look at that grand final against GX, who ended up making waves here in the international scene already in their opening matchup yesterday. So for DRX, a team that has had these roster changes back and forth, you expect them to look a little weaker. And against a Goliath-like Team Liquid, perhaps a fall. But Pacific's number 4 is in here, and they are making waves indeed! It's an ambitious play from Nats. Back on the KZ server now, as this one's looking like a 4-0, but that's not a surprise. What will be damning is if it is a flawless round from DRX.
Well, never mind. It's not going to be. Already won at least for Patatech. It will be an upgrade onto the Outlaw, but it's only going to really be deadly to one of the players. He'll likely want to do some damage and then go down. Holding onto it's not really going to have too much value for the next round. For Camo, it's that same sort of talking point. How much damage can they do? As of right now, it's not looking very much. They are far enough out already from that spike that they will be able to escape. Nice shot from Patatech. That's at least one. Now the rest have to cross over into the same corner that you already see Marco in. It's whether he can do anything more. And
he can remove the weapon.
Yep, he's just about, I was going to say, it was going to be close though. Like he almost didn't hit the point of demise quick enough, and then would have just had that into the next round.
Oh, Flashback gets the credit anyways. Ulti's online now for DRX. It's 4-0 up. Oh, there's no need to show that again. And again.
And blocked it.
Oh, Andy. Yeah, that knows what he did. But for DRX, coming into this round, yes, both teams are now on rifle, so for Team Liquid, that should be their chance to fight back on square footing, but Ultimates in play on the other side make this a little bit of an uphill battle for the defending side, especially thinking about how much impact you can have. Popping that Yoru ult alongside Sova, the two together, Dimensional Drift and Hunter's Fury, can easily net you not just space, but a pick.
Early destruction. Both trips gone. Clearly knowing the positions that Nats likes to place them, which I'll be honest is impressive. He's normally very well known for being flexible and where that utility is put into play. But those already being removed, it leaves him at the back of the site. Now there is still the cam in the corner, ready to catch them as they walk out, and an immediate dash in, but Trex is ready for it. An advantage taken, and an advantage increased. A second onto Bane, and backside still being hold. They can't have got any further forward. Flashback is going to try and peek this, but, well, that flank yet to really be spotted.
Yeah, in fact, it's not going to have any real impact here, you'd imagine. An element of surprise gone. They know there's a player, but, well, close to heaven. They don't know that he's on the left side, but the walkout is going to come elsewhere towards the spawn. Flashback already watching forward. He'll find his first fade back. Gate crash to fall back on out as the ult is popped. Two spotted. Fring knows that he probably has a target coming his way. Ready for the fight towards the vents. They're suspicious of it. Swing from Camo gets him. But the numbers kept even as the spike keeps on ticking. This is a round Team Liquid desperately need. And the defuse inside the smoke puts the pressure on. Already hurt the half. Dropout punish. And this round goes to Team Liquid at long last. They're on the board by a narrow margin.
Yeah, no, it really was. Skin of their teeth. Had to diffuse within the smoke, and a solid fight back, especially from Flashback, who has really got off to a flying start. 8-4 playing the Yoru, of course, known for more of that sentinel role within the team. But clearly having that individual brilliance that can turn around on its head. As you mentioned, it is the first round onto the board for Liquid, but it's still going to put them in a very interesting spot economically. In fact, this next round may be worth two. Both teams somewhat on the brink.
Well, Camo may look like he has a weakness, but as we get to his POV, you can see Blade Storm in hand. Looking for the fight from far away. Ult comes in a little late from Patatek, so site clearance comes in. DRX able to gather themselves at least a bit of control, you would imagine, but they stall out. Kept back by the smoke. Kept back by the ultimate of Patatek as well, as they can't use their abilities to break through to this site. It's going to cause delay. Camel's down to 20 already. That's a phenomenal spam. And Hyunmin still with a full utility belt. They didn't get caught out. The timing didn't catch them. They'll still be able to have a pretty decent sight hit with that free recon, essentially.
Already. Oh, it's a very awkward fight, and spotting out Camo. He's decided to go aggressive, but he's been caught from behind. The flashback takeover. They were so busy watching where Hyunmin went that they've ended up losing the rest of the site. A singular shock dart kill for Trex. But I'm just looking at Nats. He's not fighting this. He's got no interest. In fact, just going to go sit within his setup. DRX are going to have themselves a 5th round, and it all comes back off. Again, this double duelist, it is just putting the defensive side into disarray.
Well, you can see from Team Liquid's perspective on the B site, the whole idea is that they're going to stop you from breaking through that choke point. And they do that with Patatek's utility, stalling them out completely. But the problem is you have Flashback being able to just make his way in without actually challenging, while Hyunmin is taking that initial contact and is unpunishable, essentially. As he dashes in, immediately refracts back to B main, and that's Flashback's moment to take advantage of the chaos, ripping the back line of Team Liquid wide open. And as you said, immediately that call is made by Nats. We're not playing this retake. Even though they'd found one, the 2v4, not worth it when the weapons are, as you said at the start, not in a good spot. Economically, they were being punished already. But the Blade Storm made up for it the next round. That won't be there.
Yeah. Well, I really love the way they're using the refract. It's like, Hyunmin's goal is to almost look at me. Like this is what I'm doing. I'm going to go in, I'm going to find info, and then I'm going to retreat back. And at the same time as he's retreating, Flashback is going forward. And so everybody, and rightly so, is focused on the guy who's just dived into the site. And they don't realize how far Flashback managed to get. Like, you can even see from the aggressive position of Camo, he's trying to blade storm the players down on the other side. He doesn't even know this guy behind him.
Yep, this is a problem. When you combine that with the utility thrown in towards the back of the site, which I believe it was Mako's Paranoia, it would have sent Kiko running towards the spawn. I mean, that's the guy that should be covering the angle that Camo was leaving open behind him, the angle that was taken by Flashback. It's so well put together by DRX. That is a beautiful set play. And for Team Liquid, and even with the disruption of Team Liquid, the set play still works. For Team Liquid now, they call a pause, and of course they do. 5-1 down. And this isn't just 5-1, but you know what, guys? We haven't gotten in our rhythm yet. No, your rhythm is being disturbed. You are dancing to DRX's tune, and you're tripping all over yourself. 2 left feet, and they've got to course correct soon. A 4-round gap doesn't seem like much, but this could get out of hand if DRX continue this momentum. And think about the 1 round Team Liquid won. It was still extremely close.
Well, yeah, and something to talk about as well is like you're seeing those trips being shocked. You're seeing positions clearly being well known. Even though this is a slightly different Liquid roster, compositionally, it's all the same. So I feel like DRX, with the amount of extra time they've had to prep, knowing the game well in advance for that first match of the tournament, this is seeming like a well-drilled side. And Liquid, well, if they did prep for the comp that they're currently up against, they've probably prepped for everything, because I don't think most would have seen this coming.
Right here. Now, I don't mean to peel back the curtain too much and sort of explain how the trick is done, but that wasn't actually Tom earlier. That was Durka. And really, I hate to spoil the magic for all of you at home. But one of the things that he said when he saw that agent select come up was that he's a huge fan of Waylay. And honestly, and he also said he thinks Hyunmin's going to do fantastic with the buff from the Croissant earlier on. Now,
yeah, I didn't say that.
If he is a fan of the Waylay already, I imagine watching DRX use it is either just confirming that opinion or maybe even building on it. Because the way they're using it is so damn nice combined with Flashback. This double duel is doing so much work. And Team Liquid's job shouldn't be to work on this round. It should be to think about the next, but they've already managed to make it competitive. Oh man, I thought Camo had the play, but they spammed through the smoke.
Spike planted.
Yeah. Nats as well, incredibly low. He did take a hit. Because of that, once again, looks to fall back and just save the weapon. It really feels like that has been the majority of his game so far. We've talked about him a lot. In EMEA, he was tearing everybody a new one, and one of the sort of most exciting storylines for me coming into this match is him playing against Marker, a rematch of that Gambit versus Vision Strikers back from 2021. That was the last time they played against each other. It's one hell of a storyline with a lot of parallels. A superstar turned IGL, looking like a veteran at only 23 years of age. Well, right now, Nats hasn't showed up yet, which I don't think is something I've said for ever.
Oh, we just cast the whole of stage 2, and I can confirm, first time I've heard that out of your mouth. Maybe like in a pistol round, like one single time.
Yeah, but I don't think I'd say he hasn't turned up in a pistol round, you know?
It's been one round. It is definitely alarming seeing how this is playing out. A great sign for DRX, again, with the adjustments they've had to make with the constant roster shifts, bringing back the start of the year look, and I mean perfectly timed with Abyss coming back in from the start of the year, I suppose. Everything slotting into place. This Waylay, this Yoru, sensational, and we're only starting to see, you know, the first few pages of the playbook. There is definitely more behind this, and Team Liquid, if they lose this one, they're going to be terrified of what's to come.
Oh, Camo. First point of contact. He sort of swapped positions. Again, shock dart directly onto the trip. They have read his playbook. It seems like every single one of them has been perfectly positioned to just remove Nats' utility. But at least for now, it is a 5-player build-up in towards that A site. Trex has his ult, but is incredibly far away. I don't think he's going to have any impact in this round. And on the other side of things, immediately we'll see the popping of that dimensional drift. That's all the info they need. And they're trying to throw util just to give nothing for Panatek, but he does survive.
The site being pressured, but around the side comes Patty still able to find another before going down as the 3 versus 2 comes into play. Hunter's Fury to push them back 35 seconds, but no way to deny this plant now. It will come through, and it's on Hyunmin to find something from here. If he gets this, he's got another Refract online. This could be huge. Or DRX to get back into this play. The drone thought about by Trax, and he'll wish he put it through. A huge punish from Hyunmin, but he falls eventually, leaving Mako alone. It's a great start. His util's been well placed, but now he's going to do it rifle in hand. Nat's holding him, and the bullet connects to the head. Team Liquid 6-2. It's not great, but hell, it's a start.
Yeah, it's something. And then that's Nat's. Okay, it's his second kill, but it's his first impact kill. The last was in the last round where they basically already lost it already. But that was him versus Marco, the matchup I was talking about. And even still, it's desperately close. You still see like that utility being destroyed on one side of the map.
One enemy.
It's aggressive, double dive style of play that is so difficult to hold against. Well, Liquid.
Bravo, good job.
Have got themselves a second round. As I said, we watched the game earlier, and it was incredibly attack-sided, but as we've learned many a time, applying a single brush to every single team would be madness. Speaking of madness, this is so aggressive from Liquid. They've had enough.
They are not playing like a team that's down 6-2, and that's exactly what you need to see. The spike taken, Bane spotted, and he is dead to rights in this corner. How many can he take with him? And it's only one. The start of the bounce back for Team Liquid in the previous round, and they have skyrocketed to success now. But still, 6-3. They have to lock it down for this half.
I respect that call. We talk about Nats this year coming into his own as an IGL.
One enemy remains.
The fact is you just sort of get through your second round of the entire game. You yourself not having the best individual game. What do you call? Let's rush it down B. I respect it. Like, it's bold.
We talked about this in yesterday's series as well. This is what's important. Being able to change it up, not play just one style. Have more than one hymn sheet to sing from, and then
doing it again.
Find some serious impact. They're being left in the dust. DRX shut down in these last 2 rounds. The same spot, a slightly different seasoning, but the dish is the same. Team Liquid 6-4.
I'm sorry. So you call that twice in a row? Like it is still the majority of this defensive side. Like, it was only Nats lurking in mid, I guess, getting the early information. The rest of it, like, this could be the replay of the last round. Like, I would not be able to tell the difference. They died slightly further back. I guess that's the only difference.
The only real difference is that, like, they went for the window push, so it was a much deeper aggression, whereas this time they're in almost a Congo line, ready for the window peak, thinking DRX will think, we gave up that control, let's fight for it now. They'll swing out, and they'll get taken down by the firing squad, and instead the firing squad wasn't needed because they had Kiko.
Do you reckon Turby's gone, and then we go A? Like, just after the last 2 rounds, or he triples down. They're not going to do that 3 times on B.
They'll think we'll go A.
Exactly. Now it comes down to the mind games, but what a difference a few rounds can make. A 6-1 start, and then the last 2, well, you blink and you miss it. Those are like 20-second rounds apiece. They sped up the game and brought it back to a closer field. The DRX is going to be fairly important now, because this ends 6-6 after the start you had. It's going to feel devastating. Your direct hits were really working. Flashback, by the way, has been nuts. Like, there's not a player in the server particularly close. There's definitely not a player on his own team. He is 9 kills ahead of anywhere else. But a lot of it's based off those setups. The setups have been fantastic, and I think that's why Liquid have decided, well, they can't set up if we fight them in their own spawn.
Yeah, exactly. Disrupt the execute.
Look at where they are. They're going to run it down mid.
Pick a different spot. Same old strategy, though. But I think it's a perfect counter to what DRX are doing. Like you said, it's all about the execute. The well-placed pieces of utility, the dry runs. Well, you can't dry run it if Team Liquid run it down at you. This is going to be a 5-man push. Everybody on... This is madness. Everyone on Team Liquid is pushing. Full aggression. A player up top drawing the eye. Kiko just needs to swing, and he will. Bring down. Paranoia sent through. Ready to swing on the back as the rest of the team, as Team Liquid continue to fry. DRX DRX are in a 4v2. They've lost the spike, but they've got the TP. Mako can steal that spike away, and that's exactly what he'll do. Okay, they've lost a lot of players, but at least they should be able to find a plant.
And luckily for him, the man alongside him has been the hero for this DRX squad so far. Looking for a fight, but look how patient Trex is on the other side. We've criticized him for over-peaking, and this time he won't be caught. Marco in a 1v4. We've seen it once, but not this time. It will be a 5th round for Liquid. A rush B, a rush B, and a rush mid. This might be one of the most unorthodox defensive sides I've ever seen. But it's working.
I'll tell you what, Tom, when they put this map back in the pool, I said I wasn't a big fan of it.
That's an understatement and a half. You have complained about it for the last few weeks.
I'm trying to censor my opinions a little bit, but I'm starting to become a fan of it. Is this how you're supposed to play? I'm taking this to rank.
Well, this is deathmatch.
This is, yeah, literally. Run it down. Now we see a more conventional approach, I think. You never know until barrier goes up. There's going to be an off in play for Trex. You've got an Odin for Camo, so I'm not sure where I was going with the conventional approach. But a little bit of A main aggression, not with the whole team, but a flash and a deep peek expected.
Oh yeah, very deep peek. Early TP. I had a mini heart attack for a second.
He has updraft.
He has his updraft. Okay. Convergence path used into the B side. Back to that execute heavy style, but it is much more of a retake setup this time for Liquid. They have been caught out on these openers every single time, so they've avoided it completely this time.
Yeah, conceding the space, letting them burn utility, avoiding the fights until it's on favorable ground. Now the rest of the squad comes through to join the fight. Haditech, the first to draw blood. Yunmin going to fall at the hands of Camo's Blade Storm, and the B site's already overtaken. We don't have the Hunter's Fury online for Bane, but one away. If he can find a pick, this gives them a huge chance in the round to recover. But it's a 3 versus 5. They need to be firing on all cylinders already. The reveal lands onto Mako. He's got support though. It's Brink swinging through the smoke, but Camo's there to greet him. And Bane, the last man standing under heavy pressure. The defuse already underway. He's got a swing, and there's 2 players to greet him. 6-6. After a dominant start for DRX, it's neck and neck at the half.
Absolute crazy recovery coming out from Liquid. 6-1 down, 6-6 on the half. It is all to play for. We'll be back after the break.
Yeah, let's go.
Well, this was swings and roundabouts, really. One side, DRX dominant to begin, and then Team Liquid climbing back into it as we get into our Coinbase Econ report. You can see our highlight here, Camo. He certainly stepped up towards the end of that first half.
Yeah, he didn't like Marco, it seems. It did a lot of damage to him, and no surprise that versus Flashback, it's not gone too well. But yeah, realistically, this game has been madness. Like, if you split this up, literally down the middle, it looks like two completely different games. DRX dominated with their early executions, and then you saw the adaptation from Liquid of just, okay, we're not going to let you execute. We're just going to run it down, and immediately see the game completely flip with what was an excessive amount of kills for Flashback at the beginning. He's now only one ahead of Camo, who was actually one of the players that coming into the match, I was going, I don't know if this guy's going to be able to match up. Well, I was thinking more so versus Hyunmin, but he has. He's been insane in these last 5 rounds. And well, at 6-6, we said it is anyone's map to take. But this is DRX's pick, so you kind of feel like they're the ones that need to take it now on the defense.
Well, at the halftime, the crowd was certainly with Liquid. The energy up, the chant was going for the majority of it. But it's silence in the crowd as they wait now to see how this will play out. Camo diving deep, but unlike Hyunmin, he doesn't have the ability to fall back without refract. Space taken is committed to. But the B side will be overrun nonetheless. DRX, many players nearby. Flank coming through with the deep A main push already from Fring, but you've got the same thing from Nats as he moves around mid. Hyunmin's there to greet him. And now they can just pause a moment for the retake, but they see DRX are spotting this aggression from Team Liquid. They need space on this attacking side, and so it's straight into the spawn they go. Mako there to greet them, and the right click is kind to begin. Shock Dart is going to drop Bane, though, and make this a little bit more difficult, but still, the advantage with the defenders. Drax boxed in, and Kiko shut out.
Yeah, this is where DRX historically have always done their best work, those retake setups. I like how patient they were. A lot of the time you're going to see players get itchy feet, get a little bit over aggressive, want to take a fight on their own. You see the sort of intelligence of Marco at that back position. He waits at the box, gets a first, falls back. It's like, okay, you want to fight me? You've got to swing me. I'm not going to give you that fight once again. And even Bane, okay, he goes down, but he doesn't want to give away anything. They're just waiting for that flank, patient and controlled. And after what was a pretty nasty streak from Liquid, that's the return DRX were looking for.
Yeah, Mako even getting revenge onto Camo for that first half with his opening pick, but from that point it was just pure discipline. DRX, you got to think about it. The last 5 rounds, 6 rounds or so, they have cooled down. Players feeling like their shots aren't landing because, well, they weren't. But that pistol and a follow-up, that's going to give them the ability to build that momentum right back up.
Has Trex got a hero stinger?
Yes, he does.
He has a hero stinger. It's already gone. I guess an attempt to do some damage, and that attempt's not going great. It's fallen into the hands of Nats, and he's going to meet the same fate. Flashback back to winning ways, 17-10. Come on, it is the conversion, but this is, at least nowadays, this is about as much of a bonus as you're ever going to see. It is mostly SMG snipers and only a singular rifle, maybe an extra one purchased up, but not much to play with whatsoever for the side of DRX in this round.
Not bad work from Flashback too. You mentioned it. He was close to triple the kills. The next player on his team early in that first half. Well, that cooled down. I think
Still a double.
He ended in roughly that position. Those 3 certainly help him out. It's all about that return to momentum for DRX. Team Liquid now, they've got to find their footing. Rifles come out. This is their round. Advantage in almost every fight that they take. In fact, it should be every.
Coward got tagged quite low early on.
A stinger.
He's got to be very careful. Flashback just popping flashes through as the team look to try and get in. Marco's managed to find one, but it's Kiko stepping up. They've still got to be careful. As said, this is as about a pure bonus as you're ever going to see. These are low-value weapons, and the more cost that this causes, the more rebuys that are needed, and it's definitely starting to get a little bit shaky. Panic attack there to seal the deal, but only 2 standing, Mitch. It's not great. He just picked up a stinger.
A little oopsie at the end.
Yeah, but that's gone from now 2 rifles being saved to 1 rifle being saved and a stinger.
So this is the thing, we've seen this gradual shift towards having these 3rd rounds be actually very strong with teams, like at least 2 to 3 rifles.
Did he drop a Phantom? Was he just looking for a better skin? Yeah. Heart attack, man. Oh, no.
Yeah. And you know the best part is, he still has a rifle. It's Camo that has to pay the price. It's Camo.
Hey, bro, I got a gun for you. I got a gun for you, bro.
Oh, swap real quick. There you go. Stinger given over. But for Team Liquid, they win the round that they should have. But even up against those weaker weapons, it being so close is scary. Camo's gone diving. Stinger in hand. Paranoia sent through, but it finds nothing, and now flashback onto Trex. This is becoming difficult for DRX. They've got full control. Well, what if Team Liquid got to respond? One by one.
Yeah. They are walking into the trap. They are walking into the players, and it felt like, at least with Camo diving in, there wasn't a lot of follow-up behind it. Maybe hoping somebody would give them a gap elsewhere, but it hasn't happened. And now with Nats and Kiko, the last two standing. Some would call them cats. But right now, they're meeting the claws of DRX.
Backside play from Mako. He's going to be the only one taking this fight. Kiko has a chance to isolate it, but it's Mako to take him down. Spike went off the map for a moment, but it's right back up there. Unfortunately, I don't think it makes much of a difference to Nats. It's about as retrievable either way. Sitting in that laneway, he's locked out completely. And he knows now there's one coming behind on mid. I mean, at this point, the round is done. Saving the weapon is pretty much the only choice, especially as we've said before. Look at the ultimates on DRX. Left. A few close. Players could have them for the next round. You just don't want them to build up, especially when what you're farming up is a neural theft. That's DRX, 9-7, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a pause after how this round went down, especially with already the sting of the Stinger being brought through.
Yeah. It's an odd one because I feel like they've been able to get themselves back into the game without too much help from the coaches so far. They did have the pause earlier, but I think they have a lot of faith in Nats' ability to IGL. He's definitely been having a terrible game individually, which at least in recent times is a rarity, but coming back in on a map that hasn't been played since the beginning of the year, it normally does put the extra pressure on the IGLs. We saw it with Marco at the beginning of the game as well. He started slow, but as DRX progressed, so did he individually as well. But it is going to be that timeout taken. It's in a spot, though, where ultimately you're not expecting much for this round for Liquid, because the economy just isn't going to be there.
I think this is all about nurturing the mental, honestly, Tom. Like, we look at two things. One, it's, I imagine, not going to have been looked on in a very nice light that you're swapping skins and ending up with a downgrade. That's already going to stink.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
When they play on the tournament climb, they get all the skins, right?
Yeah.
Why is he not just using that skin?
Well, I assume, guessing he picked it up off someone already or something like that. I don't know. But the thing is, you've got that, but I think more importantly, you then have how the round played out. You see Camo dive in, and there's utility to support him. But from that point when he goes down, and hell, he only has a Stinger, so probably he is going down, it then crumbles. Like, one by one, they took those fights. It looked easy for DRX. And you can't have that repeated. I think, you know, we talk about pauses sometimes. There's different reasons behind them. That is a panic button from the coaching staff. The second you see that like third kill of the round go down, it's time to stop and take a breath. Now, apply the learnings in the next round. Because this one ain't got a lot to work with. At least Camo's given the upgrade, a sort of a payoff of his sacrifice in the previous round.
To be fair, you're going towards that Blade Storm. The other ultimates you might want, Paditek's going to have his, Trex has his, so it's the most logical player. But also, you go back to when they were winning those last few rounds of the previous half, it was a lot down to him individually. And there you go, once again, Marco down. There is still another player that they have to deal with. The slow thrown in, but not connected. Refracting back out of the site, but it leaves the teammate alone. Bane has fallen, and Paditek's won a battle with the Ghost.
That he has, through the smoke, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Pure spammage in play. Flashback and Fring left with nothing to do. And, well, I guess I misspoke. I said it's about time to apply the learnings in the next round.
Fair play, Lohan.
Why not start here?
Yeah.
Well done, Lohan and Yaotzin. That is great work.
Standing ahead.
It does also mean that I never want to see Camo taking the light gun again, because getting the opener, I think just again, like the usage of that slow hasn't really worked out. And because of that, it did leave a little bit to be desired for Hyunmin. Like if you throw that and they're stunned, great. Maybe you take that 1v2, but you jumping into the site, it was a risk, and that risk didn't pay off.
I mean, the risk itself is also just to confirm, like, you've lost Mako, you don't have eyes on sight, you don't want to call for those rotations from B and find out it's a fake, so you dive in there to try to claim that information, same as on the attack side, and then he just refracts back out. The fact that he gets shot through the smoke like that is quite unlucky. As we get a MasterCard Thrifty from Team Liquid, that could bring them right back into the game. 1 round behind, and a great correction. The other thing I'll touch on is the fact that, obviously, Camo, sometimes he does have to take that lighter weapon, right? Because in this round, you ain't got anything but the Guardian. Sure, give it to him. But a lot of the time, you're going to be running this with a dive. And if you're diving in with a rifle, and there's a Stinger, you know, 30 meters behind you supporting you, it's not going to do very well. We don't have that right-click bind anymore, so it's just one of those things.
You can't be twice in one game. Twice.
He knows.
Oh, God.
He knows. He knows I love him.
Well, 9-8. Oh, flashback almost gone immediately. He's actually still going, though. He's taken the angle. The spams aren't going to connect because he's already passed the box. I don't know if they're even going to realize, but he doesn't connect. It's not worked out. Not the start they were looking for. And with flashback gone, again, it leaves an opening on the back of this A site.
Yeah, he might have been able to get away if he hadn't been tagged down to 18 HP at the start of the round. The wall bangs here. I think every shot that hit him was through that box. Maybe he'll be a little more cautious of it in future. Pressure on for DRX. A hold towards this A site with 2, but the info not quite there. Hyunmin already having to fill in that mid gap. But the old pop lets them know. All eyes should be on this choke point. This is the spot. That ring holds on too tightly. They'll eventually fall, but the damage is done. Surely Trex tries so desperately to pull it back. Haditech traded out as he's brought back in. Trex somehow walks out with 3. He's left on 2 HP, but it's only Mako up against them. Both players low, and the spike still to be planted.
I've seen this one before. A 1v2 chance for Marco. Nats on the other side. This time he delivers. Trex is on just 2 HP. He's had an insane round so far, but needs a little bit more. 20 seconds left. Marco can just opt to play the time, but he will reposition to perfection. A Red Bull clutch, and this time he gets it done. 1 for 1.
I mean, he was very close to getting it on the initial wall bang as well. Just a great read from Mako when re-entering into that site. How Trex found so much value. I mean, this round seemed won at this point.
It's the bait on Paddy.
So
like,
beautiful.
He brings him back. And
I thought he was the one that ran through. It was Nats that ran through.
He basically realized where Paddy got shot from.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's actually insane.
Well, luckily, Marco is there to win them the round. The start they were looking for. A lovely dart that goes around the back and makes sure there's no aggression this time. Of course, still economy for Liquid because of the fact that they won on a low buy. Otherwise, they would have been in danger here. They're trying to find a little bit of early spam, but there's still a cam behind them. All the information will be revealed for freeing, but it's when he wants to use it. I think he's waiting for the timing on them actually looking to move, and then he has the chance to get a free kill, but no, instead ends up hunting for info.
Danger ping on mid. Reveal follows it up, confirming the space isn't taken, but they know that Nats was looking for space around there. Clearly expecting this A hit. Traps already on site. Camo bypassing them. He's up top. Bladestorm hasn't spotted the player on backside. Spring gets the jump on him. Bane with 1, but it's Kiko stepping up for the double, giving Team Liquid a chance to continue drawing breath. A 10-8. 3 versus 3, but it's Nats going walkabouts that gets punished. Walking into the whole enemy team. And with the old pop from Flashback, DRX have all the info.
Trex, I think he's starting to consider whether or not using that Hunter's Fury is worth it, but Kiko going down, it's not anymore. He needs to win a fight or 2. He had a chance to be the hero in a round prior, but lost the clutch to Marco. Now he sat versus 3, but the only thing really on his side is the time. Converges path, uses walk back into it, and now he's in trouble. Shock Dart could go in, but there's not really anything else he can do other than try and spam a bullet or 2. Solid ult usage from DRX, and they will find their way up to 11. I also want to query, was that a stuck from the shadows for Kiko, where he gets those 2 kills? I feel like it wasn't noticed. Yeah, it was. Wow. TV's behind them. They're so busy dealing with Camo. That's crazy.
Yeah, unfortunately, the rest of his utility belt didn't do him too well. caught in no man's land, isolated by that ult that went through from Flashback that got them all that space, got them all the information. A big contributor to the round, as he has been to this game for DRX. 11-8 now. A 3-round gap in the battle for the best on Abyss seems to be coming to a close. Team Liquid invest.
Do you remember the last half?
Was the attack side too?
But it was also a very early start for DRX, and then a comeback for Liquid. So I'm not going to count any chickens just yet. Hunter's Fury put through. Camo is completely blinded at the back of the site, and when he does finally escape the Hunter's Fury, he is executed. Already 4 players in a fast rotation from DRX. They've been good at the retakes thus far, but this time they have no plans to retake. And they also have so much control on the other side of the map. Look at the push-up already from Marco. He's so deep on that A-site control that there's absolutely no way back.
This is the problem, I think, though. Look at how many rounds Camo goes diving in, lands, and goes, okay, now what do we do?
Yeah.
There's no one here, what do we do? And that's when DRX execute back out and take him down. They don't have the ability to punish like that when you're Team Liquid because you're playing against Hyunmin on the waylay. He's able to constantly get in, land, go, we've got the info, fall back, and then go, hey, what do we do now? And that benefit is leagues above what is being brought to the table by Team Liquid here. And you need to see other ideas. And we're not really. Even there, when Camo goes down, seconds later, there's still 4 players in main. They're not able to actually do anything about it, and even saving seems to be an impossible task as they get run over by DRX, flattened in a flawless round, and 12-8, the score on the board. Match point for DRX on map number 1.
It's actually the fun thing about the composition for DRX is you're going to look at this composition and go, okay, they have 1 initiator. But if you look at the way they're playing it, it's almost like they have 5. Like, you've got every single player in some way or another able to get you information, be it based off ultimates, being based off abilities, or your cam, etc., etc. And they're doing very well to find that out early, like be it an aggressive flashback peek and TP, be it the same with Hyunmin, be it the same with Marco. Like, they are constantly challenging for this control. And Liquid are yet to really find an answer. Nats is 2-11, by the way. He has had a really rough time. Since that 1v2 attempt from Marco in the previous half, that was the last time he got a kill.
I remember. We said it was the first impact kill, and, well, depending on how this goes, it may well be his last.
His only.
Of any, yeah, exactly. Of any kind. 4 rounds in a row needed for Liquid. And on this attack side, it is not being kind. This isn't like the first series of the day. It's a completely different flavor. Diving from Camo. Does well to find 1, but an immediate punish comes through. DRX, they are holding strong across the map. It doesn't matter which battleground they have to fight. Full control for the defensive side, and with 40 seconds left, the final threads fraying from the loom on Abyss.
Again, they look like they're running into a brick wall. 1 player will take the charge, and this time, that 1 player fighting alone has actually managed to even up the score. Kiko's done well, but there are still 2 players waiting on the other side. Kiko has TP'd into his own smoke, just trying to garner a little bit of extra space. Hyunmin is well aware of it, though. And the other 2 players still trapped in main. They want to try and swing this together, and they will, but Marco's still here. 12 seconds left. They know where the remaining players are, but sticking this button is going to be difficult. Kiko had to body block it down. Nats is all that remains, and he remains no more. DRX are going to be there and back on the international stage with a first map victory.
Well, Yao Itsin said, assistant coach at Team Liquid, he said he wanted to see DRX early on here in Champs. He wanted to prove who is the best Abyss team. Well, we have an answer now. DRX with a phenomenal result in map number 1. Up next is Bind, Liquid's pick after the break.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
Esports World Cup, where we are starting off with VALORANT.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best.
So looking for revenge.
How about him behind one? There's the shorty, and Albion goes crazy. They've all battled through the pressure and expectation. Heretics have come back all the way.
Finally, we won. Finally.
You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We can take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mine on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hey guys, Mika and Bella here with Coach Termi of DRX. We saw Flashback and Hyunmin on that double duelist. So just curious if you can tell us about the composition change, especially with recent adjustments to the roster. And can we expect more double duelists from DRX?
이제 어비스에서 투타격대 조합을 기용하셨는데 이 조합을 선택하신 이유도 궁금하고 이번 챔스 로스터에 대한 이야기를 많이 궁금해 하시더라고요. 그 이야기도 조금 더 해주실 수 있는지 투타격대 DRX 더 많이 기대해도 될까요?
이번 챔스를 준비하면서 투타격대를 기원한다고 말씀을 드렸었고 현민 선수와 플래시백 선수가 굉장히 잘 쏘고 좀 파괴력 있는 모습을 보여주기 때문에 앞으로도 좀 많이 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같고 그리고 로스터 관련해서는 주전 선수는 베인 선수가 맞고 원래 에스트레아 선수와 같이 파리에 오기로 했었는데 건강상의 문제로 못 온 거라서 팬분들은 좀 오해를 안 해주셨으면 좋겠고.
I mean, we have hinted that we were going to use the two double duelist comp before, and Hyunmin and Flashback are doing great on it. So, and they're very aggressive and fierce with it. So I think we made the right call. And originally, Bane is our main roster, and Estrella as well. He was supposed to join us, but due to health reasons, he wasn't able to make it. And I hope that the fans don't, get the wrong understanding.
Thank you so much for that answer. 감사합니다. And good luck.
Shout out to Coach Termi for the insight there. From one coach to another, we're joined by Coach Faded from Team Vitality. Welcome.
Appreciate you guys having me here.
Nice to have you here.
Definitely quite an experience in this arena, so
What did you make of the games today? Have you had time to watch?
I mean, I didn't get really to watch the first game, but or the first matchup. But even this Abyss in itself, I think it was a really good game. I think the game plans, you could kind of see what was going on, and DRX definitely had the upper hand in it. So, you know, definitely exciting to watch.
Are you getting a little bit of FOMO?
I definitely am. I think it kind of goes back to when we played DRX in Bangkok, and you know, it kind of had a little bit of a flashback there.
Wow. He fits right in.
Crazy
right in. Yeah.
But no, I mean, you know, on that note, like Flashback was played insane this map. You know, I honestly thought Hyungmin was going to be one of the biggest factors, but the way that Flashback kind of took control of this map was really good. So.
Yeah, it was indeed. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. But for now, let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment. And of course, end of this one, it goes to DRX with this round 6.
Yeah. DRX ran a lot of these B main execs. This one using the Waylay ult to actually end up getting in there. But I know, Fidge, you want to talk a little bit about how they were beating out Team Liquid, who were going for these B retakes a lot.
Yeah, I think in the beginning, you saw that Liquid was kind of trying to set up for this retake pattern. Before the timeout, it seemed like they were kind of disconnected. Once they kind of got on the same page, you could see that they were playing more aggressive in the A main and fast rotations, so that they were actually in place in time to play the retake value really well. But I think DRX did a really good job of trying to manipulate the map, and they usually ended up on the B side. And you know, honestly, the DRX's attack was not as strong as I thought it was going to be, but it was still pretty effective.
Yeah, they run into some roadblocks when Team Liquid stopped playing, you know, more passive retake and just started running all of the aggro looks through B main, through mid, and whatnot. But I think the combination of those early rounds going very well for DRX, and then of course on the defense, getting so many rounds was just wild.
We're not used to seeing that after the match one, are we? But we kind of set this up as whichever team wins on Abyss will definitively take the crown as the best Abyss team in this entire tournament. Faded, would you agree? Were these the two best teams you were expecting, or is there a third sneaky challenger?
I think they are probably the top contenders for Abyss. I'm a little biased. I think like G2 is generally good on a lot of maps, especially when they have time to prepare. But in terms of coming into this, I think they are probably the strongest, you know, the Abyss matchups. So
I'm throwing MIBR in there.
Okay, that's a bold choice, to be sure. I do think I want to highlight Flashback a little bit, because I think when DRX were so good on this map back in the past, that was with Flashback in a completely different role. He was playing the Cypher for the team. Now he comes in second duelist here on the Yoru and was absolutely dominating round after round.
He was, and Liquid had problems dealing with him. But let's see if Lohan has the fix and hear what he had to say ahead of map 2.
Iga here once again, and we've got Lohan of Team Liquid.
Oh, I like this.
Now, I'm very curious because we knew we were going to get this Abyss showdown. When it was you two teams, we knew we were going to get this showdown. And I'm really curious how you were able to prep on this map, especially against DRX. You guys are the top 2 teams in the world on this map, especially knowing that we haven't seen it in some time. How does that kind of prep continue over into Bind, which hopefully you guys will come back on?
Yeah, for Abyss specifically, we don't have as much time to remember how to play the map. Unfortunately, they played the comp that we never practiced against. I think on defense, we managed to actually show some of the adjustments that were needed. And on attack, honestly, I think we just rushed a bit of the decisions. First game on stage, so I understand that it was a bit shaky. I'm pretty sure, I'm quite confident that the next map we're going to be doing better, honestly, and I think we're prepared.
All right, eagle to see it, and then good luck.
Well, they don't have a choice. They have never lost on Abyss before. They suffer that loss. But Bind, Faded, I think you're very equipped to tell us. It's so iconic. Liquid's Bind is so iconic in EMEA. And why do you think that is? What can the global fans expect from their Bind?
I think their protocols, especially on the defense, is very, very solid. You know, I think most, most regions, the attack is usually the stronger side. But I think the way that they're controlling the defensive aspects, they have, flash reclears. They have a lot of different good protocols, TP usages, these kind of things that make the map a lot more difficult for the attackers to actually play around. We definitely scrimmed them a lot, and we played against them and we've seen it too as well. They're very, very solid and confident on that map. So.
And they've always said that Trex calls on the defense on Bind.
Yeah.
Having worked with him, what's it like to have him on a defense side and be vocal?
Trex is very, very good at reading what the opponents are going to do. And I think, especially the way that Liquid's put trust in him, it's a very smart decision. And, I think Trex is kind of that difference maker that can make the opponent team question themselves in the protocols and what they're going to do. So I definitely stand by that one.
Chrissy, they're doubling down. They're doubling down.
They're doing it again. again, that is crazy.
Wow, okay.
On the Waylay here as well, I mean, you'll see a lot of the Rays in that slot and comps that look exactly like this. I still lean towards Rays as being the stronger pick on the map, but you can't deny that Hyunmin was very effective on the Waylay on Abyss.
Yeah, what's this comp like on Bind, Faded? Do you like this?
I do actually like it a lot. We were testing the Waylay out a lot in like the couple past splits, and I think there's a lot of effective use cases. I remember when Liquid was actually using it on Icebox, for example, they were trying to use Waylay as a space gainer so that you can kind of set up for deeper executes. And if that's DRX's game plan on the attack, I think they're going to be very effective in being able to take the sites and being able to kind of counter out that trap-style way that Liquid is looking to play. But I do think that it comes down to how effective that flashback can take space afterwards and be able to, you know, get those frags, entry frags, to kind of clear even more waves.
Yeah, we saw those deep fights on Abyss, like the fights up into A Heaven, for example, and I think here on Bind as well, especially fighting to backside A, I think is going to be something I'm going to be looking at here in the first half for DRX. But if Team Liquid are going to go to a map 3, I have to focus on Nats. This is a map he's usually so proficient on. Game 1.
This is his map.
This is his map,
yeah.
And Game 1 was not by any stretch of the imagination. I need to see my go back on the stage here if we're going to a third.
Yeah, my worry is they couldn't, you know, they couldn't foresee the Waylay Yoru. Maybe they can now on Bind. Unfortunately, Durka is not casting, but I believe we have Mitchman and Sassy.
Almost there, Yinsu, almost. We'll get him on one day. For now, though, Tom, this is the same as the previous map. Two very different ideas in terms of what comps are being brought to bear. But what we saw in map number 1, it seemed like DRX had cracked the code to Abyss, certainly to playing against Team Liquid. And now, do you think it's going to be the same on this map?
I think that Liquid are going to be a lot more comfortable. I think you could tell that they really didn't have their protocols in place when it came to Abyss. Yeah. At the same time, DRX had clearly done prep into even their old composition of where certain trips were being placed. They will have done a lot of prep. They have, at least in the last few months, 5 matches of Bind to watch of Team Liquid. So definite opportunities. This is the man I'm looking at, though. Because I don't think I've ever seen Nats have 2 maps that bad, ever. And this is his map.
This is the one. The recovery for Team Liquid. Hyunmin back to his old tricks. Flashback there alongside him, and Hyunmin with his 3rd kill of the round. His 2nd. DRX in a 5 versus 2. This has gone downhill very quickly. There's your stats powered by AWS. 24.6% of the time, Team Liquid are getting the spike defuse, and in a 2v5, I imagine that stat's even worse.
This is going to be tough to try and break back into. It's mostly going to come down to mistakes, and I want to give credit in the last map as well to DRX. They weren't really making silly errors. They were looking like a well-oiled machine, and well, it is a flawless pistol round to kick things off. I believe that's 3 for 3 as well in terms of the pistols so far this game.
One of the things to look at as well on this B and A site when we get back in game, I challenge you, look at the map and think about the differences between this and Abyss. On Abyss, it's a lot of open space. It's a lot of long laneways approaching a site. When you dive in, getting back out is so valuable. Here, Hyunmin has the ability to actually dive into corners, into crevices, and fight his way back out alongside his teammates. That's what we see here in the pistol, and I think that's what we're going to see in some of the future rounds as well, especially if it's combined with some flashes from the Yoru of Flashback. This is a very difficult composition to play against. Team Liquid certainly have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, they're kind of unlucky that they are the team that's almost the guinea pig. They don't get to go into the next game and study what their opponents are doing. They've got to adapt on the fly. And what a very aggressive start to this round. Camo's the only one that's really invested anything into it. A cheeky Bucky. A very, very passive hold from the side of DRX. You can kind of understand why, but this time it's a little bit different to the last buy we saw in their bonus. They were going heavy on those SMGs, and sure, they've got one, but a couple of pistols mean that they can afford casualties, but also in the next round, they'll be able to afford some extra rifles as well.
That's exactly it. Last time it was all about securing that second.
They're so ready for it.
A map with so much range. Now they can afford to have those weaknesses, if you want to even call them that. Certainly not in this fight. There's the Bucky. Fine and one, difficult to use when you're having to reclaim space, but they'll at least get off to a good start. Problem is, I don't think there's much to be upgraded there.
Spike planted.
Kiko might be able to grab something. Bane is not aware of him by the looks of things and comes to clear it and loses his life. Camo with another. This is now getting very dangerous. What's left is still Hyunmin. He has been huge. And Mako really heated up towards the end of the last map. It's Hyunmin to find one. The fallback now, create the space, force uncomfortable fights. It's a classic and a Bucky. All you gotta do is make sure you're far away, but Nats taking down Mako, puts the pressure on Hyunmin. Defuse underway, Bucky guarding short, and it's Camo third! An immediate response from Team Liquid in round number 2.
Don't know why you're looking at me like I can explain what I've just seen.
A Bucky and what, 4 classics? They didn't even have a sheriff, did they?
The thing is, okay, the Bucky is bad, but it's more so where the Bucky was. Like, it was playing in showers, and they planted in towards that A short position. Like, the fact that he's able to go into the smoke, kill a man, and then push all the way back in. Like, these are fights that you should never, ever, ever win with a Bucky or a classic. It makes no sense. And, well, I guess I'm eating my words from the prior round about overextensions, because I definitely felt like there were some silly mistakes. Early attempt at a response. Note that they didn't buy back in with those rifles. They've gone with some SMGs instead, keeping their economy good, hopefully for the next round. But just look at what's on the other side. It is full rifles for Liquid. Huge boost to economy.
Oh yeah, I mean, losing the pistol, winning second is about as good as it can go, especially when you didn't even invest into the second. It wasn't a force fight. Up close, Hyunmin, flashback.
You gotta win third.
This is getting scary. Yeah, it's all about building that economy early for Liquid and how strong they look, but hell, if you lose this round, we're right back to square one.
Oh, that's nice.
Nice nade alongside a snake bite and a poison orb. It's a freebie on range. Trex is dominating, and it will end in favor of Liquid. Costly, sure, but a 2-1 lead nonetheless. It's better than they got on map 1.
I could already tell this game's gonna be hectic. We're already at the few rounds into bind, and it's looking exciting. This is the sort of power of that double dive into the site. It just creates so many awkward spots for players to try and fight within. But Trex, again, he definitely had his moments. But the fact is, his multi-frag was necessary in this round. And now, well, this is where DRX finally have rifles of their own.
They're not afraid to let Liquid know. An immediate headshot from Flashback. Puts us into a 5v4. That was the orb claimed by Camo. He's got himself a showstopper for the next round. And this would be the exact round you wanted in. Good housekeeping early on from the attack side. The push in towards Hookah could be a little dangerous. Point of contact is going to be Trex, but he is baiting for Kiko in the corner. The problem is he goes down, so now they don't have to clear that right side, and Prowler comes in. That's Kiko shut down. DRX are walking their way into this site. Patatek, the only one standing in their way now, and a flash, sure to blind him. He dodges it just about and at least claims one more. But it looks like an impossible position for Nats, who's coming off the back of a pretty rough start in the previous.
And this is where DRX have been tough to beat. Falling back, holding together. And while making his way through that smoke was never going to happen. An immediate response from DRX, and after a costly round, it's going to put Liquid on the back burner here.
What a crazy start to this game. Trex gets so unlucky. I think if he can actually fall back inside Hookah, there's a good chance. Combining with Patatek down on site, they've got the flashes for the re-clears after the initial fight, or the support on a re-swing. But him going down, it just makes it impossible. The extra Prowler, instead of going right, goes left, catches Kiko. And the pieces of the puzzle start to come together for DRX. Now, Showstopper we mentioned for Camo, but again, then look at the round we're in. It being online so early,
They've got a Bucky, what do you mean?
Oh, good point, actually. I didn't think of that. They don't have a rifle anymore. That's going to have to be retrieved. But on the other side as well, if anything goes wrong, DRX have got 2 big ultimates to get them right back into the game.
I'd be surprised if they need them.
They shouldn't.
But it really does feel like, especially going back to the last map and this one, it feels like they've maybe just spent the entirety of that extra break they had just aim training. Like, everybody is looking so crisp on the DRX side. Flashback on that duelist has been impressive. Hyunmin still firing, and at least in this map so far, there hasn't really looked like a weakness. Already going to spot the player on site.
There.
Now, Kiko has been able to at least retrieve that singular rifle, but they are just waiting for him to make that move.
Again, we see that other layer. We've seen Hyunmin dive in, take space. This time dives in, takes info, falls back, and it's his teammates to execute on the back of that information. Kiko's being very patient. Not swinging out, and it's a good thing, too. Wraps back around to meet up with Trex, finds Flashback. It's a good start, but still, that bookie on Trex, he needs something else. And in fact, up close, he might have a chance of punishing Hyunmin. They've heard the bookie fire. Hyunmin's down to 30. The Trex is all alone. This round already done. I guess the question was, could he get any more? And the answer is a resounding no. 3-2. DRX right back in the lead.
Yeah, and they keep both of those ults, more importantly. It's only a singular player loss. It's just a straight spam through. Angles known, and then patience. Similarly to the last map on this defensive side, we've seen those attempts at aggression. But it seems like this squad led by Marco have been very comfortable in just sitting back, taking those individual fights. This is where we wait to see if there's a response. Now, something that Liquid love to do is this deep smoke, deep flash, pressure down. And that's what they look to do again.
DRX are ready for it, but the showstopper causes issues. The flash is perfect from Trex. And a dominant round from Team Liquid. And we saw this on the previous map as well. Sometimes they just want to take the fight to you, defensive side, but they're playing the attack.
I'll be honest, if you've ever watched Liquid play this map, you've seen that strat. They absolutely adore it. The second you see that smoke going down deep, you have to be wary. A lot of teams will even play behind that box all the way back deep towards the spawn just to have a safe spot, but they did not do that. You could see how blind the players were on the other side, and even escaping wasn't really an option. A set play that's successful, and in fact, they're going to take early space on that side of the map again. As you can see, DRX immediately is like, no, you know what, I don't want that heat, we're going elsewhere.
And the importance as well of having the showstopper in that moment and the second flash on Trex, because the first flash, it catches one or two. There's still two players ready to fight. But as soon as showstopper pops, everyone's looking to face. They realize we can't fall back, we have to fight. And that's when the Gecko flash wins them the round. Great utility coming out of Team Liquid, but DRX now, still with rifles, still with those big ultimates, one away from Pring having the Viper's Pit, and it's going to be Orbital Strike immediately, covering off that backside of Lamps as they go in to clear it. Plant can now be secured. Spans through the smoke, always going to be dangerous. Trex finding that extra information and clearing out all this space, but when they see so many of the players from Team Liquid flooding into the A site, ults being committed, the TP is taken, and DRX go all the way out to the B site. Easy plant. That's a great adjustment, thinking on their feet.
Yeah, and look at the ults they have as well. Convergence path can completely stun up the players. That's immediately going to be used, in fact. That's 3 players that are just stuck in the spawn. The nade has been used just to try and quell any aggression, but DRX have no interest. Oh, we got a 5v4. We don't need to take the risk. Seeker's used on the other side to garner that extra little bit of space, but now the Viper's Pit hits onto the spike. This is a losing battle, or so it seemed. Liquid somehow striking back. Paditek with an immediate double, and a spray through onto Bane, leaves one. Freeing. He should be able to deny the first. Needs to at least try, and has done so, but Nats is there in response. Time-wise, there will be...
Oh, it's close!
Oh, just about enough. But a fantastic retake from Liquid. As said, Convergence Path, Viper's Pit, and somehow they make their way back in.
I thought that was perfect play from DRX, to be honest. Hyunmin putting the ult down, it's very reminiscent of the Vice ults buying them time.
They were under a second off.
Yeah, 0.7. But that's spam from Nats. And then the invasion of the pit, that's what makes the difference. Team Liquid take the lead 4-3 now. And for DRX, it's a costly loss. As we get back into the game, you'll see the economy there. It's not looking pretty. They're going to have to take a light buy. And unless there's a miracle on their side, that's a 2-round lead for Liquid. What a back-and-forth game this has been. We'll see if momentum and fate will finally choose a side.
I don't think so. From everything we've seen so far in this match.
Game of tennis.
It seems like we're going to spend the whole game on juice. And only a final advantage will be found at the end. Again, the Stinger has been a real irritation for Liquid. Nade will do some damage onto Marco, but he will be able to escape. Post-plant with a Molotov, a Seize as well, a Snakebite. Like, they've got some post-plant utility to play with here. They don't, however, have guns.
Yeah, with the pistols, you think you even want to put that Viper's Pit in. It's usually not the play. Baiting out that utility already. You can see Grim Molly goes up, but it takes so long to land. They've got so much time, and it doesn't matter. They're doing it with the pistols. A MasterCard Thrifty. I thought they've got enough utility to buy time to make it close, but that was anything but close.
You were saying something about choosing a side and finally building back into the game, getting some momentum. I think it was immediate 1-2 punch. I think even they're surprised as to what's just happened. Yeah.
I was looking at the utility belt for a second. Oh, they've also got Nevermind. Everyone's dead. That's incredible.
Wow, Liquid are going to take themselves a pause. You can understand why. They win a close round, immediately just get decimated by pistols, unable to really get going. Funnily enough, I think the biggest streak they will have had is in the end of the first half of the first map, where they brought it back to 6-6. It wasn't even them taking a lead. It was just, that was the streak. And then every time, DRX have had some form of combo breaker. As we said, it looked like the build-up to that round was all about post-plants. How are they going to have a sweaty setup? No, they just headshot everybody. It's as I said, I think they've just been practicing their aim for the last month. That's what it looks like.
I think you might have hit the nail on the head there, Tom. That,
give me the deathmatch routine. That's all I'm going to say.
Drop it. Drop it right now. DRX should have been 5-3 down. They really should have. And running through a smoke against any weapon, it's always dangerous, but you don't expect them to just pop off like that.
Yeah.
Every shot landing, every Sheriff finding its mark, and an immediate Viper's Pit gonna come through here from Team Liquid. You can already see it being set up. Prowler forces Nats back, but no one's there to take the space.
This does make me a little bit nervous. I'm looking at Nightfall, Jungmin's ability to basically get over the pit. That's why they have a player in the backlines in camo. He's going to be watching to almost try and defend off his teammate from behind, but there's a lot that can be utilized. And Trex, again, he's played this somewhat off angle before, but they have been ready and waiting. And I like the fact this time he's falling back. We've seen him challenge this before, and it has not really worked out.
Going back to the A site, it's still an option, but you really got to be going through bathroom if that's the play. And DRX are leaving that door open by moving towards B long. If they meet too much resistance, but 45 seconds left. Dash comes in, Refract online, first player spotted, stunned as well. Now they can try to close in that distance. That's exactly what they're doing. Trex under so much pressure. Patatek tried to help him out, but he ends up falling at the hands of Mako. And DRX, they're pushing into this site. Kiko's falling for the decoy. Everything going the way of the attacking side since they pulled those Sheriffs out in the last. And Team Liquid, yeah, the snake bites landed, a little bit of damage. Great. But it's time to save these weapons. No contest. It's 5 for DRX.
Nothing that can really be done at this stage. And a solid use of, I believe it was the Saturate, right? That bounced off the back and just left Trex in an awkward position. You can understand Patatek's response. Okay, I want to swing. I want to try and help my teammate out, but it just didn't go to plan. And from then onwards, it just seemed like the second they have even the slightest of opening, this composition just allows DRX to just steamroll into the site.
Just there when we were on POV of Nats, actually, I was watching the entire time that they've been saving. He has been rattling off words. I don't know what's being said, but big changes for Team Liquid. A lot of holes in the ship right now. A lot of wooden planks needed. Because the thing is, you say about DRX, they're hitting their shots, they won the round with the pistols, but here, Team Liquid aren't. right? Trex is obviously, I can forgive his position. He's trapped in a tiny corner. The stun just about fading. But Paddy caught in this transitional period between taking the fight and falling back. It's an easy pick. And we can't see it be fed to DRX like this. 2 rounds in a row and a chance for an 8-4 half. With how these rounds are going, with where the economy's at for Liquid, it should at least be a lead for DRX in the end, with ults online for the next. Mainly looking at Mako, he should have that orbital strike. And no one's close on Team Liquid. Oh, I thought that's an info dive. He's full committed. Still
he's go back. sticking it for now. He is going to try and go back, and there isn't really anybody that can punish from this angle. It's a solid start, though. Nats now goes down. But bear in mind, there were some severe weaknesses, and now Camo's coming in from behind. He could just end this round, but it's whiffy! It's really whiffy. Luckily, he's got Kiko to back him up, and Trex has managed to find one with a ghost. It doesn't end up going wrong for Liquid, but it very nearly did.
So yeah, DRX hitting all their shots. Sometimes for Liquid, that's not the case. Might be the most egregious example that we've ever seen, and good luck to Camo in living that one down. But 5-5 nonetheless. The rest of the team was able to pick up his mess, I'll say. And we may still see a neck-and-neck half. The game of Deuce continues. But what a chaotic set of rounds we have. The ult popped, it was full focus from them, but the reaction from Hyun Min, finding one, the 180 as a bullet whizzes past him. And
I think the POV we saw of Nats there just shows the chaos of the comp, though. Like, he's having to full 180 to shoot out the Haunt and then turn back in time to be able to shoot flashback. And he did that. Fair play to him. Like, his reactions were impressive, but they are making what is normally his home turf an awkward place to play. And we'll see if he can do it in that second half. There we go. Finally, there's been a missed shot on the other side of things, and Camo gets a little bit of revenge. Poetic justice, you could say. However, there's always a response, and that was incredibly clean from freeing Nats. I don't even know if his head was fully showing.
Well, it was found on the other side nonetheless. That was redemption for Camo to start, but Nats, same old thing. This time less utility involved. It's just the straight up duel that he loses. For DRX, that's a equalization in terms of numbers. It makes this A site much more vulnerable. Only now Trex is swinging out to try to clear that position on short, and I think he's seen some of them. Camo now turns to fight those players, and that's when Fring is going to be striking. Oh, doing damage as Hyun Min finishes them off, but Kiko does well to at least find himself two, leaving it onto Bane. Spike down, 15 seconds. That plant needs to be secured now.
Flash over the top. Second comes out from Sky. This is forced Bane into an awkward position, or maybe not. Trex has gone for the fight, and this time Bane, again, he's just going to stick it out. Oh, eventually gets caught by the wingman that was from a player who died ages ago. He must have been running around for a few seconds.
I think he was just about to run out, and he caught a lock-on. He found the player.
How has that happened? Like,
you hit the shot on the head.
Do we have a
Trex.
wingman POV? Is that an option? Because
I'm not sure.
Like, Trex was dead for ages.
Yeah, I'm not sure at all. 6-5 for Team Liquid, and MVP of this round may well be that wingman. There he goes, running it down.
Oh, that's ridiculous. I feel bad for Bane. I feel bad for him. Like, he did so well in that clutch.
You know the problem there? Crosshair placement. He's trying to headshot the wingman. But he's short. 6-5.
Is that what happens when someone tries to headshot you? Anyway, into the round. An aggressive start, a low weapon or two, and an immediate usage of that orbital strike. A pacey hit, and well, it's got right past, spotted the players. One of them already being stunned up, and the fight back. Bane's revenge, as he will find a double. Freeing in position. They need to clear him, and they have. Gives them a chance.
Oh! Mako and Bane are so low. Nightfall goes through. Both players spotted up there. Info to play with, but Hyun Min, the man with the weight of the world on his shoulders now, his teammates have forced into a fight. The odds aren't looking to be in their favor, but time is ticking. Waiting for the Nightfall to fade. The flash out sees no one. Close left clear, worried about long. Nats finding Mako, but it's Hyun Min finding himself the first, and Bane to swing deep. 6-6, neck and neck at the halftime.
A really impressive response once again, and an incredible half of Valorant, 6-6 as we stick it out. And honestly, the way that this game is going, it is looking like it's going to be potentially, Mitch, one of the all-time greats.
One enemy remains.
Certainly one hell of a start here on Bind. We've seen some long games, and if it keeps up, well, we might be adding this one indeed. You talked about the bounce back of Nats as well, and he has certainly looked good. But Tom, I've had enough of hearing from you. Okay. I want to go down to the main man who was up here earlier, Durka, who's standing by with me.
Et ai-je vraiment besoin de présenter la légende de Vitality, Durke, qui m'a rejoint? Hi Durke, welcome to Paris. It's a pleasure to welcome you here on Vitality's home soil. Thank you for being there, first of all. I think the fans appreciated you coming here, even though you're not playing. How does it feel, you know, having people cheering for you everywhere you go?
Feels amazing. We have a lot of fans here, and even though we didn't play here, I think we got still a lot of support. A lot of fans come in asking for pictures, signature and stuff, so it's like really nice. Merci les gars.
Merci les gars, and I think everyone is happy to hear this. Donc qu'est-ce que ça fait finalement d'avoir des fans qui viennent te voir, qui viennent te soutenir ici, même quand tu ne joues pas, et bah forcément leur soutien me va droit au cœur. Ça fait très plaisir, on espéra aussi faire mieux. Merci les gars, comme il le dit si bien. Second question about this match, I was wondering, are we rooting, you know, EMEA, or is there any player in GRX that you want to see winning?
I mean, always kind of for EMEA, I want them to succeed anyway, so I think my first initial prediction was like 2-1, but now it kind of gets tough, you know?
So you would say Liquid still?
Yeah.
Okay, rooting for Team Liquid. Du coup, qui est-ce que tu soutiens entre Team Liquid et DRX? On est toujours du côté de l'EMEA, donc on soutient l'EMEA. Thank you very much. Merci, Derke. And let's see if Team Liquid can take the win. Let's get back to the game.
Well, it's good to see one of my favorite co-casters down there in the crowd. We had fun earlier, and his predictions came through. He was talking a big game about Hyun Min, and that man has certainly delivered here today. I mean, just a stellar performance from him, but there's been plenty of heroes down on the server as we get into the Coinbase Econ report at halftime.
Yeah, for sure. It is looking maybe the most even you're ever going to see it. It's crazy as well that you think about how Hyun-Min has been playing, and Nats is yet to damage him. He's just been flying over the top and is unable to really catch the man. It's like trying to catch smoke. He just disappears every time you get close. Even still, though, level at the half. And this is the map, this is the half where we talk about this man as the best in the world. Like, I don't think there's many arguments to be had in that respect. His positioning, especially towards that A side of the map, has always been problematic. But as said, the preparation we've seen from DRX going into this game, the difficulty they've caused with this comp, I am very intrigued to see if they can finally beat Nats.
Oh, he certainly had a good bounce back, as we saw there in the stats from the previous map where he was being shut down at every turn. A couple of rough openings, but for the most part, this has been night and day. Deep play from Team Liquid. Not afraid to get aggressive, and the full site's already cleared out. They're starting to get an inkling. DRX were doing something. There's no reason to leave A this open, so they expect the flank to be coming through. In fact, Nats expects the flank to be coming through. In goes the snake bite. He will be caught. Push up, but Kiko's watching his back. Team Liquid, a double opening, a 5 versus 3. They know that Mako's here as well. Ooh, but Nats has been tagged extremely low. It's an easy cleanup. But time is ticking.
Yeah, there's so much left to do. And not much left to do it with. The players in lamps are going to cause serious issues. And at this point, it's all about orbs. The clock is far too low already. And Marco, well, he's going to at least clean up a few. Do a little bit of extra damage. But that is all she wrote. It will be Liquid taking their first pistol round of the series. We'll see if that is a turning point for them in this map. From what I've seen so far, probably not.
I have absolutely no faith. We've already seen second rounds go the way of the team who lost the pistol. We started it out that way, and for DRX, with the shots they've been hitting, I don't think anything in this match is guaranteed. It is a game of uncertainty. We came in with questions, one of them being who's the best Abyss team, and maybe now we've got an answer, but who's the best team? That's still up for debate. Still up for discussion, still up for competition as Team Liquid 1 round up. This should be housekeeping. It should be easy. A chore, an uncomfortable one sometimes, but not a difficult one.
Well, they are currently walking into a 4-man stack, and well, now that 4-man stack's coming to them. The defense trying to put the pressure on, but Kiko, he is not crumbling. Clean as you like. He's been one of the best in EMEA all season. And the crowd calling for an ace. I will say he is about as far away from freeing as humanly possible. He would have to have the greatest teammates on the planet. And I will say, they can only afford one death here. So I kind of hope that they're not throwing their weapons away for him to get an ace.
Well, actually, Camo might not have a choice. He's out here on long. He's 7 HP. A single shot from freeing will take him down, and that's exactly what happens. Damage on to Kiko as well. Lined up with Patatek. The chance for the ace is there, but we've seen it before. Patatek stealing the ace. It's poor form, Tom.
I don't think he could see the guy, but you know, I guess.
Never have shot.
Yeah, unfortunate. Oh wow. This is the sort of stuff you want to see from Kiko. Sure, it's up against pistols, but when he's on, he is a force to be reckoned with, and he is on most of the time.
Yo, Gio, you're the bomb. Wow.
Turned into Waluigi for a second.
I like this Poison Orb. That's really nice from Team Liquid, using them to avoid the haunt that goes down early. Now Bane thinks that that angle should be clear at least for a little bit longer, and he goes out to Jet. Camo's there to greet him. Most of the squad of Team Liquid is there waiting for that peak. All the while they drag these rotates from DRX towards the B side, a mass exodus of A, and they can just go walking back. The space hasn't been taken though. There are players outside A, but no one has filled it in.
But also look at freeing. He is tagged so desperately low, so it's not like he can now go jump peeking, jiggle peeking, swinging angles, because a stray bullet, hell, even the Tiger could take him out at this stage. He's got to be incredibly careful, and that's not really what is needed. In fact, they've had to gamble a second player over to this side of the map. And well, the Tiger's not going to finish him off. We'll see if somebody on the Liquid roster will.
Yeah, the Fangs didn't find him. But they're going to be aware of this position. His best play, wait for the rest of the team. Try to take advantage of the chaos. Hope that Liquid try to respond to the retake by pushing into his space. He can land that shot. But it's a passive play from Team Liquid. Not much utility left, and I think that's certainly of note at this point. Post plant isn't really that much of an option, not as deep as we'll see with this comp a little bit later on, I'd imagine. But Camo does well to find not their first of the round, but their first of the retake, a 3 versus 5. And the question for DRX, do we go for it? Do we risk these weapons with such little economy? And the answer is a clear no. They're running for the hills, and Team Liquid pushing up to 9.
Yeah, it's kind of a brutal scenario for them. They get absolutely played by the Poison Orb, which I'll say as well, with how powerful a post-plant tool that is a definite read from Liquid. That is them going, okay, they're going to try and get early info. Maybe they throw that haunt up high, as we've seen so many times. We hide within that Poison Orb. It's not the same as a sky smoke falling down, which is a very clear indicator that that has been avoided. And then because of that, they get that early pick, but also do enough damage on the other side of the map that I was actually looking at the contact point of where freeing was in lamps. If he swings, Camo is looking the complete opposite way and no one could cover him. But he doesn't have the HP to swing anymore. That was the one opening they had back into the site, and the second they lose another player, it's done. Like, you have to just retreat. Well, clearly feeling the pressure a little bit. We've spoken about Liquid streaking rounds together has been a tough thing to do, bar that first half of Abyss. Well, now that they've managed to win this one, go 3-0 up, DRX are feeling the pressure.
Well, this is the first time it's really felt like Team Liquid has the lead. They've got their hands firmly wrapped around those reins, and for DRX, the fight back, it's not out of reach just yet. But with 3 rifles saved, they've still got a decent chance at what will be a mixed buy or a light buy. They have a decision to make. How much do they invest into this? The ones with rifles, a little bit more, leaving themselves with less for the next, and does that mean a force-up? Maybe they try the bookie. Hell, it worked on the other side.
It's definitely not pretty. That's the other problem is you save all these guns and you feel the need to reinvest into your utility. It can kind of create this offset of never really having a particularly decent buy if you don't manage to make this work. So it's definitely put them in an odd position. The other thing as well is it's not like, oh yeah, we've got this ult that can pad the gap. This ult, there's nothing. The closest is going to be Marco having that orbital strike if he can get either 3 kills or claim 2 orbs. And for the defense, claiming those orbs is definitely not easy. What their plan is, push. Taking that little bit of extra control towards the A site. The Liquid have other ideas.
Well, they had the chance to play through the TP from DRX if the pressure was put on there. But instead, they decided to go pushing down. Again, filling back into that space. Steps hurt. They've made the right read. There's no utility coming through from Team Liquid. It's a disaster! Marco!
Down A.
He has shut down that rotate. They were expecting a fight around the corner, but he steps through, takes the battle to them, and leaves Kiko in a 1 versus 5. What a game plan from DRX. Well played. The utility spent on B, the gradual fallbacks, the Viper wall up. It made it look like Liquid hadn't a chance if they went there. So they have to go the other way, and that's all part of the plan for DRX.
But you can see as well that I feel like Liquid's expectation was that was going to be a crunch. I think they put the Poison Orb on the TP, like basically just so that if anybody tried to get through, Nats could cover them. They were expecting aggression, just not in the right place. And once he goes down, well, the rest of the team immediately pivot, and they are just not prepared for the aggression of Marco, putting the team on his back once again, a vintage display of individual brilliance. And more some frustration, because as I said, that was still the economy of DRX on the brink. Now they managed to win with what was a couple of pistols still there.
With some upgrades as well. Bane coming in late for the Sheriff kill. He'll make it out. Flashback sticks around for 1. And he gets his reward. Camo playing ahead, maybe expecting that the TP had already been taken. Either way, it's a mistake. Nats with an op, lurking up in the wall. You do not see this every day, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, he does love an outlaw. But I guess his expectation is that, okay, they've got this double duelist, there's going to be players looking for the fight. He was correct. He just wasn't in the right place. Now just sat back. Going to try and claim some additional space. He managed to walk his way. This is the classic. He's walked all the way up. That operator's still watching, though. And that's taken out Kiko. He's managed to see a man on the other side, but DRX are not looking to fight this. Not looking to give that additional little battle over to Nats. In fact, he's going to go walking through, taking so much damage as he does, but his goal is not to fight these players, it's to get into the backlines. But look how prepared DRX are for this. They now have players watching from either side.
Orbital strike going to completely deny the plan. Trek's taken down as well. He'll go down with the ship, with his wingman, and the op on flashback catches Nats. All that posturing, and it leaves them with nothing. And for Patatek, yeah, he is way out of position. Trying to play a super late lurk, but when the whole team crumbles like that, all you can do is save.
Yeah, he needs to as well. Like you start looking at the finances of Liquid holding onto this gun could make a pretty significant difference. But that's a solid round from DRX. I think bringing the flashback operator in, like him just having that element of maneuverability, able to put himself into positions to find those openers, escape, and find the opener again. But then also just the A-site hold was so patient. They didn't give anything to Nats. Like, he's busy trying to hunt down players, find his team some value. And for the whole round, he's basically just a non-factor, even though he had so much space.
1 round between them. I felt like Liquid were at least going to push up to that double-digit mark, and from there, the world's their oyster. Just a few rounds ago when DRX had those 3 rifles and 2 pistols to play with, 3 players digging deep in terms of their economy to make that happen, and look at the reward they found. 1 round between them. Orbital strike online, and you know what? It's going to be used, sent in onto Bane, but it's only a trade, and they've lost Camo, the man who would have taken that orb and been 1 away from the showstopper. Instead, he still 1 away, but it's going to have to be saved for the next round. And the credits where they're at, that's not ideal.
It's a successful ult combo. At least they don't go a man down, but it's a heavy investment. We now sit there looking at a patient DRX. You've got the operator locking down the other side, and Hyunmin again is going to go looking for information, but he's managed to take quite a bit of control. They've stuck themselves in towards Zuka, but have left themselves stuck in the mud. Even still, they hold the line! An absolute shutdown of the Liquid push. They might get caught by the flashes, but it means absolutely nothing.
I actually don't know who broke the Gecko Flash that came through. I think it might have been Fring, but that was so important.
30 seconds
Those players were going to be dead to rights if that connected up close in outside of Hookah. And at that point, the round falls, it crumbles. And DRX see Liquid push up to 10, but instead a huge punish. And again, it's going to be one player on that attack side left to save this weapon. But it's worrying.
10 seconds left.
This is where you want perhaps a pause to come through. At 9-6, DRX did it, and they managed to course correct immediately. Now they're neck and neck again for Team Liquid. A team that comes in as, I think in most people's minds, certainly, look, EMEA #1, Pacific #4. They are the favorites. They are the ones with the pressure on their shoulders. And for DRX, heating up like this so early on, already having a map to the good, and now on the map where Liquid think, well, we're comfortable. We can take the fight to them. It's not the case. Well, not convincingly.
It's giving the context of how DRX even qualified it. It was the match of Talon facing off against RRQ. Talon with 2-0 in the lead. They close out one of the last 3 maps, and DRX aren't even here. Well, we're talking about Talon playing in this game, or actually, Talon would have gone in as a number 2 seed, put someone else down, so it would have been a completely different story. DRX make a last-minute roster change as well, bringing Bane back in. And wow, what a change that seems to have been. Flashback able to go over to the duelist, and Bane, that's the second round in a row we've seen him just spam through, and this time, well, there's no orbital strike to try and balance that one out.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, he's the one with the ultimate, and that confirms no one's here anymore. The A site's the right place to be. Hyunmin starts to rotate around. He's now going to be here to help out with this push if it does come down here, and the big problem, the op in that corner. Trex is stuck. He has to face him. He has to cross him. And you don't cross Flashback without paying the price. But Bane, in a 5v3, walks down B long. That's left the B site wide open.
Yeah, the thing is, Nats doesn't know that. It doesn't know how much of a commitment there was, so they still have to be patient, but eventually will get themselves in onto the site. Flashback, having that dimensional drift available, will be able to get themselves into post, but the plant not given over to Camo means he doesn't have that ultimate online yet. They're trying to put the pressure on. He needs a kill, and he'll find it.
There we go.
Now that's the showstopper. Immediately puts into play, but he's trying to find a target, and he'll get it. Hyunmin down, giving them the advantage once again, and Camo's taking over. Just the one standing, but that one is Flashback. He has been a man to deal with, and a rifle picked up with the remaining 2. So passive, so patient. He's expecting that they're towards long, but both players are going to be swinging from the same position, and only the first is needed. Camo saving the day, and Liquid, well, they don't let the lead slip. They will take it back with 10.
Such an important round for Camo, especially, Tom, it looked like a mistake. Not seeing that orb go to him, especially when you're in a disadvantage. I was very surprised, but the fact that he finds that opening onto Fring, that he can catch Hyunmin, and then lands it onto Mako. That single-handedly saved the round, and perhaps Team Liquid's life on that upper bracket run. One round in between them, but it's Liquid still in the lead. It's Thrash online for Trex, making a side exec much easier. And Flashback wants to get ahead of that. He knows if you sit back and let Liquid make the push, especially with Thrash, they've got a good chance. So he wants to push into them.
Don't know if Flashback goes any further than this.
Gate crash fading.
I would open him up to a couple of angles, but he does have support.
Gate crash going.
No easy escape, but with the angles held, oh, there you go. The second one will be put into play. They want to try and hold on to this. The fact is, though, Liquid really have ground to a halt. They're expecting there to be some level of aggression. And what they're correct, they just haven't found it yet.
It's going to be B long, I think. While the Tiger sent through on A, you can see Camo posturing, ready to push on up. In goes Thrash. A lot of pressure on A, but Spike's still in spawn. From DRX's perspective, this looks like a hit, but I think the rotate to B is far more likely. They'll pick up that Spike and rush on in. Hyunmin finds one, but Panatek is good for the trade, and he's just a distraction right now. He is drawing their eyes, but DRX haven't full rotated. They've left Mako on this side of the map. Bane's been holding on to control of B long. They're suspicious of this play, and rightfully so. Bane will find his reward. Mako needs to be patient, play this one with his teammate, and Bane is the one to find the pick. They can swing together on Kiko. Spike down, 12 seconds as the rest of DRX arrive. They will not fall for Liquid's bait. It's DRX, neck and neck again.
Yeah, they're reading this game incredibly well. The goal from Liquid has been to try and have that push and pull, sell the fake in, throw the thrash in, force them back, and that's exactly what they did. But then Nats falls on one side, and because of that, they don't gamble the rotation, they don't pull that second player over. I feel like Bane, well, it's in the name. He's been the bane of their lives. He's causing them so many issues. Just sat back in this corner, over towards the garden, time and time again. And while at 10-10, Liquid will take a pause. And I want to give context as well of what the loser has to deal with. The previous champion's winner. That's what happens if you lose. If you take a defeat, you go up against Kangkang and his merry men of EDG. And no matter how confident you are in Liquid, the #1 seed, they've looked great regionally. Had their issues on the international stage, but of course some of the time that was because of players not being able to get there. Definitely a tough time for them. But I don't think you can be completely confident in either team falling into that lower bracket when they're up against EDG.
No, you certainly shouldn't be. It'd be a different story if they'd found their way down there and needed this massive comeback, return to form, because they looked weak today. That's not the case. They were not pulling blows. They were landing a lot of solid rounds, and I think, you know, you see it in how long the series lasted.
Yeah.
Or even just one of the maps over on Abyss. For Team Liquid, it's 10 on the board, but it's not likely to be 11. The economy is very weak. 2 rifles, a Bucky, a Stinger, and a pistol. For DRX, they have everything to work with. This should be the lead to the defensive side, but stranger things have certainly happened, even just here today.
Oh, it's early space taken. Nice shot from Bane again. As said, they have struggled to deal with him on this site. Combination of utility trying to create pressure, and pressure is being created. Flashback missing a shot. Flash immediately around the corner. He's so blind and will fall because of it. Spike down once again. With these weak purchases, Liquid get a chance.
Liquid have got the op as well. They've done the work. The groundwork with the spike down. Might not be an advantage just yet, but it's a lot closer to it than they were just moments ago. The defuse already starts. Blind catches everybody. Liquid spamming though, and the player's up top! The defuse from Mako! He stands in the open. They spray too low, and that will give DRX 11. That was a shaky start, but DRX have control.
Yeah, it's once again. Bane gets the opener. And then Bane is the one that basically just defends his teammate while the spams are coming through, clearing out the remainder. What a fantastic individual display from a man that coming into this tournament we didn't even expect to be in the roster. Like, I didn't know he was in the roster until today.
Well, I think they're going to be pretty happy that they brought him back. 11-10, rifles for Team Liquid, ult on Patatek. That's the only one for now, but this could be a crazy round for DRX. Hyunmin, Fring, and Bane all one away. Bane, thanks to his 4K in the previous, a single pick, a single orb. The favor of this round swaps completely from a close one, a hard one to call. The heavily favored one for that defensive side, who've now been chaining rounds. They've been looking good. But we're used to the game of tennis. The scoreline of deuce, the back and forth. Someone's got to crack the code eventually.
Again, the saturation's going to slow them on their take. Freeing in the corner will be dealt with immediately. Hyunmin needs to go big and doesn't. Immediately taken down, and they've even managed to remove Bane. The problem is, Marco's still standing. Nats with the pit, and the spike wasn't necessarily committed to this side of the map. In fact, it's incredibly far away. It'll have to be a little bit perplexing to the other side. In fact, they are now going to take it into the B site. The Viper's pit ended up just being a ruse, but that feels much more like a mid-round call. You've dealt with Bane. Now you got a post plant.
But the damage here, well, the AWP is being picked back up, but it makes it a lot closer than it might seem. Patatek and Camo have been able to tuck away, though. They've been able to claim their spots to fight from. But Liquid need to be so careful not to overpeak. DRX already finding the opening.
Again.
They baited Mako into the open with the tap. Another tap coming through. The scars of the previous round where the defuse was stuck. Still showing here he needs to pick! Mako! Stuck the defuse for the Red Bull clutch! 12 for DRX! How have they gotten away with that?
The maestro of Marco has manipulated them once again. The last round he sticks it from the very beginning. This time taps it and then just almost plays the bait as teammate goes down, and they assume, in most cases, not for the wrong of them, that there's no way he'd stick it now. But this man has made the right call every single time. Leader of the pack and back on the international stage.
The goal it took to stick that now leaves Liquid 2 behind. 1 away from Showstopper, sure, that could help. The flashback's got a victim in mind. It's the Showstopper himself, stuck in the corner, and Op watching his crossback. He's stunned too. The flash goes in, they know there's 2 players here. Blood in the water. The DRX are hunting it down. Hyunmin catches Camo. That was one of the main things that Team Liquid could rely on. The Showstopper, if found, could change the course of this round. At least give them a leg up, and instead, they are falling.
Down B.
1 by 1 till it's a 5v3, a 5v2. DRX on the cusp of taking this series. A series everybody would have favored to Team Liquid at 2-0, the likely result. And look at them now.
30 seconds
Called the masters of the group stage for a reason. The 5th, 6th spot has always had their name on it, and that means they need to make it out of the groups, but they're looking to do it in style. Kiko is all that stands in their way, and of course it's Flashback to deal the final blow. A late change for this roster, and a change that seems to have brought them right back to the tip top of the tier 1.
EMEA's #1 has fallen at the hands of DRX. A team that may not even have been here. Their arrival out of their control, but they are making the most of their appearance at VALORANT Champions in Paris. And it's the top team of EMEA who pays the price. An unreal performance, and I think top to bottom of this series, everybody showed up on DRX. Everyone had their moment. Hyunmin was phenomenal in map #1, and he certainly was here as well. But Bane, the guy coming back into the roster, he really stole the show here. That 4K, while Mako defused the first time, saved the game. The second Mako defused, that was a little bit more under his control.
It's genuinely mental that they managed to pull that one off. A very impressive display from DRX, the #4 seed, fairly low expectations from many, I think including their own region, but they have clearly taken that extra time, they have put the work in, and now they go to play NRG, and that lower bracket matchup is going to be Liquid for EDG, for who is out of Champions, the #1 last year, and the #1 from EMEA. That's going to be a bloodbath.
An absolute belter guaranteed for DRX, as you said, looking to the future. They will face NRG, and one thing's for sure, DRX are here to shoot for #1, and they've already hit their shot against Team Liquid. Watch out for this squad. And I think one of the most impressive parts of that game was Hyunmin. We love to see his Waylay, and I love to see him in the Verizon post-match interview.
Et les Whipstiti sont ravis de cette victoire de Team Heretic, c'est sûr. Et je vais pouvoir avoir une interview avec Hyunmin. Hyunmin, who's signing a keyboard right now. Can I bother you for a second after this beautiful victory against Team Liquid? First of all, congratulations. And we've seen Bane, your former teammate, coming back to step in for Paris. So we saw you having fun on stage. I was wondering, what's your favorite thing about playing with him?
I guess the energy when we play with him is very fun. Yeah.
Okay, you're good friends with Hyunmin, right? With Bane, I mean.
Yes, yes.
And we could see that on the server, definitely. Donc on a vu que Bane avait rejoint l'équipe pour les Champions Paris. Donc qu'est-ce que on adore, en tout cas du côté d'Hyunmin, de jouer avec lui? Bah, tout simplement son énergie, il amène des good vibes. On l'a vu se lever aussi pendant les rounds. Donc voilà, on est très très potes. And second question I was gonna ask you, you qualified for Champs as the seed 4. We know that the road hasn't been easy, you know, to reach Champs Paris, but here you are. So what is the thing you are the most proud of today of the team?
I guess our team is playing with no regrets.
Okay.
So I guess we're just all having fun playing. So I think that's the most important part.
I agree with you, that's very important indeed. Et donc, on sait que la route n'a pas été facile pour DRX. On est qualifié en seed 4. La course au playoff a été compliquée, mais ils sont là. Donc, de quoi est-ce qu'il est le plus fier aujourd'hui? Et bah, tout simplement, le mental de l'équipe. On joue sans regret, on s'amuse sur scène. Et c'est clair que ça se voit. And last but not least, we had crème brûlée, the French dessert the other day. So I wanted to know, is crème brûlée buff real? And do you want to have more French desserts?
Yes, I think it was a buff. Yes, I will have to have more.
Then I'm very proud and happy to have been able to help you. On a mangé de la crème brûlée avec Hyunmin il y a quelques jours, donc je lui demandais si c'était un petit peu un bœuf de manger des desserts français, et lui il dit que oui, évidemment, et qu'il voudra en avoir un petit peu plus. Thank you very much, Hyunmin. 감사합니다, and congratulations for this massive victory. And that's all for us on stage for today. We're gonna head back to our analyst desk before some banger matches tomorrow. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
What a crazy day we've had, but DRX 2-0 against Team Liquid with Bane on the roster as well. Are we believing in the DRX narrative of always getting out of groups? We have to believe.
I don't know, but at this point, I believe in their opening match prowess. Have never lost an opening match on the global stage. 9-0 after today in the face of the roster change. And I mean, like, yeah, go on, keep proving the haters wrong. I'm all for it.
Yeah, it just seems like they had plot armor in the end of the second half. Full sticking defuses twice in a row from Mako. Eco rounds going their way. Like, come on.
The confidence out of Mako to be like, your fight, I'm just going to stick and hope for the best.
Yeah.
What we will see is on the other side of this, probably some of the most uncharacteristic shenanigans out of Nats, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, map 1 was tough for him on an individual level, and I think, well, he leveled up that play in map 2. There's this critical round right at the end where we were trying to figure out what happened here. It's a 3-on-2 for Team Liquid, and he just steps into the teleporter by accident.
I have never seen him do that on in any time ever.
Yeah, and then because Mako gets the 1 kill on site, starts defusing, the other player in Hookah is on 5 HP, doesn't want to swing, so Mako just sticks the whole thing, and Nats is still 5-10 seconds away.
Out of all the players that I've seen play internationally, I would have never expected Nats to be the one to make a mistake of that caliber. And obviously, mistakes happen. You see it, and you can see it on his face there. That's just wild for that to be how that map ends out.
I mean, I don't want to be a hindsight Andy, but with a player like Nats on your team, if he hadn't done that TP, there was unlosable. Unlosable. His positioning, the advantages they had in that. Is this something to be worried about going forward? Because they will face EDG next, and they will be elimination.
I mean, I am worried in the sense that, like, Nats was the best player in that grand final, and then we see that today, but in the sense of, like, we know he can come back, we know what he is capable of, like, this has to be a fluke. If it's not, like, my mind would literally explode. Because what happened to my GOAT?
Right. I hesitate to say that his performance today was not an anomaly. I think, no, I mean, again, 5 years of being a household name in this sport. Again, I hesitate to think that something like that could happen again. And with that said, tremendous respect to DRX and the way that they played. Bane was hitting some ridiculous shots. You think about that double satchel out of Hookah in the last round or second to last round of the game. I love the way they played the map. They understood that Liquid wanted to go exec really heavy, so they started to deny space across the map, take some of these aggro lines, and then once they realized it, Liquid could not exact wherever they wanted to go. They had to rotate away. And DRX are standing there with waiting arms. I love the way they played the map. It was incredible. This is the shot I'm talking about.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's silly.
Gross. Out of base.
It's even worse considering he was getting owned in those first engagement over and over again in the first like 4 rounds of the second half.
Yeah, he was struggling early on, but locked in when he needed to. Literally from 9-6 when TL went up in that second half. DRX lost a singular round, that is it. I think Flashback's Operator 2 was a consistent threat that Team Liquid were unable to really deal with on their own terms.
And I will say this, Flashback had a couple, 3-4 kills in a row with the op that should have been on, and he was a little off the mark. And even with that, late in the game, DRX were able to pull it through. I cannot speak enough for how much I loved how they played bind. It was incredible.
I love in the big 2025 we get Prime Mako back again. You know, he's been to every chance and he's never won. So who knows? Who knows? I mean, it's same as the other players has been to every chance. Buzz has never won chance. He's been to every one. Boast has been to every chance. They've had 5 chances at this. So hopefully it's going to be one of them this time around. And speaking of Buzz, he will be playing tomorrow. If we take a look at the bracket, we got a schedule coming up as well. We are heading all the way to Group D. We're gonna get, oh my goodness. Okay, I know you guys say there's no group of death. For me, that's the group of death.
I think it's gonna be fun and exciting. I hesitate to call it the group of death. We're gonna see Demon 1 play for Demon. I mean, brother, like, what are we talking about? That's the headline. Forget everything else.
Goodness.
My GOAT's back on the stage, but I mean, genuinely, every group has incredible storylines. This is my favorite event of the year, and it's not even close.
G2 Heretics being an opener just feels like so ridiculous.
Yeah, although now that we know that EMEA's #1 seed can't beat Pacific's #4, I mean, that's got to be an incredibly lopsided matchup.
How's NA #3 seed doing?
We don't talk about #1 seed.
Remember, yesterday it didn't happen.
Yeah, yesterday didn't happen. MIBR is our third best team.
I mean, are we expecting another 4 beating a 1?
Oh goodness, yes.
And it's MIBR.
Yes. Absolutely yes. Honestly, yes. I mean, did you expect me to say no?
Yeah,
yes.
Fair. Yeah, fair.
Wait,
fair,
you don't
fair,
think
fair.
I would think that Heretics can beat G2?
Yeah, that's what you're thinking of.
Yeah.
Are you gonna predict that tomorrow? Can we hold you to your word?
Yeah, I'm a fraud today. I actually wanted to predict DRX and I was really torturing myself over it.
Yeah, okay.
But I didn't want to betray my region,
Right.
so I'm a fraud.
Sure.
Yeah.
Say it now.
Yeah.
That makes it. She did also say it before.
She did,
to be fair, but
It was the first thing I said when I got to work today. It was like 11 a.m. and I'm like, I predicted Liquid over DRX. What am I gonna do?
yeah, you were going through it then. I can only imagine now that they've lost, you're going through it too.
Thanks, guys. So for now, I'm going to go cry myself to sleep. I hope you guys at home have a
It's like 8 o'clock.
Dude, EDG and Liquid both lost. Let me.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair.
Let me have. It feels like grief. This feels like grief.
Here, hold Dan.
Thank you.
Dan.
Thank you. I'm gonna go and take care of myself. You guys also thank you for sticking here with me today, and thank you to you guys at home for watching and supporting. Make sure you come back tomorrow for more banging Valorant action, starting with, my goodness, G2 versus Heretics. So have a lovely evening, and we'll see you then. The defending champions are back. EDG are about to start their journey for the back-to-back at Champions.
Look at how broken up it is, but Ginny's having to take the 1 versus 1. Scooby here looking to step back, reckoning in play. Ginny, unperturbed. Just getting completely outgunned. Mata a little bit too fast on the shot just then. Just some nerves maybe showing up there. None for Ginny, pushes for more. So on the other side, Mata chimes in from Crow's Nest, and that's the spray for 2. It's on Chichu and Kangkang to stop the overtime, but it's Mata now ready to receive around the corner and straight down the abyss. We get overtime in our first map of the series. Kangkang down to 10 on Jimmy's isolated off the teleport. It doesn't seem to matter. He'll take the fights either way. And even Mata can't make the flick. Woo! Down to about 40%, but here's Som. Kangkang takes the fight at the back of the side, but Som's able to find his second. Kangkang on the side. It's Brock making use of the wall that Chi-Chi's been abusing all game long. And 4 for Som. Just firm handshakes for the boys. From 2 to 10 at halftime. NRG with the resilience come alive and reclaim Abyss. Nobody's head goes rolling, and he says, why not? In for a penny, in for a pound.
How does Brock how does he not trade that? Smoggy trying to get in front of it. Time is beginning to get very low.
Not enough. Kangkang having to play the low ground.
Smoggy on the angle.
Multi-face, there's got to be some action here in mid, and there is. Jenny and Nobody able to find one each. All right, there it is. Light speed.
That is criminal.
Snaps the crosshair. How aware are they of the tower position? What is that from Ethan?
That is just a pixel shot from Ethan.
Marta down to 6, a grim start to this one. But Nobody, he just hunts for more, and he gets punished. There's Ethan. Now can make his way out with some. Disrupts the defuse, and Ethan puts it to bed. And NRG vindicate themselves in this match against your reigning world champions to kick off Group C.
It is the #1 seed of EMEA versus the Pacific team that barely just scraped through to make it to chance.
Every single team would be madness. Speaking of madness, this is so aggressive from Liquid. They've had enough. And then doing it again.
Find some serious impact. They're being left in the dust. DRX shut down in these last 2 rounds.
And I guess an attempt to do some damage, and that attempt's not going great. It's fallen into the hands of Nats, and he's going to meet the same fate. Flashback back to winning ways, 17 and 10. Still trapped in main. They want to try and swing this together, and they will, but Marco's still here. Sticking this spot, it's going to be difficult. Kiko had to body block it. Now Nats is all that remains, and he remains no more. DRX are going to be there and back on the international stage with a first map victory.
Baiting out that utility already, you can see Brim Molly goes up, and it takes so long to land. They want so much time, and it doesn't matter. They're doing it with the pistols. The MasterCard Thrifty.
Now there's 4-man stacks coming to them. The defense trying to put the pressure on, but Kiko, he is not crumbling. Clean as you like.
There's no utility coming through from Team Liquid. It's a disaster! Marco!
Oh, it's early space taken. Nice shot from Bane.
The defuse already starts. Blind catches everybody. Liquid spamming though, and the players up top. The defuse from Mako. EMEA's #1 has fallen at the hands of DRX.